Xianxia's sudden shout caused the people who were concealed at a corner outside the courtyard to be unable to hide any longer, and thus they simply walked out in the open. Xiao Yu's brows slightly frowned. Duanling Tian's expression remained tranquil, as if it wasn't the least bit unexpected to him. Luo Hu, Luo Qian, you two have been surveilling me. Seeing the two of them caused Luo Qian to be so angry that her face went slightly pale. Luo Qian, this is the Patriarch's orders. The two Luo clan youths had tranquil expressions. Luo Qian took a deep breath and ignored the two of them before looking at Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu. You both are my brother's friends? But my brother's gone to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu looked at each other with bitter smiles on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to break the news about Luo Chang to Luo Qian. But they knew that Luo Qian would find out sooner or later. Luo Qian, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duanling Tian withdrew Luo Cheng's will and passed it over to Luo Qian. Luo Qian's face was ghastly pale as she received the letter with trembling hands, seeming to have realized something as she opened and read it. Unknowingly, tears had started pouring from her eyes like waterfalls. Big brother, I told you the genius camp's training was dangerous. Why didn't you listen? How am I supposed to live without you? Luo Cheng's dead? The pupils of the two Luo clan young men constricted. You have our condolences. Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu consoled her. Luo Qian's delicate figure slightly trembled and twitched for a few moments before finally asking, Your big brother Ling Tian? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. My big brother said I should listen to you from now on. Luo Qian cried as she spoke. We came today to take you away from the Luo clan. This is also your brother's wish. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Humph. According to the agreement between him and our Luo clan, since he's dead and unable to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, then Luo Qian must obey our Luo clan's arrangements and marry the Qian clan's young master, and thus unite our two clans in marriage. No one can take her away. The two Luo clan young men took a step forward and stared fiercely at Duanling Tian's group of three. No one can stop me from taking her away. Duanling Tian sneered with a domineering expression. Whoosh! Xiao Yu was even more straightforward as he directly took a step forward before his figure jerked. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu flicked his sleeve that was bursting with origin energy and directly blasted the two Luo clan young men away. Fuck off! On the way here, Xiao Yu had learned of Luo Cheng's unfulfilled wish from Duanling Tian. Luo Cheng didn't desire for his sister to become the Luo clan's tool to unite their clan with the Qian clan in marriage. And this was precisely the reason why he joined the genius camp. Everything Luo Cheng did was for the sake of his sister. The will he wrote Duanling Tian was to ask Duanling Tian to help him save his sister by taking her away from the Luo clan and providing her with a stable life. Fourth level of the core formation stage. The two Luo clan young men's expressions turned grim when they noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu. They glanced at each other and left in a sorry state. Pack up your things and leave with us. Duanling Tian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded as her tears uncontrollably poured out. But when she thought of what Luo Cheng wrote within his will, she wiped off her tears and put on a strong and resolute expression. She wanted to be strong and not let her big brother down. LL help you. Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into her room. With Xiao Yu's help, it wasn't long before Luo Qian had packed away all her things. Duanling Tian took the lead with Xiongquan following right behind him, and Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed from behind. The group of 4 made their way towards the exit of the Luo clan estate. But when they arrived at the main door, 3 figures stood there like guardians of the way. One was a middle-aged man and the other 2 were old men. Patriarch. Seeing the middle-aged man caused Luo Qian's face to turn pale. Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay and I'll let them leave. If you don't, then they will undoubtedly die. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale and she struggled for a moment before finally looking at Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu. Thank you for taking care of my big brother. Leave without me. After the patriarch and the 2 elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duanling Tian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu were her big brother's friends, and thus she was unwilling to implicate them. In her heart, she was ready to die. Once Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu had smoothly left, she would choose to take her own life. Her brother wasn't here anymore, so she didn't have any ties in this world. Big brother, I'll come accompany you really soon. I would rather die than marry that Chen clan's profligate disciple. Luo Chen's heart flashed with a trace of melancholy. Xiao Yu's face sank as his cold and indifferent gaze descended upon the Luo clan's patriarch. I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder. If you have any sense, then hurry up and scram. Aurora City's Xiao clan? The Luo clan patriarch started laughing. It isn't the place for your Aurora City's clan to meddle in our Luo clan's affairs. Elders, see our guests out. Yes. Immediately, the two elders that were standing behind the patriarch moved, flashing straight towards Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiong Quan. Above each of the two old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, first level of the origin core stage. Xiao Yu's expressions distorted. Xiong Quan. Duanling Tian finally spoke, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Humph! Two first-level core formation martial artists dare to be presumptuous in front of my liege. Fuck off! Xiong Quan grunted coldly as he moved forward swiftly, blasting the two Luo clan elders away with a slap each and causing them to be knocked out cold after they crashed onto the ground. Above Xiong Quan, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flickered before vanishing. Third level of the origin core stage. The Luo clan patriarch's expression went grim, and his gaze was filled with a cold fierceness as he walked out in large strides. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Ignorant. Duanling Tian's expression turned cold. Xiong Quan, cripple him. Yes, my liege. Xiong Quan moved, but he seemed to have moved entirely from one point to another with only a single step. Earth-heaven warp. Whoosh! A green sword light flashed by and then a shrill cry was heard. The Luo clan's patriarch knelt on the ground before his entire body crashed onto the ground. As his body had lost all support, blood sprayed out from all four of his limbs. The tendons in both his hands and legs were severed. As the Luo clan's patriarch lied on all fours, he raised his head to see the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flickered above Xiong Quan before vanishing at almost the same moment. He said with a shaky voice, 7, Grade 7 spirit weapon. In the end, the Luo clan patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch! The two Luo clan young men that went to deliver the news earlier were standing nearby, and when they saw this scene, they were scared to the point that their legs shook and their faces went ghastly pale. Duanling Tian's cold gaze swept past the two of them. I already said this earlier. No one can stop me from taking her away. Let's go. Only after Duanling Tian's group left the Luo clan estate were the two Luo clan young men finally be able to react. Their ears echoed with the domineering words of the violet-clothed youth. No one can stop me from taking her away. When they heard this for the first time, they thought that the youth was arrogant and conceited, but now it would seem that the youth was actually confident. Outside of the Luo clan estate, Duanling Tian jumped up onto his horse. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, pulled Luo Chen up onto his horse. He held her in his arms as he galloped. Seeing this caused the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth to flash with a smile, as he had long ago noticed Xiao Yu's gaze flicker with a strange light. It would seem that Xiao Yu had feelings for Luo Chen. It was better this way, as at the very least Luo Chen would have someone to rely on. If Luo Chang was aware in the afterlife, he would finally be able to rest at ease. On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze had never once left Xiong Quan. He wasn't clear of Xiong Quan's background. All he knew was that since they left Iron Blood City, this middle-aged man who wore a mask that covered half his face had always followed Duanling Tian and even addressed Duanling Tian as his liege. At the moment Xiong Quan noticed the two Luo clan young men, Xiao Yu became aware of how Xiong Quan was no simple person. And when Xiong Quan exerted the strength of the third level of the origin core stage and even withdrew a grade 7 spirit weapon out of the air, he was utterly dumbstruck. This Xiong Quan actually had a spatial ring. As for the grade 7 spirit weapon, even his grandfather, the Shao clan's supreme elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage, did not possess one. Duan Ling Tian Xiao Yu spurred his horse closer to Duan Ling Tian before asking in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly knit as he indifferently said, "He's my servant." Servant? The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Qian, whose tears had not dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her grief for a moment and had an astonished expression. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo clan patriarchs was actually Duan Ling Tian's servant? Who the heck was this friend of her brother's? Her heart trembled slightly. Duan Ling Tian was fairly satisfied with the strength Xiongquan had recovered as of current, and based on the current circumstances, when the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill manifests 1 month from now, Xiongquan should be able to recover his strength to at least the 7th level of the origin core stage. In 2 months, once the third spirit cleansing pill's medicinal strength manifests, it will be sufficient for Xiongquan's strength to recover to the nascent soul stage. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, the current Xiongquan was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared stand in his way would be bound to die beneath this sharp blade of his. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated, as he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is there such a huge difference between two people? Not to mention Duan Ling Tian's natural talent being superior to his. Now even his servant was in existence at the origin core stage. This caused Xiao Yu to feel slightly disturbed. Before long, he was able to come to terms with the matter. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was a freak and could not be looked at from a normal person's perspective. After half a month's time of traveling, Aurora City finally appeared before Duan Ling Tian's group. "I'm home." Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. "Mom, I'm home." "Ku'er, I'm home." "Little Fei, I'm home." Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with the brilliance of excitement as well. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Yu as he asked, "Xiao Yu, you take care of Luo Qian from now on. How about it?" "No problem." Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Ling Tian then glanced at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. "Little Qian, Xiao Yu is someone worthy of you relying upon. I believe that he will take good care of you and give you a carefree life." After half a month's time, Luo Qian had recovered quite a bit. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, which had a hidden meaning, caused her face was to go slightly red, and she was at a loss for words as she nodded. "Yes, big brother Ling Tian." "Xiao Yu." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. "From the moment Luo Chang entrusted Luo Qian's care to me, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now I'm giving her to you, and I will absolutely not let you off if you let her suffer any injustice." "Don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression, and his eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. He knew that Duan Ling Tian had long since seen through his thoughts and was helping him. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Qian, Duan Ling Tian tossed over some silver to Xiongquan and sent him to stay in an inn. Then he returned to the Li clan estate by himself. Duan Ling Tian? On his way, all of the Li clan disciples that saw him seemed as if they had seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian has returned? Oh my god! He actually returned from the demonic genius camp. The entire Li clan estate was stirred for some time. The matter of Duan Ling Tian entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had long since spread around the entire Li clan, and thus many people had knowledge of this. However, never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to return alive. All of them were aware of what returning alive represented. It meant that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy was the most sacred existence in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, and to every Li clan disciple, it was something unreachable. But now their Li clan actually had someone who obtained the qualification to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of news that inspired them greatly. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was cultivating the sword. The edge of her sword flashed as strands of an icy cold aura was emitted from the blade. Abruptly, the young girl sheathed her sword and stood still before looking at the 2 little pythons that were coiled on her wrist. She sighed before saying, "Young master has been gone for 1 year and 1 month. Why hasn't he returned yet? Little Black, Little White, do you two miss him? They don't miss me as much as my Ku'er does. Just at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate figure to tremble uncontrollably as he slowly turned her body around. My Ku'er's grown up. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the slim and graceful young girl who had now grown slightly taller, and some of the childishness on her face had slightly shed off. Nothing was more amazing than how fast a girl's appearance changes as she grows. Young master. The young girl's eyes turned slightly red. At this moment, she forgot all about any formalities as she rushed swiftly and gracefully towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian opened his arms wide and pulled the young girl into his embrace. He inhaled the fresh fragrance off the young girl's hair as he said, in a gentle tone, "Ku'er, I'm back." The young girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Ling Tian's embrace even after a long time had passed. She hoped so dearly that this moment could be eternal. Creak. Just at this moment, the nearby room's door opened. "Tian, you're back?" A beautiful woman whose face radiated with joy walked out slowly. A trace of excitement flashed within her clear eyes. "Mom, I'm back." When Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman, his eyes emitted a gentle stream of light. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. Madam." "Silly girl, what are you shy about?" Li Ro shook her head with a smile. "Yeah. Ku'er, you're my fiancé. So what's there to be shy about?" Duan Ling Tian asked. A year had passed, but his mother didn't experience any great changes and was still as beautiful as ever, not even slightly showing that she was the mother of a 17-year-old youth. "Scoundrel!" Suddenly, an excited voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian turned around and with a glance noticed the hot figure that was dashing towards him. She flew straight into his embrace and started hammering his chest. "You rascal! You returned but didn't come see me. If it wasn't for me hearing about your return from the others, I wouldn't even have known you were back." Little Fei. It had been a year since they last met. Li Fei was even more mature and unceasingly emitted her charms, causing Duan Ling Tian's little brother, who was asleep for over a year, to react. Li Fei felt it as well and her face flushed. Only now did she realize that Ku'er and Li Ro were just beside them, so she hurriedly left Duan Ling Tian's embrace. "Aunt Ro, little sister Ku'er." Li Fei greeted Ku'er and Li Ro and was shy to the extent of wishing she could dig a hole and hide inside it. "Tian, are you hungry after traveling all day? Mom will go prepare some food for you." Li Ro entered the kitchen and started her work. Ku'er followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Are you? See grandfather, right?" Duan Ling Tian interrupted Li Fei, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei lightly nodded. "Of course I have to go see him. I haven't been home for over a year, and I miss grandfather as well. What's more, you're already mine, so I naturally will be filial to grandfather with you." Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and pinched the center of her palm. Duan Ling Tian wasn't sure if he was seeing things or not, but when Li Da saw him, he actually heaved a sigh of relief as if a huge burden was released from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to Duan Ling Tian during the genius camp training? Duan Ling Tian didn't continue to ponder the matter. "Grandfather." Duan Ling Tian smiled to the old man. "It's good that you've returned. What are your plans for the future?" Li Da asked. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Da's eyes had an extra sense of anticipation. "Grandfather, I'm prepared to leave in a few days. This time I'm planning on bringing my mom, Ku'er, and little Fei to the Imperial City with me." "Grandfather, why don't you follow us?" Duan Ling Tian spoke of his plans. Just like what Commander Teng Yunhai had said, if he wanted to use a wagon and bring his family along to the Imperial City, it would require close to a year's time of travel due to all the rest stops on the way. As such, he didn't plan on staying for a long time after returning this time. "I'm not going. I'll spend the rest of my life in the Li clan." The old man shook his head. Li Fei pouted and said in a spoiled manner, "Grandfather, if you don't go, then neither will I. Fei, you're all grown up now and aren't the little girl from before. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will be good to you. Even if you leave now, can't you come back and see your grandfather when you're free? Don't worry. Grandfather isn't so old that I need someone to wait upon me. The old man's face was filled with tender affection. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Ling Tian's gaze never left the old man's face. He had this feeling that something was not right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's have dinner together, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man as he glanced at the darkening sky. Okay, I'll have a meal at your house tonight. The old man laughed heartily. Just the right moment for me to ask you about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camps training. I'm really curious about it. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally bustling with noise and excitement. The old man was very interested in the Genius Camp, and Ku Er, Li Fei, and Li Ro were interested as well. Besides some of the more dangerous happenings, Duan Ling Tian told them about most of the things that happened during his year at the Genius Camp. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he spoke of Meng Quan's and Luo Cheng's deaths. A man's life eventually comes to an end, and thus a man's life will never be void of partings. You have to see past it all. Moreover, you've already helped Luo Cheng fulfill his wishes, so he should be able to find his peace. The old man consoled. He had experienced many vicissitudes in life, and thus had the right to speak on the matter. Don't worry, grandfather. I've seen past it all. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 98 people passed the initial Genius Camp test, but only 7 survived. The demonic Genius Camp really does deserve its name. Li Fei sighed. Mom, you and Ku Er pack up in the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City 3 days from now. Duan Ling Tian said to Li Ro after finishing their dinner and sending Li Fei and the old man off. Li Ro nodded. She was long ago prepared for this and wasn't surprised. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white, it's been a year. Have your strengths increased? You couldn't have stayed at the same strength, right? The 2 little pythons seemed to have understood what Duan Ling Tian said, as they raised up their small heads and nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the horns on Little Black's and Little White's heads had nearly fully manifested themselves. Looks like the 2 of you have improved greatly. Duan Ling Tian could guess the increase of their strengths just from the changes on their bodies. An increase in a fierce beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in its physical characteristics, and this was from the rebirth martial emperor's experience. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian had only just finished his breakfast when an unexpected guest arrived. Patriarch Liao. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Liao's face had a brilliant smile as he spoke. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he replied. This is a small token from the Li clan. I hope that once you arrived at Paladin Academy, you won't forget that you're also a member of the Li clan. Liao said as he passed a huge pile of silver to Duan Ling Tian. Patriarch, I'm not someone who forgets his roots. You actually don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Ling Tian spoke in this way, he still extended his hand and received the silver, which he estimated to be at least around 2 million silver. He naturally understood Liao's thoughts, which were to try and win him over at the early stages and make him feel himself to be a part of the Li clan. In this way, if he were to be able to make a name for himself in the future, the Li clan would benefit from it as well. This money will only be of use to you at this moment. In the future, it will probably be nothing. Liao sighed. No mediocre person ever graduated from Paladin Academy. Every one of them was a great figure, and even if they weren't as successful, they would still have a high position. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's status would be far from something a patriarch like him could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for the timely assistance with my travel needs, Duan Ling Tian said, with a smile. When are you planning on leaving for the Imperial City? Liao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian said. So rushed. Liao was surprised. If it was just me galloping my horse to the Imperial City, a few months would be sufficient, but this time I will be taking my mother along, so I will travel with a wagon, Duan Ling Tian continued. Then leave the wagon to me, Liao said. Then you have my gratitude, Patriarch. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. After sending Li Ao off, Duanling Tian left the Li clan estate and went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. "Kid, you came back alive at long last," Tang Ying derided. "I think you looked forward to me being unable to return alive, right?" Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at Tang Ying. "When are you preparing to leave?" Tang Ying asked the same question as Li Ao. Duanling Tian smiled as he said, "I precisely came to tell you about this. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Since you're leaving, you'll surely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid?" Tang Ying looked at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze. "How about you sell the medicinal formula to me?" "Not for sale," Duanling Tian replied in a straightforward manner. Although he had long ago expected this answer, Tang Ying still couldn't help himself from laughing bitterly. However, what Duanling Tian said next made Tang Ying's eyes shine brightly. "I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can teach you. However, you have to guarantee that I will obtain the same amount of profit share as before. In addition to that, you can't teach it to anyone else." Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Tang Ying. After feeling pleasantly surprised, Tang Ying asked, in a joking fashion, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you after I obtain the medicinal formula? But would you be willing to do so? There are a lot more good things in my possession. Who knows? We may even have another opportunity to cooperate in the future. You're a smart man, and thus should understand how stupid it is to kill a goose that lays golden eggs." Duanling Tian smiled as he spoke. "You're a sly little fox," Tang Ying said angrily. Duanling Tian withdrew the medicinal formula he had prepared earlier and let Tang Ying memorize it before igniting a strand of pill fire and burning the formula into ashes. When did you become an alchemist?" Seeing the pill fire on Duanling Tian's hand caused Tang Ying to be dumbstruck, as he didn't know that Duanling Tian was an alchemist. Duanling Tian withdrew the grade 9 alchemist crest that the Alchemist Guild provided and flashed it in front of Tang Ying. Then he strutted out of the medicine store under Tang Ying's stupefied gaze. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through the youth even more as time passed on. After leaving the medicine store, Duanling Tian returned to the Li clan estate. He had only just entered his house's courtyard when he heard an anxious voice sounding from within. Although he couldn't discern the exact conversation, he was still able to discern the owner of the voice. "Little fatty Li Xian. What's that kid doing here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main clan by the branch family?" A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he walked over. However, the depressed atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel a sense of seriousness. "Boss!" Little Fatty had an agitated expression when he noticed that Duanling Tian had returned. "Li Xian, has something happened?" Duanling Tian noticed that his mother's expression was unsightly and faintly perceived that something might have happened. Little Fatty's chubby face trembled as he said, with an agitated voice, "Boss, the Grand Elder is dead." The Grand Elder that Little Fatty spoke of was obviously Grand Elder Li Hua from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family. "What?" Duanling Tian's face distorted and his hands moved to grab Little Fatty's shoulder. "What happened? How'd the Grand Elder die?" He was extremely familiar with the Grand Elder's current condition, as he helped the Grand Elder remove his hidden injuries before. It was more than enough for the Grand Elders to live tens of years more with his current cultivation. Thus, there was only one possibility. The Grand Elder was killed by someone. "Boss, it was the Fong clan." An old goat of the Fong clan returned and forced the Grand Elder to hand over the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid's medicinal formula. Grand Elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. Little Fatty's mood was extremely agitated as he spoke. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and asked, "Fong family, the Fong family again. What's that old goat's cultivation level?" He seemed to be a second-level origin core powerhouse. When he attacked out of rage, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Little Fatty's face sank slightly. If it wasn't for him being afraid of the fact that our Li family was Aurora City's Li clan's branch family, our Fresh Breeze Town Li family would probably not exist anymore. The reason I came here this time was to see if the Li clan would be willing to take revenge for the Grand Elder. And if they're unwilling then, I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Li clan to do anything. I'll go with you. Duan Tian's eyes went cold and the air around him seemed to become slightly colder as well. But boss, that old goat's at the origin core stage. Little Fatty was somewhat hesitant. So what? Duan Tian grunted coldly. Xianxia had already completely dissolved the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill. So his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The Fong family old goat was only a 2nd level origin core martial artist, but even if he was also at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die for sure. Xianxia was formerly at the void stage. Even if his cultivation was currently far from what it used to be, in terms of experience, how could any ordinary 9th level origin core martial artist compare to him? Moreover, even if you disregard this fact, just by relying on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession, there would absolutely be no martial artist below the nascent soul stage that would be a match for Xianxia across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Mom, I'll be returning to Fresh Breeze Town for a while. I'll be back tomorrow so I won't delay our travels. Telco air for me. Duan Tian notified his mother before grabbing Little Fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Li clan estate. All Little Fatty felt was a frightening whistling of the wind continuously blowing past his ears, causing him to be frightened to the point that his chubby face went pale. When he lifted his head and saw the scene in the sky above Duan Tian, he felt completely dumbstruck. 9. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. When did boss become so strong? Little Fatty fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. When Little Fatty noticed that Duan Tian had stopped moving, only then did he realize that an inn had appeared before him. Boss, what did you bring me here for? The fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait here for me, Duan Tian said to Little Fatty before entering the inn to look for Xianxia. Follow me. Yes, my liege. Xianxia didn't ask anything. He respectfully followed behind Duan Tian. He could clearly feel that the voice of his liege was extremely depressed and was obviously restraining a shocking rage. I wonder which misfortunate soul actually dared to offend my liege. After Duan Tian left the inn with Xianxia, he called Little Fatty along, bought 3 horses, and directly departed, rushing towards Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, who is he? An assistant you called over. Although Little Fatty was shocked at Duan Tian's current strength, he obviously felt that the current Duan Tian was absolutely not a match for that old goat. Now that he saw Xianxia, Little Fatty finally felt a sense of security in his heart. I'm his liege, Duan Tian said lightly. Liege? Little Fatty's small eyes emitted a sense of doubt as he sized up Xianxia and galloped his horse forward. As far as he was concerned, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Tian would surely not have a strength that was above Duan Tian's. Boss, why don't we go look for my grandfather? Little Fatty asked. Trust me. I'll kick you off your horse if you say another word. Duan Tian spurred his horse to move close to Little Fatty as he spoke. Boss, don't. Little Fatty's face went pale from fright as he hurriedly swung out the horse whip in his hand. Go! The group of 3 galloped their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was bustling with noise and excitement as always, its roads filled with an unceasing stream of people and wagons. However, the Li family estate seemed to be slightly quiet, in a state of mourning. Duan Tian took a deep breath as he entered the Li family estate with Little Fatty and Xianxia. The Li family members were currently gathered at the mourning hall. Duan Tian walked in and with a glance saw that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and all the elders had faces full of grief as they took turns to burn joss sticks and respectfully bow at the altar. The Grand Elder's daughter that had been married off into another family had returned as well. She was kneeling down at the side with her children as she cried in grief. Duan Tian. Before long, Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders noticed Duan Tian. Although they should have been happy for his return, they just couldn't bring themselves to feel happy. The Grand Elder had passed away. The Li family's greatest strength had fallen. What would the Li family do from now on? Patriarch, elders. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Li Nanfeng and the elders before taking a few steps forward, grabbing a few joss sticks, and bowing towards Grand Elder Li Hua's memorial tablet. Grand Elder, you gave your entire life to the Li family, and were willing to remain here at Fresh Breeze Town instead of moving up in the world. It must have been hard on you. Duan Ling Tian gazed at Li Hua's memorial tablet with an expression that seemed slightly agitated. Although he wasn't acquainted with Li Hua for long, Li Hua unceasingly helped him and tolerated his frivolous behavior. He had engraved all of this deeply within his heart. He always had a sense of respect and reverence for Li Hua. Grand Elder, don't worry. I'll take revenge for you. After today, and Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family will cease to exist. Duan Ling Tian respectfully placed the 3 joss sticks in the incense jar. What Duan Ling Tian said in the end caused Li Nanfeng and the other Li clan elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Ling Tian, he wasn't the type of person who liked to boast. But what was he relying on? Xiong Quan, follow me. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled before 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. In the blink of the eye, Duan Ling Tian vanished before the eyes of everyone present in the morning hall. Xiong Quan followed like a shadow right behind him with 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appearing above him as well. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian Li Nanfeng was stupefied. Even he, with his 6th level core formation cultivation, could only exert a force of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The elders of the Li clan were stupefied as well. The current Duan Ling Tian had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Ling Tian's strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, but it's still not enough for him to be that old goat's match. One of the Li family elders spoke out. Don't worry. Didn't all of you see that he had another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously trusted Duan Ling Tian deeply. As far as he knew, Duan Ling Tian had never done anything he wasn't confident in. No matter whether it was the battle with 7th Elder Li Kuin's son, Li Jie, or the battle with the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, they were both battles with endings that exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it isn't the same this time. Little fatty Li Xian had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the person following boss had a cultivation similar to his, and should not be a match for that old goat of the Fong clan. Why? Li Nanfeng was dazed. 4th Elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the heck is going on? Hurry up and speak. That person respectfully addresses boss as his liege and is the boss's servant. Do you all think that he... Li Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't even finished speaking before the expressions of Li Nanfeng and the Li clan elders all went grim. Let's go. Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The other Li family higher-ups followed in suit. That Duan Ling Tian kid is really too rash. Li Ting's expression sank. I even thought that the person he brought back would be strong enough to suppress that old goat of the Fong family. I never would have thought that he was only a servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with worry. Hurry! If we're too late, then Duan Ling Tian will probably have no chance of surviving. Today our Li family will fight a bloody battle with the Fong family and take revenge for the Grand Elder. No regrets, not even in death. The Grand Elder gave his entire life for the family. Now it's time for us to do something for the Grand Elder instead. The Li family elders were all extremely agitated. The Fong family estate. In contrast to the Li family's state of mourning, the Fong family was decorated with lanterns and bustling with excitement as if it was the new year. In a large hall of the Fong family estate, an elderly and thin old man sat at the head as he enjoyed the reverent gazes of the Fong family higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've really helped the Fong family vent our grievances. Since the traceless disappearance of the Grand Elder, the Li family and the Chen family have been continuously pressuring our Fong family, and more than half of our marketplace has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've reclaimed everything. The Fong family patriarch, Fong Yi, had a face full of smiles as he spoke to the old man seated at the head. Now that Li was dead, the Li family is left completely without anyone to rely on. Once we've finished reorganizing the property we've just reclaimed, we can take over the Li family's marketplace as well, one of the Fong family elders said. Exactly. If we do this, I don't think the Chun family would dare to say a word. Chun family? Hee. The Chun family originally wanted to help the Li family, but once they experienced the strength of second ancestor, didn't they cower and look on as the Li family's grand elder was killed by second ancestor? They didn't dare to say a single word. Yeah, I still remember the expression of the Chun family's grand elder, Chun Kuan, at that time. He wanted to do something but didn't dare to. I nearly died from laughter. The Fong family elders flattered the old man seated at the head. The old man's gaze went cold as he slowly said, "If that Chun Kuan dared to make a move, then I would have killed him there and then. However, being unable to obtain that miraculous medicinal liquid's medicinal formula was truly a great loss for our Fong family." The old man looked towards Fong Yi and asked, "Yi, have you found any leads on where Li Hua got that medicinal formula from?" "No." Fong Yi shook his head. "However, what I can be sure of is that he obtained it sometime in these 2 years. Even a trash disciple with another surname of the Li family was able to achieve great growth due to that medicinal liquid, and that disciple ultimately caused our Fong family to lose face. Unfortunately, however, that little bastard went to the Li family main clan, or else I'd surely have made living worse than death for him." As Fong Yi finished speaking, a cold light flashed within his eyes. "I've heard of him before. That little bastard must die indeed." The old man's gaze went cold and emitted an icy cold light. Patriarch. Just at this moment, a figure that was in a sorry state rushed into the Fong family's hall. The figure was a Fong clan young man with a pale face, and his entire body was trembling out of extreme fear. "Who let you come in?" Fong Yi's face sank. The old man seated at the head looked at the young man as he asked, "What happened?" "Second ancestor, Patriarch, 2 people have forced their way into our Fong family and are currently slaughtering their way towards this very hall. Many members of our Fong family have already perished," the young man said with a shivering voice. "What?" The expressions of all the Fong family higher-ups instant went gloomy. "Let's go. I want to see who dares be so impudent in my Fong family." The old man flew out as he spoke. The Fong family higher-ups followed suit. Duan Ling Tian unsheathed his violet myrtle flexible sword the moment he entered the Fong family estate with Xianxia and started a slaughter. As long as they were Fong family members, he would kill them on sight. Xianxia followed behind Duan Ling Tian with a 3-foot-long blade in hand. A life would be taken every instant his blade flashed. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand jerked, and with it another Fong family member's life followed. Duan Ling Tian's face and clothes had long ago been drenched in blood. Everywhere he passed, blood would flow there, killing a man every 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Presently, this saying was extremely suitable to be used on Duan Ling Tian. Even Duan Ling Tian wasn't aware of how many people had fallen to his sword as he moved along with an icy cold gaze. As far as he was concerned, no amount of Fong family lives would equal the life of the Grand Elder Li Hua. Presently, his unrestrained slaughter was precisely appeasing the Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Whoosh! 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 The violet sword light and azure sword light were like 2 scythes of the death god. As a Fong family disciple would fall lifeless every time they flashed. The surroundings resounded with cries filled with dread. Eventually, there weren't any Fong family disciples that dared to come close to them. They stood far off with faces filled with dread. "It's Duan Ling Tian." Someone recognized Duan Ling Tian. "It really is him. Oh my God. There's actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean that he's even stronger than the Patriarch?" "Impossible. He should be only around 17 this year." Every single Fong family disciple felt terrified. "Duan Ling Tian, it's you." An explosive shout full of rage sounded from afar. Duan Ling Tian's forward steps slowly came to a standstill, and his cold gaze returned to a calm state. The main targets of today's events had finally appeared. Xianxia sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duanling Tian like a guardian deity. Duanling Tian gazed over only to see a thin old man with eyes that flickered brilliantly walking over in the lead to confront him. The Fong family patriarch, Fong Yi, and the group of Fong family elders followed suit. Presently, all of the Fong family higher-ups had incomparably gloomy expressions, and the one that shouted explosively earlier was precisely Fong Yi. "You're Duanling Tian?" Duanling Tian's gaze was calm when confronted with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duanling Tian. Looks like you should be that Fong family old goat. Then do you know that you're currently courting death?" Killing intent was emitted from the old man's eyes. "Courting death?" Duanling Tian started laughing. "Old goat, are you that confident? Presumptuous. Duanling Tian, you actually dare be disrespectful to my second grandfather. I'll kill you." Fong Yi's face sank as he yelled explosively before transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duanling Tian. "That would depend on if you have the capability." A sneer appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth as he saw Fong Yi flashing over with 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Fong Yi's strength would still be inferior to his by 1 ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skills, there was no way Fong Yi could ever compare to him. "Die!" Fong Yi arrived in front of Duanling Tian in the blink of the eye. Then he explosively roared before blasting his palm, which seemed to transform into a fan, downwards. Duanling Tian made his move as well. He exploded forth with his full strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Instantly, Duanling Tian made his way behind Fong Yu. Whoosh! A violet sword light flashed by. Fong Yi's body continued to fiercely charge forward as his head flew off his body. Warm blood shot out of his neck like a fountain. Fong Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duanling Tian's speed. Their strengths were virtually on different levels. Including the thin old man, all of the Fong family higher-ups were dumbstruck. Patriarch! The Fong family disciples that stood afar trembled in fear. This Duanling Tian was a complete and utter monster. He actually only needed 1 sword strike to kill their patriarch. Too terrifying. Patriarch! The Fong family elders finally reacted from their dumbstruck state as they cried out in grief. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Duanling Tian. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how Duanling Tian could possibly obtain such terrifying strength when he had only left Fresh Breeze Town for not even 2 years. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. None among them were capable of such strength. The thin old man's face went green as he exploded with rage. His cold gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duanling Tian. "Little bastard. I'm going to use your blood to appease Yi's soul in heaven. Old goat. Do all your Fong family members love to talk big like that?" The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth held a sense of coldness as he laughed. Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the Li family higher-ups had finally rushed over, and when they noticed Fong Yi's corpse on the ground, their eyes flashed with a trace of elation. "Not one of you Li family members should have any hopes of leaving here with your lives today." The old man took a step forward as his origin energy suffused throughout his body and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Second level of the origin core stage. The Li family higher-ups, however, remained unfazed as their gazes emitted a sense of resolution. They wanted to take revenge for Grand Elder. Battle. Even if they battled to their deaths, they would be fearless. However, just at this moment, the sound of an unexpected voice caused them all to be dumbstruck. "You think the second level of the origin core stage is really so great?" Duanling Tian looked at the old man as he ridiculed. "Have a try." The old man sneered. He emitted a sense of madness. At this moment, he had already thrown any considerations of the Aurora City Li clan to the wind. Duanling Tian took a step back as he indifferently said, "Xiongquan, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to finish him." 3 breaths? Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiongquan, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, took a step forward to confront the old man. "My liege, you're looking down on me." He will undoubtedly be dead within a breath's time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. This included the Li family members as well as the Fong family members. They were originally shocked when Duanling Tian asked the middle-aged man to finish the old man within 3 breaths. But now what did this middle-aged man say? Within 1 breath? Was that even possible? 1 breath. The old man burst out in laughter due to extreme rage. Junior, I really want to see how you can finish me within 1 brea. The old man never finished speaking his mind, because he would never speak again in this life. Whoosh! Everyone only saw something flash before their eyes before the middle-aged man that spoke boastfully disappeared before their eyes and instantly reappeared before the old man. As if he had teleported. Whoosh! An extremely swift green sword light flashed by, and with it was the old man's head flying up into the air. His headless body shot out a fountain of blood before crashing onto the ground, following in the footsteps of Patriarch Fong Yi. The old man's severed head flew off into the distance before rolling onto the ground. His eyes were filled with everlasting regret as they stared at everyone present. Xiong Quan, well done. Duanling Tian nodded in satisfaction as he laughed coldly in his heart. This Fong family old goat really thought that he was something. He even dared to address Xiong Quan, the former guardian of the Boundless Sect, as a junior? Thank you for the praise, my liege. Xiong Quan replied respectfully. The Fong family members were dumbstruck, and the Li family members were stupefied. All they felt was their scalps going numb. Who the heck was this servant of Duanling Tian? Second ancestor. The Fong family elders finally returned to their senses and felt dread crawl up onto them as their faces turned pale. Kill! The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react. His body flashed out towards the remaining Fong family elders. The Li family elders followed him and charged forward. The Fong family elders only took a glance at Xiong Quan before losing any remaining will to battle. Then they scattered off, fleeing in panic. Xiong Quan, go help the patriarch and the others. Duanling Tian ordered. Yes, my liege. Xiong Quan's figure flashed out, and with his help, the Li family higher-ups were able to quickly slaughter all of the Fong family's higher-ups. Duanling Tian, however, stood on the spot and watched on coldly, not having any intention of taking part in the massacre. Duanling Tian was perfectly aware of how the pain and grief the patriarch and elders were feeling were not one bit inferior to his. Now they finally had an opportunity to vent their grievances. So he let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you can finally rest in peace. After today, the Fong family will cease to exist. Duanling Tian raised his head to look at the heavens and spoke with a gaze that contained a flashing light within. Before long, the Li family higher-ups were all drenched in blood. Of course, it was all the blood of the Fong family's elders. Duanling Tian, thank you. The Li family patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the Li family elders bowed deeply to Duanling Tian. This was their heartfelt gratitude. If it wasn't for Duanling Tian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm part of the Li family as well. A single sentence from Duanling Tian expressed his standpoint. Haha, good. Ninth Elder has a good son, and he is a blessing to our Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily in an extremely excited manner. Unconsciously, the gazes of the Li family elders descended upon Xiong Quan, who stood respectfully behind Duanling Tian. Now they finally understood why Duanling Tian was confident enough to speak of annihilating the Fong family. It turned out to be all because of this servant beside him. They had all seen how 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the servant of Duanling Tian when he killed that old goat of the Fong family, and it caused them to be terrified. Third-level origin core stage powerhouse. If they knew that the current Xiong Quan was actually in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage, and that he had only used a third of his strength earlier, Duanling Tian wondered what their expressions would look like then. The death of all the Fong family higher-ups also meant the decline of the Fong family, and that the Fong family would become part of Fresh Breeze Town's history. While the Li family continued to attend to the morning processions of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking piece of news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who were in an inferior position, suddenly managed a shocking counterattack to completely annihilate the Fong family. TSK, the Fong family is gone just like that. Could it be that the Li family's main clan, the Aurora City Li clan, sent someone? Impossible. Unless the Li family of our town faced annihilation, the Aurora City Li clan probably wouldn't interfere. Do all of you really not know of the reason? Could it be that you do? Of course. Let's hear it. Heh. I heard it from one of the guys at the Li family. Allegedly, Duanling Tian returned with a servant, and that servant of his killed the Fong family's supreme elder, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, within a single breath. Duanling Tian's servant? This is too exaggerated. The entire Fresh Breeze town discussed animatedly. Deep in the night, the Li family audience hall was brightly lit. The mass of Li family elders sat around as they ate and drank, and at the head, the one seated there wasn't Li Nanfeng but Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was forced to sit there, but after refusing repeatedly, he eventually gave in and sat there. Actually, if Duanling Tian didn't sit at the head right now, the Li family higher-ups would surely feel restless, as Xiongquan, who stood behind Duanling Tian, was obviously an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, why don't you sit down as well? Li Nanfeng looked at Xiongquan as he spoke respectfully. Although he was Duanling Tian's servant, his strength made Li Nanfeng have heartfelt respect towards him. Furthermore, if it wasn't for him, it would be impossible for the Li family to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xiongquan remained unfazed. Li Nanfeng glanced at Duanling Tian embarrassedly. Xiongquan, sit down, Duanling Tian said. Yes, my liege. Only now did Xiongquan sit down. During the course of their meal, the Li family higher-ups finally got to know about all that happened after Duanling Tian made his way to the Aurora City Li clan. And they couldn't help but sigh. No matter where it went, gold would always shine. This saying was not false in the slightest. The number one on the Hidden Dragon list passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. The achievements Duanling Tian accomplished caused Li Nanfeng and the other elders to feel ineffable shock. Haha! I never imagined that our branch family could produce such a figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his glass to honor Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, there's been some differences between us in the past. Right here and now, I solemnly offer you my deepest apologies. Li Ting had once colluded with the deceased 7th Elder Li Kuan and made trouble for Duanling Tian at every corner, and his heart was filled with regret now that he recalled what had happened in the past. 6th Elder, don't mention it. At the moment that you lent a hand when the Fong family manager, Fong Chong, attacked me, the differences between 6th Elder and I were completely resolved, Duanling Tian said as he raised his glass in return. Then it's just me being narrow-minded. I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup of wine for himself before draining the cup in one go. Duanling Tian, after you leave this time, I wonder when you'll be able to return again. 5th Elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders deeply agreed to this as well. Fellow elders, no matter when, I, Duanling Tian, will always remember that I was a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask a favor of the main clan's patriarch to take good care of the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. Duanling Tian slowly spoke. Hearing what he said caused gazes of the Li family higher-ups to abruptly shine. They understood how Duanling Tian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the main clan's patriarch to spare no effort in winning him over, and thus the main clan would absolutely not refuse Duanling Tian's request. Duanling Tian, the Fresh Breeze Town Li family will always be your home, and whenever you feel exhausted, you can return here at any time. The Li family's doors will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath as he raised his glass and drained it in one go. I'll keep that in mind. Duanling Tian nodded earnestly. That night, Duanling Tian returned to the courtyard he used to live in. The courtyard was extremely clean and the rooms tidy. Obviously, the area had been cleaned regularly. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered for your home to be cleaned, as he said you would return here sooner or later. Unfortunately, Grand Elder never had the chance to see you return. Little Fatty was following behind Duanling Tian as he sighed. Grand Elder. Duanling Tian was originally wondering who would have been so considerate, but he never imagined it would be that old man. His heart lightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you that as long as I, Duanling Tian, am alive, this Li family which you gave your entire life for will never, ever crumble. Duanling Tian looked up into the starry night sky as he pledged in his heart. As a grade 9 alchemist, Grand Elder Li Hua could have gone to the main clan and become a medicine court elder. However, he didn't do this. His entire life was lived for the sake of the Fresh Breeze Town Li branch family, and he never once had any complaints. In Duanling Tian's heart, the Grand Elder was a senior worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and drink a few cups with me, Duanling Tian said to Little Fatty. All right. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded and walked away spiritedly. Duanling Tian had only just started drinking with Little Fatty when an unexpected guest appeared. Chun Mei Er, the Chun family patriarch's daughter, came alone. Duanling Tian frowned. Miss Mei Er, are you here looking for me? Duanling Tian. I'm here to express the apologies of my father and the Grand Elder. A slight anguish appeared on Chun Mei Er's face. She never imagined that the youth from before would actually grow to such a degree that she could only look up to in her entire lifetime, and only continue to look on as he went further and further away. Apologize to me? Duanling Tian started laughing. What are you apologizing to me for? If it's only about this, then Miss Mei Er, I won't be seeing you out. Please go ahead. He had heard of the Chun family's reaction when the Li family faced danger, and needless to say, he was extremely disgusted with the Chun family. You! Chun Mei Er felt flustered and exasperated and was about to get angry, but when she noticed that Xianxia was standing behind Duanling Tian and was staring at her coldly, she was instantly scared to the extent that her face went pale. If she wasn't wrong, this person was the Origin core stage powerhouse that was discussed about animatedly all over Fresh Breeze Town today, and also Duanling Tian's servant. Duanling Tian, my father and the Grand Elder originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fong family ancestor would have such a formidable strength? If my Chen family were to lend a hand, then it would surely incur a catastrophe. My father and the Grand Elder made such a choice for the sake of the Chen family. Our Chun family doesn't have a main clan to seek protection from like your Li family does. Chun Mei Er explained. Miss Mei Er, I think you've really misunderstood. I don't have any relationship with your Chen family, and the Li family doesn't have any relationship with your Chen family either. How your Chun family goes about their business has nothing to do with me nor the Li family. Xianxia, send my guest out. Duanling Tian swept his indifferent gaze over Chun Mei Er before raising his cup and looking towards Little Fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Let's consider this wine as your farewell to me. I wonder when us brothers will be able to meet again. Boss, I'll surely work hard in my cultivation, so I can head to the Imperial City to look for you, Li Xian said earnestly. Then you have to work harder. Duanling Tian laughed. Miss Chun, please. Xianxia stood in front of Chun Mei Er, causing her face to turn pale as she walked out in panic. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take one last glance at Duanling Tian, but she noticed that from beginning to end, Duanling Tian had never once glanced at her once more. Father, Grand Elder, your choice has completely cut off any relationship our Chun family had with him and the Li family. Chun Mei Er came with hope but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll be leaving Fresh Breeze Town early tomorrow morning, and I'll probably not bid farewell to the Patriarch and the others. Tell the Patriarch not to worry. From now on someone will send some 6 treasures body-tempering liquid over every now and then, Duanling Tian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hua made him become aware of how he couldn't once again allow the Fresh Breeze Town Li family to hold the 6 treasures body-tempering liquids medicinal formula. If he did, it would certainly bring calamity to the Fresh Breeze Town Li family. He had already made a plan that once he returned to Aurora City, He would tell Tang Ying to send some 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to the Fresh Breeze Town Li family every now and then. In this way, all of the potential problems would be solved. At dawn the next day, the sky had only just brightened when Duanling Tian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiong Quan. They were back in Aurora City by noon. Duanling Tian notified Tang Ying and sent Xiong Quan to an inn before finally returning to his home in the Li clan. Tian, how did everything go? Duanling Tian had only just gotten home when Li Ro asked impatiently. She understood her son, so she wasn't really worried, as she knew that since he was so confident yesterday, then he would surely have a way to deal with the situation. However, she still wondered how her son dealt with the origin core stage martial artist of the Fong family. Mom, everything has been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fong family doesn't exist anymore. The Grand Elder can finally rest in peace. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. Li Ro was slightly moved. The Fong family was annihilated? She suddenly felt like her son had become even more mysterious. Duanling Tian asked, Mom, where's Ku'er? Probably still cultivating. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Ku'er, that girl has been painstakingly cultivating all the time since you've left and has now already cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still continues to cultivate painstakingly. I think she hopes that she can help you in the future. Ku'er. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle light, and his heart lightly trembled. Truly such a silly girl. Mom, I'm going out to do something, so I won't be returning for lunch later at noon, Duanling Tian said to Li Ro. Since he was leaving at dawn tomorrow, he planned to go bid his farewells to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li clan estate, Duanling Tian headed to the Xiao clan. Once he arrived, not only did he see Xiao Yu and Luo Qian, he even unexpectedly noticed that the Lin clan's Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were here as well. Duanling Tian, you really aren't a true friend. You didn't even come have a drink with me after you returned. Lin Qi intentionally pulled a long face when he noticed Duanling Tian. I only just returned the day before yesterday. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. He didn't think that he would be able to meet Lin Qi and his brother here. This saved him the trouble of heading to the Lin clan to bid farewell. Subsequently, Duanling Tian said, I was just planning to have a meal with you 2 brothers and Xiao Yu, as I'm leaving tomorrow, so you can take it as me bidding my farewells. Leaving tomorrow? Lin Qi and Lin Zhua were both slightly surprised. Xiao Yu, however, wasn't so surprised. He knew that since Duanling Tian planned to take his entire family to the Imperial City with him, then he would surely need to leave 6 months earlier, as the speed of a wagon was far from galloping on a horse by himself. Little Qian can come with me as well. Duanling Tian looked towards Luo Qian as he spoke. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We're going as well. Just at this moment, 2 beautiful figures walked over slowly from afar, and they were precisely Xiao Yu's little sister, Xiao Lan, and the Xiao clan patriarch's daughter, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was Xiao Yun. He had last seen her nearly 2 years ago. The immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had shed, and seemed to be much more transcendent of the mundane, like a living celestial maiden that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiao Yun, although her charms were inferior to Xiao Lan's, she had become more reserved and much more mature. I don't know if the silver I have is enough for so many people, Duanling Tian joked. In reality, with the wealth he currently had in his spatial ring, he couldn't even finish it even if he ate for more than 100 years at the best restaurant in Aurora City. In the past, Duanling Tian had already earned a few million silver when he inscribed the blood crescent inscription for Tang Ying. Adding on to it the profit from the sales of the 6 treasures body tempering for the past 1 year plus that Ku'er passed to him, and furthermore there was the 2 million silver that Patriarch Liao gave him. The wealth within Duanling Tian's spatial ring totaled to over 9 million silver, and it was nearing 10 million silver. Don't worry, I'll treat you for this meal, Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu said at almost exactly the same time. I'm kidding. Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. I still can afford this little bit of silver. Duanling Tian's group left the Xiao clan estate in next to no time and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Ling Tian vaguely noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze descended upon him every now and then, causing him to feel stunned. This Xiao Lan. It can't be that she took a liking to me, right? It's probably just me overthinking things. Even Duan Ling Tian himself felt it to be impossible. He shook his head and laughed at himself. Xiao Lan, the Xiao clan's supreme elder's granddaughter who had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance like a celestial immortal. In the entire Aurora city, countless men bowed beneath her skirt, but she disdained to even pay any attention to them. How could such a woman so easily take a liking towards another? In the restaurant, their group sat around the table and were bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Qi abruptly looked at Duan Ling Tian as he earnestly said, "Duan Ling Tian, you were right." At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time Duan Ling Tian said those things to him in this very restaurant. My aspirations aren't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current accomplishments of being about to enter Paladin Academy, which had a special status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, with Paladin Academy as his stepping stone, he was bound to go further and higher in life. All of this was something that was impossible to obtain if he joined the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Good luck to you too. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit, as she didn't understand the conversation between Lin Qi and Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it wasn't just she who didn't understand it. Xiao Yu and the others couldn't make any sense of it either. No one understood what the ramblings between Duan Ling Tian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but his gaze flashed with a trace of resolution, seeming to have made up his mind on something. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say. Xiao Yun pursed her lips, refusing to concern herself with it any further. The group of youths chatted happily, and unconsciously their topic of conversation moved towards the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, to Meng Quan and Luo Cheng. It was hard for Luo Qian not to feel sad when Luo Cheng was mentioned, but luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun were beside her. They treated her like their sister and were there to comfort her. Seeing this scene allowed Duan Ling Tian to finally completely be at ease. It looked like Luo Qian had completely assimilated herself into the Xiao clan, and with Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun being there to care for her, he didn't have to worry that she would suffer any injustices in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan. Such a pity. Lin Zhuo sighed. That time during the genius gathering, how full of spirits Meng Quan was. But now he was gone just like that. Yeah. Who would have thought that he would meet such an end? Xiao Yu sighed. However, I've at least helped him finish his last wish, so he should finally be able to rest in peace. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered with a complicated light. No matter what, you and Duan Ling Tian can be considered to have escaped from death, and this is worthy of celebration. Lin Qi changed the topic as he raised his cup. Cheers! Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Xiao Lan raised her cup as well and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Her drop-dead gorgeous face, which was without a shred of makeup, had a sense of shyness appear on it. Duan Ling Tian was startled. This Xiao Lan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu noticed this as well, and as the twin brother of Xiao Lan, how could he not notice what his little sister was thinking? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Based on his understanding of Duan Ling Tian, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to abandon those other two women of his, who had appearances not one bit inferior to his little sisters. Come, drink. Duan Ling Tian raised his cup and stopped his wild thoughts. Let fate run its course. Their group continued to eat and drink, chatting the entire afternoon before finally leaving the restaurant. Before going their separate ways, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you at the Imperial City. Don't speak too early. There's only one road towards the Imperial City from our Aurora City. Who knows, I might catch up to you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian felt the same way after giving it a brief thought. He was traveling by wagon, whereas Xiao Yu would gallop on a horse swiftly, and thus the speed between the two were utterly incomparable. Then I'll be waiting for you to catch up. Duan Ling Tian laughed before seeing everyone off. He then once again went to the trade market to buy a pile of medicinal materials to refine origin-increasing pills before returning to the Li clan estate. On the way home, Duan Ling Tian bumped into a familiar face, a face that was completely out of his expectations. Duan Ling Tian. Li Shishir looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Li Shishir. Although he didn't approve of Li Shishir's previous actions, there originally wasn't anything much between him and Li Shishir, so he was indifferent to the matter. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shishir was bound to be someone that just passed by in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow, is that true? Li Shishir asked in a quiet voice. Her gaze was extremely complicated, because the youth that formerly had only just entered the Li clan estate had now grown to a degree that was difficult for her to ever reach. In her heart, besides regret, there was only even more regret. However, she understood that she couldn't become as close to Duan Ling Tian as before, and their relationship was something she shattered with her own two hands. Yes, I'll be leaving at dawn tomorrow. See you again. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left after bidding his farewells to Li Shishir. Li Shishir sighed faintly as she watched Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear in the distance. She gritted her teeth and her delicate figure lightly trembled like a wild flower being blown by the wind. Standing there alone without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Ling Tian's family and Li Fei's family gathered together for dinner. This could also be considered a farewell dinner with Li Fei's grandfather. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still tried to persuade him. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has already spent more than half of his life in the Li clan and has long since rooted himself here. If you miss grandfather in the future, you can return at any time. Don't worry, grandfather's body and bones are still fine, and I will certainly be able to hold the child of you and Ling Tian. As the old man finished speaking, he had a face full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who's going to have children with him? Li Fei was embarrassed to the point that she lowered her head. However, she looked extremely beautiful at this moment. Swallow Mountain County, County City. The Yu clan was a renowned and large clan even in the county city. Outside the Yu clan estate, a figure galloped his horse over before jumping off and dashing inside. Father, Big Brother is dead. The figure who had returned was precisely Yu Xiang. After Duan Ling Tian left the Iron Blood City, Yu Xiang finally mustered up the courage to leave, and by spurring his horse onwards throughout his journey, he finally rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Xiang's father was the Yu clan's second elder, and also the little brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. After he finished hearing Yu Xiang recount the events, his face went ghastly pale. He was angry to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiang, come with me to see your uncle. I want that Duan Ling Tian to suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Ling Tian and his family departed at dawn the next day. Patriarch Li Ao had specially prepared a large wagon for Duan Ling Tian. It was pulled by 5 strong and large horses, drawing the attention of many as it left Aurora City. Where did this figure come from? Who could be riding in such an exaggerated wagon? Didn't you see the Li clan crest engraved on the side of that wagon? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant fool. Duan Ling Tian is the one inside there, and he's about to leave for the Imperial City. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Ling Tian and the Shao clan's Shao you have passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp training and obtained the qualification to enter Paladin Academy? Leaving so early? He naturally has to leave early since he's going by wagon. We're quite a distance away from the Imperial City after all. This Duan Ling Tian is only 17 this year. I'm absolutely certain he will one day become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nonsense. Who doesn't know of this? The Aurora City residents that stood at the side of the road and watched the wagon disappear into the distance all had gazes of veneration. And only when the wagon finally disappeared before them did they come back to their senses. Aurora City being able to produce a figure such as Duan Ling Tian caused them to feel a sense of pride as well. as a wagon that was pulled by 5 large horses. The interior of the carriage was luxurious and spacious. 2 beds that were covered in high-quality marten skin were on either side, and in the middle was a small table that was filled with fresh fruits and refreshments. The wagon that the patriarch prepared is really not bad. As Duanling Tian lazily lied on the soft bed, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He imagined that Patriarch Liao had certainly gone to great lengths to prepare this wagon. Of course, I heard that the patriarch ordered the craftsmen to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush to complete this wagon. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the marten skin on the beds and sighed. Just these high-quality marten skins should probably be worth a few 100,000 silver. Li Ro sat on the edge of the other bed as she looked at Duanling Tian and lightly smiled. The patriarch is really considerate, Tian. You have to remember this favor of the patriarch. Mom, I know. Duanling Tian comfortably lied on the bed, crossed his legs, and lightly shook them in satisfaction. Ku'er's beautiful eyes curved slightly, seeming to become 2 crescent moons as she lightly asked Duanling Tian, "Young master, where did you get our wagon driver from? Why does he call you his liege?" Li Fei and Li Ro looked at Duanling Tian as well, as they had both realized that the middle-aged man that was driving their wagon now was no simple man. That cold and extraordinary appearance with a mask on his face was absolutely not something a normal wagon driver was capable of. Ku'er, he isn't a wagon driver. He's my servant, Duanling Tian corrected before laughing. When you've married me, he will address you as his liege lady. Ku'er's face flushed in embarrassment after hearing what Duanling Tian said. She was lost for words. Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Ku'er again. Li Fei extended her delicate, jade-like hand and pinched the flesh on Duanling Tian's waist before lightly twisting it. Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband? Duanling Tian cried out in pain as he extended his hand to pull Li Fei into his embrace before swinging his palm to slap her sexy buttocks. Slap! Li Fei's sensitive and delicate figure lightly trembled, and upon realizing that Ku'er and Li Ro were present as well, her face blushed to the point that it seemed like blood would drip out at any moment, and she sat at a corner in embarrassment, not daring to bully Duanling Tian anymore. Tian, take note of the current situation. Li Ro lightly coughed and helplessly shook her head. I'll obey your command, my dear mother. Duanling Tian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite of him. During their entire journey to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duanling Tian's group would stop and rest whenever they passed a town. This wagon's speed was far greater than that of a regular wagon, so their time wasn't so strained. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed, and Xianxia had gained more and more experience on his ability to drive the wagon. As the former guardian of the Boundless Sect, it was the first time in Xianxia's entire lifetime that he had taken the role of the wagon driver. However, he didn't dare have any complaints, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Go! Accompanied by a high-pitched shout, a Fergana horse covered in blood dashed on the county city's roads before quickly arriving at the entrance of the Yu-clan estate, and the figure on the horse jumped off before dashing into the Yu-clan estate. In the Yu-clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression sat at the head, and beside him on each side was a middle-aged man and a youth. These 3 were precisely the Yu-clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, the Yu-clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Xiang. Presently, the gazes of the 3 all descended upon the Yu-clan disciple who was breathing heavily. The dignified middle-aged man lightly touched the beard beneath his chin and asked slowly, with a calm expression, "Have you finished your investigation?" After the calmness, his expression seemed to be mixed with a sense of breathtaking coldness. The Yu-clan disciple caught his breath before respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, the Duanling Tian that young Master Xiang spoke of is a disciple with another surname of the Aurora City Li clan. As for that Xiao Yu, he's a member of the Aurora City Xiao clan, and is allegedly the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan's supreme elder is a nascent soul martial artist." The grandson of a nascent soul martial artist? Yu Xiang's face slightly sank. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background? So what if he's a nascent soul martial artist's grandson? A nascent soul martial artist from a small clan like that would at most be at the first stage. You said Aurora City earlier? Unexpectedly, however, Yu Jian frowned. Yes. The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose in Yu Xiang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City Xiao clan is the branch clan of the Imperial City's Xiao clan, Yu Jian said slowly. Imperial City's Xiao clan's branch clan? Yu Xiang's expression went gloomy as he took a deep breath and recalled something. No wonder he had such a strong defensive martial skill. I didn't expect that his clan would be related to the large clan of the Imperial City. Yu Jian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiang as he slowly said, Second brother? Xiang, we can't touch this Xiao Yu. Their Yu clan was considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but once it was compared to the large clans of the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep roots within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were undoubtedly the Imperial family and the few large clans of the Imperial City. The Yu clan was completely powerless before them. Uncle, he's only a branch clan disciple. If we kill him, the Imperial City Xiao clan won't look into the matter. Yu Xiang's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Until today, he couldn't forget the scene of Xiao Yu forcing that steamed bun that was tainted with mud down his throat. Also, Xiao Yu had challenged, defeated, and knocked him out cold. He considered this matter to be a great humiliation. The hatred in his heart towards Xiao Yu was only inferior to his hatred towards Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's father, Yu Li, said, in a low voice, Xiang, don't be silly. That Xiao Yu might not have been taken into consideration by the Imperial City Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his meaning to them is completely different. Even the Imperial City's Xiao clan would focus on fostering such a figure. If our Yu clan were to touch him, it would be a catastrophe for our Yu clan once the Xiao clan found out about it. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City Xiao clan, but the Imperial City Xiao clan, on the other hand, was a colossus compared to the Yu clan. Father, I understand. Yu Xiang took a deep breath. Although his eyes still emitted killing intent, he knew that the clan wouldn't take such risks just for him. Xiao Yu, you got lucky. What's the background of that Duanling Tian? Yu Xiang gazed at the Yu clan disciple that was tasked with gathering information. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duanling Tian used to kill his brother. That Duanling Tian couldn't also have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple respectfully replied, Young Master Xiang, that Duanling Tian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple with another surname of the Aurora City Li clan and is allegedly even only a branch family disciple. Uncle, you must take revenge for my brother. Yu Xiang had an agitated expression as he looked at Yu Dian. I've never heard of the Li clan having any sort of background. Moreover, that Duanling Tian is only a disciple with another surname that came from a branch family. Humph, he's just a bumpkin. Since he killed Yu Hong, then he most certainly must die. Yu Dian's eyes flickered and his tone was filled with an overbearing manner. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke once more. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate Duanling Tian, I found out that he left Aurora City by wagon 2 months ago and is heading for the Imperial City. By wagon? He really does know how to enjoy. Yu Xiang sneered as his eyes flickered with killing intent that seemed to be able to swallow anyone it targeted. Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own 2 hands. Yu Li looked at Yu Dian with a slightly agitated expression. Yu Dian stood up and spoke resolutely. Don't worry, second brother. I'll take you to see the Grand Elder right away, and I'll ask the Grand Elder to accompany you on this journey. There's only a single road heading from Aurora City to the Imperial City, and since he's traveling by wagon, he couldn't have gotten far. You can easily catch up to him by riding on Fergana horses. Grand Elder? Yu Li's gaze abruptly shone. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage powerhouse in their Yu clan besides the 3 supreme elders. having a nascent soul stage powerhouse accompanying them would allow their trip to have certain success. Father, I recognize that Duan Ling Tian, so I'll follow along. Yu Xiang was extremely agitated as well, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even said a word when Yu Dian had already agreed. Xiang, don't worry. Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you as well. At that time, I'll let you see for yourself how the Grand Elder and your father take revenge for your brother. Even to the extent that the Grand Elder can capture that Duan Ling Tian alive and let you deal with him yourself. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Yu Xiang's face flushed. Thinking about how Duan Ling Tian would soon die at his hands caused his mood to be excited to the point where he was unable to calm down for a long time. An antique-styled small town seemed to transform into a peaceful drawing under the gentle light of the setting sun, relaxing the mind of anyone with but just a glance. A large wagon pulled by 5 large horses entered the small town and stirred up a sensation. Oh my God! What a large wagon! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the small town had never once seen such an extravagant wagon, so they stopped and looked. The middle-aged wagon driver slightly turned his head and said towards the carriage, "My liege, we've entered the town." A lazy voice sounded from within the carriage, as if only just having woken up. "Okay. Find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave at dawn tomorrow." "Yes." The middle-aged wagon driver respectfully nodded. The people on this wagon was naturally Duan Ling Tian's group. It presently had already been an entire 3 months since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of the surrounding spectators, the wagon stopped at the door of an inn, and the middle-aged wagon driver raised up the wagon's screen. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out, following which, with the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl at a similar age to him walked out. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Her skin was white like jade and her appearance like a goddess. Everyone's minds flashed with the same thoughts, and before long, they were dumbstruck once more. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't 20 yet walked out. The young girl had a face like an angel and a body like a devil, causing the men present to be unable to help their eyes from glowing. And before long, another young woman with graceful bearings walked out. At this moment, everyone was numbed. When had they ever seen such beautiful women before? And today at once they saw 3. "Guests, please enter." 2 attendants walked out of the inn and stood on either side of Duan Ling Tian's group as they greeted them into the inn with a respectful and humble bearing. Meanwhile, the crowd of people outside the inn dispersed. Why is it that everywhere we go there are so many bored people? What's so great to look at? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned with an unhappy expression on her face. During this entire journey, every time they found a place to stay at, she would receive the same treatment and would become the center of attention. "Isn't it because my little Fei is beautiful? This is a type of compliment to you. Why are you unhappy about it?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed, following which he booked a total of 4 rooms. 1 for his mother, 1 for Xiongquan, 1 for himself and 1 more for Ku Er and Li Fei. After entering their rooms, Duan Ling Tian left his own room and made his way to Ku Er's and Li Fei's room in an easy and experienced manner. "You scoundrel, always keeping 1 room empty. Such a waste of silver." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. During the entire journey, whenever they stayed at a town's inn, Duan Ling Tian would book 4 rooms. However, when night fell, his room would always be empty, as he would enter into Li Fei and Ku Er's room and sleep together with them. Li Fei and Ku Er started off with refusal, but that slowly turned to helplessness, and finally they just let Duan Ling Tian do what he wanted. "It's not wasted. The biggest use of that room is to mislead others." Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly as his eyes swept around the delicate bodies of the 2 beauties without restraint. "Young master, you're misleading madam, right?" Ku Er blushed as she spoke. "Ku Er, you've been led astray by little Fei." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. That pure and cute little maid girl of his seemed to have disappeared forever. "Hey, if anyone is being led astray, then you are surely the scoundrel that led us astray." Scoundrel, I'm planning to go buy a veil with little sister Ku-Er. Do you want to follow us? Li Fei asked Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, Li Fei was unwilling of being the center of attention. Why do you want to buy a veil? You two don't have anything to hide. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were completely different from Li Fei's. As far as he was concerned, the beauty of a woman was meant to be shown, and there was no need of concealing anything. They weren't thieves after all. Humph! If you aren't accompanying us, then we'll go by ourselves. Are you kidding? How could I, the escort, not follow the two of you when you want to go out? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian took the lead and left the room before walking out of the inn. Li Fei and Ku-Er walked shoulder to shoulder with him on either side. The sky had already dimmed down, and the roads in the small town were lit up brilliantly and radiantly. The night market was extremely lively and filled with a bustling stream of people. Duan Ling Tian's group of three naturally attracted the gazes of many people as they walked by, and just at this moment, at the corner ahead of the road that Duan Ling Tian's group of three were walking on, an over 20-year-old embroidered-clothed young man was walking over with two of his family's servants. I heard that a wagon that was pulled by 5 horses entered the town today. Is this true? The young man in embroidered clothes abruptly asked the 2 servants behind him. Yes, young master. I was at the scene at that time. One of the servants hurriedly nodded, and as he recalled the scene from before, he felt shock in his heart. Those 3 women that exited the wagon were absolutely the most beautiful women he had even seen in his lifetime. Perfect to the point he couldn't find a single flaw. The rumors are getting more exaggerated as they're passed on, saying that the 3 women that exited the wagon all had appearances like goddesses. The young man in embroidered clothes shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Young master, it isn't that the rumors are exaggerated. It's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not one bit inferior to goddesses. The servant hurriedly said. He saw them with his own 2 eyes, so he knew that the rumors weren't false. Is it really that exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes still acted as if he didn't take it seriously, his eyes flashed with a brilliance. I'm curious right now, so let's go. Follow me to take a look at that inn. Young master. The other servant's expression went pale. Those people are obviously of extraordinary background, so the clan probably can't afford to offend them. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes emitted a sharp light as he said, Humph! I'm only going to take a look and not going to do anything. Besides, they're just 3 women, a youth and a wagon driver. Even if they're members of a large clan, if we secretly capture them, who would know it was us who did it? Young master, it's them. Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have made a discovery as he pointed far off into the distance. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown as he was just about to help Li Fei and Ku-Er put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over. Glancing over, Duan Ling Tian saw a young man in embroidered clothes around the age of 20 walking over with 2 servants. Duan Ling Tian ignored him and held the hands of the 2 young girls. Let's go. We'll go look at things up ahead. Don't move. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the way of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Although the 2 young girls in front of him had put on veils, those 2 pairs of intelligent eyes and the half-revealed face that was white like jade undoubtedly proclaimed their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes gulped down a mouthful of saliva as his eyes flashed with a trace of greed. Li Fei frowned in disgust as she snapped, Scram! Hot-tempered. This young master likes it. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone brightly, completely ignoring Duan Ling Tian, whose expression had sunk, as he looked at Li Fei and Ku-Er. 2 little beauties. Come, remove your veils for this young master to see. This young master is curious of whether you 2 are really beautiful like goddesses as the rumors say. She asked you to fuck off. Didn't you hear? Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from a pit of ice, shocking the hearts of everyone present. Normally, if anyone were to take an extra glance at Li Fei and Ku-Er due to being shocked by their peerless appearance, Duan Ling Tian saw it as nothing. After all, everyone loved to look at beauties. But the actions of the young man in front of him had touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd gathered and started discussing animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that entered the town in that large wagon earlier? And these two women, aren't they the two little goddesses? You can tell that they aren't ordinary people by just looking at their wagon alone. This Tian clan young master actually provoked them. Isn't he afraid of bringing a catastrophe to the Tian clan? Many bystanders recognized Duanling Tian's group of three. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding crowd caused the expression of the young man in embroidered clothes to become unsightly. However, he had no way to back down right now. Could it be that he would have to lower his head in front of so many people? If this were to happen, how would he stand his ground in Raining Valley Town after this? As a member of Raining Valley Town's three great clans, the Tian clan's patriarch's son, the young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own pride. Duanling Tian's eyes emitted a cold light as he said, in a cold and indifferent voice, "My patience is limited. I'll give you one more chance. Fuck off. Kid, I don't care where you're from. You have to understand that a mighty dragon can't crush a snake in its own lair. If you don't ask them to take off their veils and let this young master have a look, then this young master won't budge an inch." Tian Guang sneered with a shameless expression. "Little Fei, Ku-er, close your eyes," Duanling Tian said in a tranquil voice. Li Fei and Ku-er could perceive a shocking coldness coming from this tranquil voice. However, Duanling Tian standing up for them caused them to feel pleased in their hearts. What, scared? It may not be a bad idea. Beauties taking off their veils with their eyes closed should be nice to behold as well. Tian Guang's eyes shone. He didn't understand the danger that was about to befall him. Whoosh! A violet sword light instantly flashed out before returning to its sheath in the blink of the eye. Under the night's cover, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duanling Tian flashed before disappearing. No one was able to discern them. Ah! A shrill cry full of grief sounded at almost the exact same instant, at the same time that Tian Guang's shrill cries sounded. His body fell over before rolling around all over the ground. At his lower regions, blood flowed out like a fountain, and the piece of meat that was unique to men fell off as well. It would probably be useless from now on. Young master! The two servants' expressions went pale as they hurriedly tried to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they realized that it was utterly impossible. One should know one's own limitations. In this world, you can't afford to offend some people. I'm relatively kind-hearted, so I'll let you live today, but if there's a second time, you will undoubtedly lose your life. Duanling Tian swept Tian Guang with his cold gaze before grabbing Li Fei's and Ku-er's hands and walking off. Pooh! Tian Guang's face flushed from anger at hearing what Duanling Tian said, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. At the moment before he fainted, he only had one remaining thought. This is called kind-hearted? The surrounding crowd was deathly silent as they watched the violet-clothed youth grab the hands of the two girls and slowly fade into the distance. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying, actually directly crippling the Tian clan's young master's little bro. This Tian Guang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. They could imagine how the Tian clan was bound to be in chaos tonight. Duanling Tian, however, didn't give it any thought. He patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ku-er on a few rounds around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel! Do you think that snake would bring other people to make trouble for us? Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian and blinked her eyes as she gave him a spurious smile. Snake? He seems like a worm to me. Duanling Tian shook his head and paid no attention to the matter. It was only a clan from a small town, and thus probably wouldn't even have an origin core martial artist. As long as they didn't come provoke him, he would let the matter rest or else. Instantly, Duanling Tian's eyes flickered with a piercing cold light. I'll pass the veil over to madam. While they strolled around the night market, Ku-er didn't forget to buy a veil for Li Ro. Li Fei looked at Ku-er's silhouette and said with slight jealousy, Little sister Ku-er is really considerate of others. No wonder Aunt Ro dotes on her so much. Even I feel slightly envious. I, however, think my mother dotes on you equally. and she has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duanling Tian extended his hand to wrap around Li Fei's slim waist, and his mouth came close to her ears as he quietly said while breathing heavily, "Little Fei, it's been so long since I ate you. Scoundrel!" Li Fei blushed a bright red before struggling free of Duanling Tian and fleeing into her room. Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. He didn't think that this girl couldn't even stand a little teasing. After Ku Er returned, Duanling Tian embraced the two girls and was about to head to sleep. Knock knock. Just at this moment, the sounds of door knocking echoed out, which was followed by the voice of the inn's attendant. "Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two elders have arrived, and they requested a meeting with you." Tian clan. Duanling Tian's brows slightly raised. He let go of the two girls, got off the bed, and put on his clothes before heading out. "You two head to sleep first," Duanling Tian said to Ku Er and Li Fei with a voice-filled gentleness before he left. Xiong Quan. After leaving the room, Duanling Tian was just about to knock on the door of the room beside his when the room door opened with a crack, and Xiong Quan walked out in large strides. "My liege, continue your rest. I'll go deal with them." Xiong Quan's tone was filled with killing intent. "You don't have to attack so impatiently. I want to see what they want to do." Duanling Tian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Duanling Tian met with the Tian clan's patriarch while being escorted by Xiong Quan. The patriarch was a middle-aged man around the age of 50, and beside him were two elderly men. At this moment, the two old men looked at Duanling Tian with faces filled with terror. "You're that Tian clan or whatever's patriarch?" Duanling Tian lazily gazed at the middle-aged man as he yawned. "Just say whatever you want to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have much time to waste with you." "You!" The expression of the Tian clan patriarch, which was already incomparably gloomy, distorted greatly when he saw Duanling Tian's attitude. "Patriarch!" The gray-robed old man among the two stopped the Tian clan patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Only now did he recall that the youth's background would probably not be so simple. And if it wasn't for this, why would he have to swallow the insult and humiliation? Tian Guang was his only son, and now that his little bro was crippled, it would also mean it was the end of his bloodline. The rage in his heart was unsurpassable. "What's your background? And why did you attack so viciously?" The other green-robed old man looked at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze, as if wanting to see something from Duanling Tian's face. "Attacked viciously?" Duanling Tian started laughing. "Old man, it's easy for you to say that. If it was your wife that was teased in public, I wonder how you would react. I didn't kill him, and that can be considered showing mercy. Based on the way I normally do things, even if he had 10 lives, that wouldn't be enough for me to kill." What Duanling Tian said was indeed the truth. If it was the him from his previous lifetime, it wouldn't even be enough if that Tian Guang died tens of times. What high-sounding sentiments. "I'm really curious. What's your true background? Which clan are you from?" The Tian clan patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the youth before him wasn't a member of any county city or imperial city clans, even if he had to take a risk, he would still kill him here and now, as he wanted to vent the hatred within his heart and take revenge for his son. And on this matter, he had gotten the acknowledgement of the two elders beside him before coming here. At that time, they would attack together and annihilate all possible dangers. "Tian clan patriarch, you really think highly of me. I'm just a nameless junior, not even worthy of being mentioned," Duanling Tian indifferently said. Hearing what he said, the expression of the Tian clan's group of three sank. The more Duanling Tian spoke in this way, the more they felt that Duanling Tian was mysterious, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "What? You dare to cripple my son but don't even have the guts to proclaim your background?" The Tian clan patriarch asked in a deep voice as he desired to use provocation to force Duanling Tian into revealing his background. Unfortunately, however, how could Duanling Tian fall for these little tricks of his? "Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking of. Today I'll put down these words. I'm only a nameless junior, and I don't have any background behind me. so you don't have to be considerate about a lot of things. Do whatever you feel like doing. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to turn angry out of embarrassment. And the two old men besides him felt even more afraid, disregarding everything else. Just this composure sufficiently showed that this youth wasn't simple. Then I really want to see how capable this nameless junior is. The Tian clan's patriarch face sank as the origin energy he had accumulated since the beginning exploded forth. In the blink of the eye, his body flashed, and he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like a rock that had spread its wings, approaching in full fury. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch! The expressions of the two Tian clan old men turned grim. Never had they imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. Although they wanted to stop him, it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face since the beginning. He stood there unfazed, as if paying no attention to the Tian clan patriarch's attack. In next to no time they obtained their answer. Humph! A mere 7th level core formation weakling dares to be presumptuous in front of my liege. Xianxia seemed to have abruptly disappeared from where he stood, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Ling Tian. The Tian clan's patriarch's face went gloomy. Wasn't the man who wore a mask a wagon driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't even able to catch a fraction of Xianxia's speed, and he was perfectly clear in his heart as to what this meant. Bang! Xianxia swung his fist out without using any martial skill. The simple punch brought along an incomparably violent energy as it blasted onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest, and the terrifying origin energy within exploded forth, blasting the Tian clan patriarch away. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xianxia. The Tian clan patriarch fell to the ground with a crash. His chest had completely sunken. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and struggled for a moment before completely losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's expressions went grim. Even though their patriarch was just killed by another right before their very eyes, they didn't dare to make any rash movements, as their cultivations were only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting off grass. The two old men took deep breaths as they glanced at each other before shifting their gazes onto Duan Ling Tian simultaneously. Young master, everything that happened was because of the patriarch and his son. Please forgive us. Yes, young master, you're a great man, and I'm sure you will forgive these lowly ones. The two old men bowed and apologized with perturbed expressions. The inn manager and attendant that stood nearby were both completely stunned when they saw this scene. As a member of Reigning Valley Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two strongest elders in the entire Tian clan. Normally, these two old men were like local tyrants that commanded the wind and rain in Reigning Valley Town. But now they were acting like grandsons in front of this violet-clothed youth. I wasn't planning on pursuing the matter any further if you didn't come look for me tonight, but unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two old men with a calm expression. The expressions of the two old men went grim. Young master, please show mercy and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay a price as compensation. The origin core martial artist would be able to annihilate the Tian clan with ease. This was something they did not doubt one bit. Compensation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone, and his originally cold expression revealed a brilliant grin. Why didn't you elders say that earlier? Under the circumstances, I won't be courteous then. I want 1 million silver. How about it? I presume such a small amount wouldn't be a problem for your Tian clan. 1 million silver? The two old men were completely stunned. This youth. What high-sounding sentiments. They originally expected that spending 200 to 300,000 would allow them to buy peace, but they never thought that the violet-clothed youth would actually ask for 1 million right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a small clan within a small town, and thus it was far from being able to compare itself in terms of resources to the clans of those large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to produce 1 million silver now, This would cause great damage to their financial status. They were just about to open their mouths and beg for leniency when Xianxia accompanied these two elders. Return once you get the silver, but don't stir up any trouble. Duanling Tian beat them to the punch by issuing an order to Xianxia first. After he finished speaking, Duanling Tian yawned before waving his hand in dismissal at the two old men. I'm returning to sleep. Thank you, Tian clan, for your generous gift. Duanling Tian left after he finished speaking. The two Tian clan elders glanced at each other with helpless and bitter expressions. It would look like they wouldn't be able to save those 1 million silver. Now they wished for nothing more than to squeeze Tian Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid, the Tian clan wouldn't have to lose 1 million silver for no reason. They secretly determined in their hearts out of rage that once this matter is over, they would surely severely punish Tian Guang as a warning towards the others, so as to avoid another similar incident from happening in the Tian clan. Let's go. Xianxia's cold and indifferent gaze descended upon the two old men, causing them to shiver as they respectfully led the way. Oh my God! What sort of great figure has come to our inn? The inn manager fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had decided in his heart that when the violet-clothed youth came to check out tomorrow, he would return all the room fees to him. At dawn, as the world awoke and the first ray of sunlight shone onto the land, a large wagon pulled by 5 large horses dashed out of Raining Valley town, continuing its journey on the road towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after a night. Splash! In the carriage, as Duanling Tian weighed the stack of silver in his hand, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. I never expected money to come so easily. Currently, the silver in his possession had already passed the threshold of 10 million. Tian, where'd you get all this silver? Li Ro frowned with a questioning expression. She only saw Xianxia pass all of the silver to Duanling Tian, but didn't know what had happened nor where the silver came from. Aunt Ro, it's surely from him blackmailing that Raining Valley town's Tian clan. Li Fei covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. Although she didn't see exactly what happened last night, when Xianxia passed the silver over to Duanling Tian and mentioned the Tian clan, it wasn't difficult for her to link everything together. When Li Ro found out about the entire sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool but came home shorn. But Tian, who exactly is that Xianxia, and why would he acknowledge you as his liege? Seeing that Xianxia was able to terrorize the entire Tian clan, Li Ro realized that Xianxia was no ordinary person. Duanling Tian's brows slightly knit as he slowly explained, Mom, he was captured by others as a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his liege. He could still get caught as a slave even with his strength? Li Ro was puzzled and at the same time came to an understanding as to why Xianxia wore a mask. It turned out to be a means to cover his slave's brand. He was poisoned earlier and only had the strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and then helped him cure the poison. He currently has recovered his strength to the nascent soul stage. Duanling Tian lied on Ku'er's jade thighs and ate the grapes Ku'er fed him while speaking unclearly. Nascent soul stage? At this moment, it wasn't only Li Ro. Even Li Fei was dumbstruck. Although Li Fei was aware that Xianxia's strength was formidable, she never expected him to be so strong. Nascent soul stage. Such a cultivation was already not one bit inferior to the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City, and it caused her to be deeply shocked. Only Ku'er wasn't really surprised and maintained calm as she removed the skin off the grapes and set them inside Duanling Tian's mouth one by one. In her heart, there wasn't anything that the young master she adored wasn't capable of. No wonder you dealt with the matter of the Fresh Breeze Town Fong family so easily. Li Ro finally understood, and the questions in her heart were finally answered. I really never imagined that Xianxia was a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Li Fei only came back to her senses a long time later. Isn't it only a nascent soul martial artist? Do you need to be so surprised? Duanling Tian glanced at Li Fei before slowly saying, Little Fei, as long as you seriously cultivate the galactic star technique, It won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years. Only now did Li Fei recall that the galactic star technique that she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated all the way to the martial emperor stage. Adding on to that the high-purity medicinal pills that Duanling Tian refined, her cultivation would rise at an extremely quick pace. Tian, can we rely on that Xiong Quan? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ro thought over things more thoroughly, and her beautiful face was serious and slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, having a powerhouse at your side was no different than a double-edged blade. Mom, don't worry. I've taken that into account. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about, and it was nothing other than worrying that Xiong Quan would go against him. Unfortunately, however, Xiong Quan's life was currently within his grasp, and in the entire world, only he was capable of curing the poison that he gave Xiong Quan. That poison was a special formula unique to the rebirth martial emperor, who was a royal-grade alchemist at the time. When Duanling Tian's group left, the entire Tian clan's atmosphere was extremely depressed. Their patriarch had died. Father! When Tian Guang awoke and noticed that his little bro was gone, he already took a heavy blow. Now hearing that his faster had been killed caused his to emit a cry full of grief, and it was so hard on him to take the 2 blows so suddenly that he blacked out again. He understood that, with his father dead, it would also mean that the status of the Tian clan would suffer a great decline. After a few days, Tian Guang, who had just recovered with great difficulty, was carried off to the punishment hall by a few Tian clan disciples and was beaten 100 planks as punishment in front of everyone in the Tian clan. As he blacked out from pain, he heard the voice of the Grand Elder. Tian Guang brought calamity unto our Tian clan. Abiding by the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he was given a special punishment here. In the future, if anyone makes this same mistake, they will receive the death punishment as stated in the laws of the clan. When he awoke once again, Tian Guang was extremely dispirited and his eyes flickered full of regret. Never had he imagined that one decision from that night would cause him to fall into such a state. If the heavens were to give him another chance to redo that night, even if he had to abandon his pride and kowtow 10 times to that violet-clothed youth, he would still want to plead for forgiveness from the violet-clothed youth. Now he didn't have anything left, let alone pride. Tian Guang, the Grand Elder requested your presence in the audience hall. Just at this moment, a voice sounded from outside and caused Tian Guang's face to turn pale. After arriving at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Grand Elder and held onto the Grand Elder's legs, and he cried, "Grand Elder, I know my mistakes. I really know my mistakes. Don't punish me. Don't punish me anymore. Please, please." The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he looked over to the 3 people nearby. He said, in embarrassment, "3 respected guests, excuse this scene." Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang away. "Tian Guang, I didn't bring you here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar of the appearance of the violet-clothed youth from the other day. Now, describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to the 3 respected guests." When Tian Guang heard that he wasn't brought here to be punished, he finally caught his breath, and only now did he notice that there were 3 more people inside the audience hall. An elderly old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. "You all, what's the relationship between you all and that violet-clothed youth?" Tian Guang asked, in a slightly nervous manner. He was really scared that these people were related to that violet-clothed youth. He thought that they were here to take action for the violet-clothed youth. If that was the case, then he would really be misfortunate to the utmost extent. He's an irreconcilable enemy of ours, and the reason we're here is precisely because we're chasing after him with the objective of killing him, the 20-year-old young man said, with a voice filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Hearing what he said caused Tian Guang's eyes to shine, following which he seemed to recall something and his eyes dimmed back down. "It's of no use. There's an origin core martial artist protecting him. Even my father, the patriarch, died in his hand." "Origin core stage?" The young man laughed in disdain. It's only an origin core martial artist. What's there to be feared? This person beside me is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere origin core martial artist would die with just a flip of the hand of the Grand Elder. Nascent soul stage? Tianguang was shocked. The Tian clan Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. Yu clan? Nascent soul stage? You all wouldn't be from Swallow Mountain County's County City's Yu clan, right? Tianguang's gaze shone once more, like a starry sky in the night sky, as he looked at the young man as if looking at the last life-saving straw he could clutch onto. Yes, we're from the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder. And this is my father, the Yu clan's second elder. The young man haughtily raised his head as he enjoyed the gazes full of reverence from the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, second elder, and young master. Please forgive this Tianlin for not entertaining you properly. Tianguang, hurry and get the kitchen to prepare a grand banquet. I want to properly entertain our guests. The Tian clan Grand Elder Tianlin looked at Tianguang as he ordered. Yes, yes. As Tianguang hurriedly stood up, his eyes flickered brightly in agitation. Father, someone will take revenge for you really soon. So what if there's an origin core martial artist beside that little bastard? A nascent soul stage powerhouse has moved out of the Yu clan to kill him, and moreover, it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard will undoubtedly die, and you can rest peacefully in heaven. Wait! Just at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tianguang and indifferently said, The reason I came to your Tian clan isn't to eat. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth right now. Tianguang didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly nodded and recalled the scenes of the violet-clothed youth from that night. He described the violet-clothed youth's appearance to the Yu clan's group of 3. Grand Elder, it's him. The young man, the Yu clan's Xianxia, had an excited expression. As long as it's him. So if that's the case, he left here 7 days ago. Yu Hui nodded. Then let's leave now. Grand Elder. Tianlin took a step forward as he respectfully said, The 3 of you have traveled so far and should probably be hungry by now. Why don't you stay at my Tian clan and have some food? It's our Tian clan's honor that you have arrived here. I hope that you will give me the opportunity to provide you with the hospitality of the Tian clan. Yu Hui didn't agree directly but instead looked at second elder Yu Li and Yu Xiang. What do you two think? Grand Elder, since that Duanling Tian has already left 7 days ago, we aren't really in a rush. Let's have a meal before we leave, Yu Xiang suggested. Exactly, we're traveling by Fergana horse, so we can surely catch up to him within 2 days even if we eat this meal. Yu Li nodded as his eyes flickered with a cold light. Yu Hui nodded before looking at Tianlin. Then I'll trouble the Tian Grand Elder. Not a problem at all. Tianlin's burst into smiles. These past few days had been rough to the Tian clan after the death of the patriarch and then being robbed of 1 million silver. The other 2 clans of reigning Valley Town had already become restless in these past few days, obviously thinking about taking over the entire Tian clan. As far as he was concerned, as long as the Tian clan were to strike up a relationship with the County City Yu clan, he would surely be able to ensure its safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen right away, Tianguang said with an excited voice as he dashed out of the audience hall. Bang! Inside Duanling Tian's body, origin energy charged out and broke through the last bottleneck. A carp leapt over the dragon gate and instantly transformed into a dragon. At the exact moment the origin energy charged through the bottleneck, Duanling Tian's body instantly underwent an earth-shattering change. Duanling Tian opened his eyes and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I've broken through. 4th level of the core formation stage. In these past 3 months, Duanling Tian had never once stopped cultivating as he traveled to the Imperial City, and the facts would prove that his hard work wasn't wasted. I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using spirit weapons at my current strength. That's comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the 4th level core formation stage tempering of the fleshly body for the raging python form, I will gain another ancient mammoth worth of strength. That will allow me to possess a strength comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a brilliant light. Duan Ling Xing will meet really soon, and at that time what you gave me, gave Ku Er, gave Li Xian. I'll make you repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. After breaking through, Duan Ling Tian's mood was elated. But only when he lifted his head to look did he realize that his mother was still cultivating. And the girls, Li Fei and Ku Er, were both sleeping. These 2 little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with a gentleness. He planned to use his entire life to protect these 2 girls and allow them to be the happiest women on this world. This was the promise he made to himself that wouldn't change throughout his lifetime. Duan Ling Tian opened the carriage curtain and looked off into the distance. During this journey, they'd met with some senseless bandits. However, none of those bandits were able to rob and kill them. Instead, they were killed by Xiongquan. Duan Ling Tian was extremely at ease with Xiongquan around, and after a short while he felt slightly exhausted and dozed off. Before long, Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake by the sound of hurried horse hooves stomping towards them. These sounds came from 3 horses which had speeds far above the speed any ordinary horse was capable of. 3 Fergana horses? The sound of the horses grew closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian lifted open the carriage curtain and looked towards the back. What he saw made his brows twitch. In next to no time, he clearly saw the face of one of the 3 figures. Yu Xiang. The Yu clan's movements are really fast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold as he closed the carriage curtain. He didn't disturb his mother nor Ku Er and Li Fei as he opened the carriage door and sat beside Xiongquan. Xiongquan, the 3 people behind are coming for me. Stop the wagon at the side and let's deal with them. Yes, my liege. Xiongquan nodded and stopped the wagon at the side of the road before following Duan Ling Tian and dashing towards the back of the wagon. Nay, nay, nay. 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Ling Tian. On their bodies was sweat that seemed like fresh blood, and under the rays of the burning sun, it glimmered with a devilish glow. A young man atop one of the Fergana horses stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you know that you can't escape death, so you came over to seek your own doom? What? Hoping to use this to plead us to spare your family. Yu Xiang, you're still as conceited as usual. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Xiang and spoke in an indifferent tone. His gaze had never once fallen upon Yu Xiang. Instead, it descended upon the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Once a martial artist was above the core formation stage, his cultivation wasn't something that could be easily discerned, but Duan Ling Tian inherited the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor after all, and by relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he was vaguely able to discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core martial artist, and the old man, on the other hand, was a nascent soul martial artist. This old man's strength was not one bit inferior to Aqua Mist City's, He Clan's supreme elder, He Zudao. Humph! Duan Ling Tian, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll tell you right here, right now, even if you come and seek death, I still won't spare your family. As long as it's someone related to you, then they will die. Seeing Duan Ling Tian actually ignoring him caused Yu Xiang to burst with rage. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian's face sank and his gaze turned slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from him towards Yu Xiang. Threatening his family was taboo to him. Yu Xiang's expression went ghastly pale and his body started trembling when he was abruptly enveloped by this killing intent. And he actually fell off his horse in a sorry state. The old man, or the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly astounded gaze. Such a killing intent. Even he, who had killed to make his way through his life till now, had not developed a killing intent of this degree. This youth around the age of 17 was not an ordinary person. You're courting death. Yu Li's face sank as his legs stomped on the Fergana horse's body. He launched himself like a rocket towards Duan Ling Tian. Then he smashed his palm that swept out with violent winds towards him, causing the sound of air exploding to echo out. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my son, Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he came to an understanding. So this man was Yu Hong's father. As he looked at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, this Yu Li's strength isn't bad. He actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. But this little bit of strength. You dare to be disrespectful to my liege? Die! Xiong Quan shouted explosively, as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Li. 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 7th level of the origin core stage? Yu Hui, who still sat atop his Fergana horse, was slightly surprised, but didn't have any intention of lending a hand. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li was more than enough to handle a 7th level origin core martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core martial artist dares to be presumptuous in front of me? I'll kill you first. Yu Li looked on disdainfully as he sneered, and his palm that approached with tremendous momentum was suffused with origin energy as it blasted towards Xiong Quan. Whoosh! However, in this very instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 200. No! Seeing this scene caused the sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth to completely freeze, and his eyes contained terror. He never would have thought that Xiong Quan was actually a nascent soul martial artist, as 200 ancient mammoths were something only a martial artist above the 1st level of the nascent soul stage was capable of condensing. He wanted to stop his attack, but he realized that it was already too late, as the entire strength within him had already been fully poured into this palm strike and was now difficult to withdraw. Stay your hand. Yu Hui's expression distorted, as he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have concealed his strength, and his body swiftly flashed out in an effort to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed when he noticed Yu Hui attacking, but he remained unfazed. Whoosh! A 3-foot-long blade abruptly appeared in Xiong Quan's hand and whistled out to instantaneously flash past Yu Li's throat. After successfully completing his attack, Xiong Quan returned to stand in front of Duan Ling Tian and protect him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body only to notice that blood was flowing violently out of Yu Li's throat. Then Yu Li struggled for a few moments and lost all signs of life. 2nd Elder. Yu Hui's expression turned gloomy, as the middle-aged man in his hands was not only simply the 2nd Elder of the Yu clan, he was the younger brother of the Patriarch. Now that Yu Li had died in front of him, how would he return and explain it to the Patriarch? Since the moment Xiong Quan exerted the strength of a nascent soul martial artist, Yu Xiang had been completely dumbstruck. Now that he saw Yu Li's death, his expression went ghastly pale. He pounced forward and continuously shook Yu Li's corpse. It was as if he was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Father! Father! Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse and strode over towards Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan while staring at them with a cold and indifferent gaze. Today, even if you're at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, you will still die for sure. And you, Duan Ling Tian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and give you over to be dealt with by Yu Xiang. Yu Hui's cold and indifferent voice sounded as his ice-cold gaze flashed past Xiong Quan before descending upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I will let you see with your own 2 eyes how I slice the flesh off your body piece by piece. I want you to feel that living is worse than death. After hearing what Yu Hui said, Yu Xiang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that emitted a ruthless glare. Duan Ling Tian's face sunk. Then it would depend on if this old goat is able to live up to your expectations. Whoosh! Yu Hui made his move. His speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian, at his current cultivation level, was unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiong Quan flashed out right after Yu Hui, seeming to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's whereabouts as he directly intercepted Yu Hui. A mere 1st-level nascent soul martial artist. Die! Yu Hui's figure appeared as he shouted coldly, and in his hand, A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared abruptly before whistling through the air as it struck at Xianxia. The light of the saber radiated, and under the rays of the blazing sun, it flickered with a brilliant luster. Grade 8 Spirit Weapon. Duanling Tian's gaze flickered as he noticed the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the strength amplified by the spirit weapon. The grade 8 spirit weapon provided a 20% amplification. Yu Hui's saber martial skill was extremely remarkable, as it perfectly revealed his entire strength, and his attack moved like a shadow to envelop Xianxia. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Xianxia didn't dodge when faced with Yu Hui's remarkable saber strike, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed out to intercept the attack. Overestimating yourself. A sneer appeared in the corners of Yu Hui's mouth. However, in next to no time, his expression completely changed. What did he see? Just at the moment Xianxia attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantaneously became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. And this wasn't even the end. As the spirit sword in Xianxia's hand trembled, its might was completely revealed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The spirit weapon's amplification was close to 30%. The strength of more than 500 ancient mammoths against the strength of nearly 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them were truly not on the same level, so the result was easily determined. Clang! The grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade, flashed past as it instantly cut the grade 8 spirit weapon, narrow saber, in half, and without losing any momentum continued on to descend upon Yu Hui's head. Yu Hui only had one thought before his death. Third level of the nascent soul stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. Yu Hui's severed head that flew off had its eyes opened wide, seeming to say that even till the moment of death, he never imagined that Xianxia would possess such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming. I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiang's eyes to seem like they were about to split apart, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He muttered in despair while extending his hand to pinch his own thigh. Ah! The sharp pain that came from his thigh caused Yu Xiang to be unable to stop himself from emitting a shrill cry. Only now did he realize that everything that happened before him was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiang! How could Duanling Tian not know what Yu Xiang was thinking after seeing what he was doing? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. Now, tell me, what do you think of how I should deal with you? Should I let you see with your own 2 eyes as I slowly slice off the flesh on your body piece by piece and let you feel like living is worse than death? Or should I give you a swift death? In the next moment, what Yu Xiang did caused Duanling Tian to be stunned. Put on. This Yu Xiang actually knelt on the floor and started kowtowing to him, even disregarding the blood flowing from his forehead. Duanling Tian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. As death closed in on him, Yu Xiang forgot about his pride and forgot about everything. Let you go. Duanling Tian sneered. Let you go so that you can return to the Yu clan and get more people to take revenge on me? Yu Xiang hurriedly shook his head. He was so afraid that his body shivered. I won't look for you to take revenge. I really won't look for you to take revenge. Your father and your brother both died by my hand. Are you sure you won't look for me to take revenge? Duanling Tian's eyes emitted a trace of doubt. Really, really? Yu Xiang gazed at Duanling Tian with a pleading expression. However, Duanling Tian noticed the cold light that flashed briefly deep within his gaze. But even if Duanling Tian didn't notice this, he still didn't plan on letting Yu Xiang go. If weeds weren't removed at the roots, then they would grow once more when the spring winds blow. Duanling Tian could be considered to have experienced how malicious this Yu Xiang's heart was. Yu Xiang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we met for the first time, and how you seemed to look down upon me. Originally, I didn't plan on fussing about it, but you actually secretly schemed with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even the death of your father, were all caused by you. Duanling Tian swept his gaze over Yu Xiang. You, the disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you. Yu Xiang's expression turned ghastly pale. He had felt it to be strange when his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, disappeared, but now, after hearing what Duanling Tian said, he vaguely guessed something. Duanling Tian nodded as he openly admitted, "Yes, Bai Feng died by my hand. I used the same inscription that I used to kill your brother when I killed him in the Dawnshroud mountain range." Yu Xiang's expression was ashen. Never did he imagine that from the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian was never once worried about his revenge. Now that he recalled the matter, everything seemed to really be his doing. Duanling Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and let you command me however you wish. How about it? Yu Xiang's eyes emitted a desire to live, as he was only 20 this year and was unwilling to lose his life here. Be my dog. Duanling Tian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Xiang would actually disregard his pride in such a way just to continue living. The current Yu Xiang, compared to the Yu Xiang he met on their first meeting, were like two completely different people. If Yu Xiang could still maintain his arrogant appearance from before, Duanling Tian might have thought slightly highly of him. But now he didn't even feel like killing this Yu Xiang. "Xiong Quan," Duanling Tian said lightly in a tone that was mixed with dense coldness. "Yes, my liege." Although Duanling Tian didn't provide detailed instructions, Xiong Quan could still understand what Duanling Tian meant. He was, after all, someone that had followed Duanling Tian for a few months. "No!" Yu Xiang turned around and fled, as he realized that he was facing imminent danger when he saw Xiong Quan walking towards him. However, that puny speed of his was nothing in front of Xiong Quan, so he was caught up to by Xiong Quan within a short moment before dying beneath his blade. Under Duanling Tian's instruction, Xiong Quan searched the 3 Yu clan corpses and withdrew some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring precisely belonged to the Grand Elder, Yu Hui. "My liege." Xiong Quan respectfully passed over the spoils to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and glanced at the Grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber that was in 2 halves before glancing at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon. I can use it when I refine weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, substitute them to pull the wagon and sell off our 5 horses in the next town. Xiong Quan's gaze flickered as he asked, in shock, "My liege, you're a weapons craftsman as well. Is it that strange? Let's return." Duanling Tian's brows knit as a pill fire burned a light on his palm. He turned around and left after he burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members. Meanwhile, he established ownership over Yu Hai's spatial ring on the way. 2 million silver? Not bad. This Yu Hui was much better off than Aqua Mist Cities, He clan's He Zhu Dao from before. Xiong Quan led on the 3 Fergana horses as he respectfully followed behind Duanling Tian. He felt that this liege he acknowledged seemed to be no ordinary person. What a joke! How could an ordinary person at this age be so wise and farsighted, and seem to have everything within his grasp? Xiong Quan even felt that in certain areas, even the sect leader of the boundless sect from before was far inferior to this liege of his. Maybe being able to follow my liege is my fortune. With my liege's natural talent, he will sooner or later head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I have a feeling that my entire life will change because of this. This thought suddenly arose within Xiong Quan's heart, and this very thought was like a seed that slowly sprouted and grew. Years later, when Xiong Quan looked back at it all, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts at this moment were. After returning to the carriage, Duanling Tian noticed Li Fei's, Ku Er's, and Li Ro's gazes all descend upon him. "You're all awake?" A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. "Young master, what happened?" Ku Er asked. "Nothing, just a few bandits." Duanling Tian lightly shook his head and found an excuse so that he could keep his mother from worrying. "Bandits? Since when did bandits come on Fergana horses to rob people?" Li Ro pulled upon the carriage curtain, took a glance outside, and smiled spuriously at Duanling Tian when she noticed Xiongquan leading the 3 steeds whose entire bodies were covered in blood like sweat. Duanling Tian laughed embarrassedly. It really is a Fergana horse, and there are even 3. Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and a light flashed within her eyes. What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses? Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special? Ku'er was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter whether it was the strength of its legs or its appearance, the Fergana horse was absolutely the highest grade among horses. Ku'er. The Fergana horse's speed is several times faster than the average steed, and they are able to travel 1,000 miles within a day. Moreover, merely 1 Fergana horse was worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. Ah! Ku'er was shocked. 1 horse was worth 1 million silver? In next to no time, the 3 women's scrutinizing gazes simultaneously descended upon Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's heart constricted, and light flashed within his eyes. Xiongquan, tell me when we've reached the next town. I'm sleepy and I'm going to take a nap. Duanling Tian yawned and notified Xiongquan before enduring the burning gazes of the 3 women as he lied down on the bed and pretended to be sleeping. Rascal! Li Fei chided. Li Ro helplessly shook her head but didn't plan to get to the bottom of the matter. She closed her beautiful eyes to continue cultivating. After a short moment, Duanling Tian glanced at his mother, and upon noticing that she was fully submerged within her cultivation, he extended his hand to grab Li Fei's hand. Little Fei, come. Li Fei was still puzzled when Duanling Tian raised his hand and a spatial ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. This is. Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, which caused her to be slightly excited. Weren't you jealous that Ku'er has a spatial ring? As Duanling Tian spoke in a light voice, he removed the ownership on the spatial ring and put it onto Li Fei's hand. It's really a spatial ring? After Li Fei dripped her blood and established ownership of the spatial ring, she bent her head down in excitement and kissed Duanling Tian. Following which, she noticed Ku'er looking at her with a spurious smile, causing her to turn away in embarrassment and not daring to look back over even after a long time had passed. Little Fei's still shy. Duanling Tian extended his hand out and pulled Li Fei into his embrace in a domineering manner, and his other hand embraced Ku'er, embracing women in both hands as he fell asleep. Before long, Xiongquan drove the wagon into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, Xiongquan harnessed the 3 Fergana horses onto the wagon. When they left the small town, the rate of people taking a second glance was 100%. There were even some people who chased behind as they left the small town and watched as their wagon disappeared off into the distance before coming back to their senses. My God! Is that a Fergana horse? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million silver. Pulling a wagon with 3 Fergana horses. Too extravagant. The crowd of the small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts, as this was the most extravagant act they would see in their entire lives. After changing to the 3 Fergana horses, the wagon dashed like the wind with extremely swift speeds. In Duanling Tian's original plan, he would need nearly a year to arrive at the imperial city. But now, since they had changed to the Fergana horses, they would be able to arrive a whole 3 months earlier. The imperial city is just up ahead. Li Ro's gaze was complicated as she looked through the carriage window and saw the faraway grand and enormous city that covered a vast expanse. That year, she took her son that was still too small to understand anything and left this place. Never did she imagine that after so many years she would once again step foot on this soil. She seemed to recall the scenes of when her husband, Duan Rufeng, was still alive. Although her husband had vanished many years ago, she believed that he was still alive. Tian. Li Ro looked at Duanling Tian and slowly said, Once we've arrived at the imperial city, Mother hopes you will accompany Mother to take a trip to the Duan clan, so you can acknowledge your ancestors and return to your clan. That year, it was she who secretly took Duanling Tian and left, and Duanling Tian's blood flowed with the blood of the Duan clan after all. So he was still a member of the Duan clan. Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan? Duan Tian frowned. Mom, I'm not going. Tian. Li Ro's tone became heavier, as she had always been a person who was particular about loyalty and emotions, and thus couldn't bear to see her son be so insensible. Mom! Duan Tian's eyes were crimson red as he said, in a low voice, has the Duan clan ever once cared about whether we, mother and son, are dead or alive all these years? Also, when Duan Lingxing nearly killed me 2 years ago, that so-called fourth uncle, did he ever treat me fairly? Duan Tian, disdain such a clan. The interior of the carriage was deathly silent. Li Fei and Ku Er were both intelligent and thus didn't say a word. Li Ro's eyes were slightly red, as she could feel her son's resentment from the way he spoke. After a long time, she sighed and said lightly, Fine, Tian. Since you're unwilling to go, then we won't. Mom, don't be upset. Duan Tian's heart ached slightly when he saw his mother like this. He sat over beside her and held her hand. I know that you want me to go acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan for the sake of father. But why did you leave the Duan clan all those years ago? Surely it doesn't mean that you've forgotten all that, right? When father was alive, everyone respected you. But once father disappeared, those jealous people were the first to make trouble for you. I'm sure that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us. Li Ro nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. Tian, you've grown up. Mother can be at ease. Mother doesn't have any other requests for the remainder of my life. All I hope for is to be able to see you and little Fei and Ku Er bear children together, and then I'll be satisfied. Duan Tian's heart trembled. The love of a mother was as heavy as Mount Tai, and it caused his heart to ache and his eyes turned misty. Mom, rest for a while. After taking a deep breath, Duan Tian returned to the side of Ku Er and Li Fei before sighing. He would go to the Duan clan, but it wasn't to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. Instead, it was to kill that Duan Lingxing. Before long, the wagon arrived before the imperial city, and the large wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted much attention wherever it passed. The imperial city encompassed a vast expanse of land, and it stood there like an enormous fierce beast in hibernation, giving people a type of oppressive feeling. Surrounding the imperial city was a wide moat, only leaving a single stone bridge to provide access towards the city's main gate. This was precisely the one and only city gate in the imperial city, and thus there was only this one method of passage in and out of the imperial city. As the wagon traveled on the stone bridge, ferocious fish-type fierce beasts could be vaguely seen leaping about the city moat, revealing their vicious sharp teeth. The denseness of the fish-type fierce beasts within the city moat would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. It's imaginable that even if a nascent soul martial artist were to fall in, he would still probably have only a slim chance of survival. As the one and only city gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large and completely made out of fine steel. Its height was over tens of meters, and on either side of the city gate were mighty soldiers wearing armor. These soldiers held sharp spears within their grasps, and they separated into 2 squads that stood guard on either side of the city gate, not moving an inch. Wherever Duan Tian's wagon passed, the crowd would move aside. Even the soldiers stationed on either side of the city gate did not dare come close. A wagon pulled by 3 Fergana horses wasn't a common sight even in the imperial city, as a figure who could travel on such a wagon was either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Tian, Ku Er, and Li Fei carefully sized up the imperial city through their carriage's window. On either side of the wide road were plenty of stores and restaurants, and the area was extremely bustling. Li Fei faintly sighed. Aurora City can only be considered a small, countryside city compared to the imperial city. Duan Tian deeply agreed with Li Fei's sentiments. Aurora City was completely unable to compare with the imperial city. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan's voice sounded. My liege, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into the outer city and inner city. We are currently only in the outer city. Outer city? Duan Tian was surprised. Such a flourishing place was only the outer city of the imperial city? My liege, look. The inner city is right up ahead. The wagon traveled for around another half an hour before Xianxia's voice sounded once more. At this time, Duanling Tian glanced over to see that at the end of the road, there was a city inside a city standing there. This inner city seemed no different than the outer city. If there really was a difference, then it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. The moat, the city walls, and the stone bridge, they were all exactly the same as the outer cities. Presently, the inner city's city gate was shut tight, and the stone bridge was devoid of people. This inner city is actually not open. Duanling Tian's brows slightly knit. It's probably time restrictions, Xianxia said. Xianxia, you seem to be familiar with the imperial city. You've come here before? Duanling Tian asked, as from Xianxia's introduction earlier, he had noticed that Xianxia seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. I've come here once. Xianxia sighed. He seemed to be recalling past events. At that time, he was acting on his status as the guardian of the Boundless Sect, and he passed through here while leading some disciples to run some errands. Now that he recalled it, he couldn't help but sigh. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay at first, Duanling Tian instructed. Yes, Xianxia respectfully replied, before looking for a slightly luxurious inn to stay at. The manager of the inn personally came out to greet them, as a wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear. He was deeply afraid of irritating the esteemed guest. Duanling Tian arrived before the door of Li Ro's room and quietly said, Mom, let's go get something to eat. Mom isn't hungry and wants to take a rest. Go on ahead. Remember to bring Xianxia along, as the imperial city is full of powerhouses. Be sure to not cause trouble on your own accord. Li Ro's voice sounded, and she didn't forget to warn Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian acknowledged her before leaving the inn with Ku Er and Li Fei. Xianxia followed suit. Duanling Tian looked for a nearby restaurant that seemed good before walking in with large strides. This restaurant was a multi-storied pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The first floor's surroundings were filled with flora and fauna that were extremely pleasing to the eye, and since it was lunchtime, the first floor was already packed with people and bustling with activity. Duanling Tian followed the stairs and walked swiftly up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor was instead much quieter. Although many people were conversing, they intentionally suppressed the sound of their voices, as they were very conscious of their image. Guest, please come over here. Before long, a female attendant greeted Duanling Tian's group and brought them to a nearby table. Bring me a serving of all the specialty dishes in your restaurant, and a jug of fine wine, Duanling Tian instructed. Yes, the female attendant respectfully nodded before turning around and leaving. In next to no time, good wine and delicious food were placed onto the table. This restaurant is really special. Li Fei lightly smiled. They were nearly unable to hear any of the loud noise from the first floor while sitting here on the second floor, and everything seemed so calm and peaceful. A small portion of the surrounding patrons were discussing private matters, whereas the larger portion were discussing the Paladin Academy. I wonder if the Paladin Academy will receive another genius student like Su Qing this year. What a joke, that Su Qing is a rare genius martial artist, and in our entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy's history, only one person from 20 over years ago could compare with him. Who? Naturally, it was the Duan clan's Duan Rufeng. Who's Duan Rufeng? You actually don't even know Duan Rufeng? He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom from over 20 years ago, and is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I actually have never heard of him. That normal because he disappeared 15 years ago. If he didn't disappear, the number 1 powerhouse in our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not be the figure from the imperial family. Shoo! Softer. Are you courting death? Is that figure of the imperial family's figure someone you can wildly talk about? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he heard the discussion from the nearby table. Duan Rufeng was precisely his father of this lifetime. I never imagined that there were still people who remembered that deadbeat father of mine. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, as he was slightly surprised. Duan Rufeng was only just a short-lived guy. Just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded from the stairway. A red-clothed girl around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her followed an old woman. The old man supported herself on a walking stick, but her eyes were brilliant like an array of stars, obviously due to having a high cultivation level. "Little girl, you're too presumptuous. Would you dare say that if that Duan Rufeng was around?" The face of the middle-aged man who adored Duan Rufeng sank. Slap in the face. The red-clothed girl's icy-cold voice sounded. It was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved as if she had transformed into a gust of wind and flashed towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form before vanishing in the next instant. Slap! A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned to the red-clothed girl. Half of the middle-aged man's face swelled up, and his expression was extremely unsightly, but although he was furious, he did not dare say anything, as the old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the entire second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flickered within. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all. And now that someone was insulting him, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have rage arise in his heart. What a joke! A short-lived guy is worthy of your adoration. The red-clothed girl's icy-cold gaze descended upon the group of people that were discussing earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. Li Fei obviously detested the actions of the red-clothed girl, so she coldly grunted, "Humph! Nowadays, people can't even speak the truth. Would you dare insult him if he was still alive?" The red-clothed girl's gaze descended upon Li Fei as she mocked. "A freak covered in a veil is worthy of speaking to this young miss? I'll give you a chance. Slap yourself 30 times, or else bear the consequences." "Freak!" Li Fei was dazed for a moment before sneering. "You really think highly of yourself. With this sort of attitude, even if you give yourself over to the beggars on the roadside, they might not even want to marry you, right?" Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This girl's mouth was really unforgiving. "You're courting death." The red-clothed girl's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Her hand trembled and was suffused with origin energy before sweeping out with a black whip, carrying violent winds and a string of afterimages towards Li Fei. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when everyone thought Li Fei was about to suffer a loss, Duan Ling Tian moved. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei and dodged the red-clothed girl's attack just when Li Fei's eyes went slightly cold and she was about to attack. And Duan Ling Tian's icy-cold gaze descended upon the red-clothed girl. "So only you can mock others, but others can't mock you? If you can't win an argument, you turn angry out of embarrassment and use force instead. Don't you think you're going too far?" "Going too far?" The red-clothed girl's face was extremely unsightly due to her attack hitting nothing. "You can't afford to offend some people. In front of me, not to mention mocking. She doesn't even have the qualification to speak." "Qualification to speak? That's really fresh. It's the first time I've ever heard that speaking required qualifications. I wonder where you obtained the qualifications to injure another, and who gave you the qualifications?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he started laughing out of extreme anger. Even if he hadn't made a move earlier, Li Fei, with her strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, was more than sufficient to defeat this 4th level core formation stage, red-clothed girl. The only reason he pulled Li Fei away was not because he was worried Li Fei would suffer a loss, but rather he was listening to what his mother said and was trying not to get into trouble. If the matter really progressed to a point that it got out of hand, then he wasn't someone who was easy to offend. Some of the surrounding patrons frowned as they gazed at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt she was going too far. Some people are born lowly like ants. Some people are born noble and lofty. The red-clothed girl raised her head arrogantly as she spoke in a tone filled with contempt. "You asked this young miss where I got the qualifications? This is precisely my qualifications. In front of this young miss, she is just an ant." You are just an ant as well. So you don't have the qualification to speak in front of this young miss. The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when her black whip swung out once more, flashing towards Duanling Tian. What logic! Today, I'll properly discipline you in your parents' stead. And I'll let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on another's dignity. Duanling Tian's voice was incomparably cold, as he was really furious. Die! The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into many black poisonous snakes that flashed towards Duanling Tian. Slap! Duanling Tian extended his hand and only used a strength close to 7 ancient mammoths, easily grasping in his hand the black whip that the red-clothed girl swung at him, before he fiercely shook it. Pooh! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and the shock caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Duanling Tian with a ghastly pale face as if she had encountered something completely unbelievable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me? But I can't injure you. Duanling Tian sneered. Does this insane girl really think that she is number 2 beneath the heavens? She can kill others, but others can only stand and be killed by her? What logic is this? For a moment, the crowd of patrons in the restaurant looked at the red-clothed girl as if looking at an idiot. Although they'd seen many good-for-nothing rich kids, this was the first time they had seen one that was this bad. Do you know who this young miss is? This young miss will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this young miss, and perhaps this young miss might show mercy and spare your life. The red-clothed girl looked at Duanling Tian and spoke in a cold voice, as if she was giving charity to Duanling Tian. Ridiculous! Do you really think you're the judge of life and death, and may easily determine another's life or death? Duanling Tian strode a step forward, and an icy cold, bloody killing intent swept out from his body. The red-clothed girl's expression went ghastly pale when she was enveloped by this killing intent, and her whole body trembled while she took a few steps back. When she looked at Duanling Tian once more, her gaze was as if looking at a devil. You, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Enough! The old woman finally said something. She walked out to stand in front of the red-clothed girl, blocking the unparalleled killing intent that was emitted from Duanling Tian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around the age of 18 not only had a strength not one bit inferior to her clan's young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably wouldn't be many people who possessed such a killing intent. Who the heck are you? The old woman looked at Duanling Tian with a slightly fearful gaze, as she vaguely became aware that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, even to the extent that he might have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duanling Tian started laughing. He swept his gaze across the red-clothed girl behind the old woman. I'm the ant she spoke of, the ant that was born to be lowly. What? The great young miss that's born to be noble now is only capable of hiding behind another. You don't dare to attack to show your nobility. Duanling Tian's voice was filled with a mocking tone. The red-clothed girl was so upset by that her face flushed, and she angrily shouted, Kill him! I want him dead! The old woman's pupils concentrated on Duanling Tian, and her killing intent flickered. Originally, seeing that Duanling Tian was so mysterious and unfathomable, she had some worries in her heart, but now, after hearing the orders of her young miss, she didn't hesitate anymore. Even if the violet-clothed youth's identity was even more extraordinary, today he would surely die. Whoosh! The old woman attacked with her full strength. 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above her, revealing her cultivation, 6th level of the core formation stage. Xianxia, don't let her disturb me. Just when the hearts of the patrons in the restaurant were in their throats due to worry for Duanling Tian, he instead abruptly said this, causing all of the patrons to feel baffled. Yes, my liege. Xianxia only used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman, and he fully suppressed her, causing her to be unable to attack Duanling Tian again. 7th level of the core formation stage. The old woman looked at Xianxia in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. Don't you come any closer. Don't come any closer. The red-clothed girl's face turned ghastly pale when she noticed that her one and only reliance was pinned down by Xianxia and Duanling Tian was walking towards her. Slap! Duanling Tian walked up and raised his hand before slapping it down onto the red-clothed girl's face. And then he said, in a cold voice, "Noble young miss, let this lowly ant properly discipline you in your parents' stead today. This slap is for my wife." A smile of happiness appeared on Li Fei's face as she sat there at the side. You dare slap me?" The red-clothed girl was stupefied. Even her father had never once hit her. Now, a stranger actually dared slap her. "You'll die for sure. You'll die for sure." The red-clothed girl looked at Duanling Tian with an icy cold gaze as if looking at a dead person. Slap! Duanling Tian gave the red-clothed girl another slap before sneering. "This slap is for that big brother over there." The middle-aged man with half of his face swollen glanced at Duanling Tian with a gaze full of gratitude. "Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is?" Meanwhile, the body of the old woman that was pinned down by Xianxia started to lightly tremble. "Don't worry. No matter who she is, I'll still properly discipline her in her parents' stead today and teach her how to behave." Duanling Tian had a cold and unfeeling expression as he swept the old woman with his cold and indifferent gaze before shifting his gaze back to the red-clothed girl. Slap! 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 Duanling Tian swung slap after slap at the red-clothed girl's face, causing her face to completely swell up like a pig's head. "Didn't you say you were born noble and lofty? Didn't you say I'm born lowly, and you wanted to kill me, this ant?" Duanling Tian's voice was filled with indifference. The red-clothed girl's eyes flickered with an icy cold killing intent. She seemed to be numb to what was happening to her, as she continued to mumble, You surely will regret this. Ignorant." Duanling Tian gave the red-clothed girl another slap, and only after slapping her down onto the ground did he stop and shout coldly, "Fuck off! Don't appear in front of me ever again. Or else, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Meanwhile, Xianxia had returned to Duanling Tian's side. After regaining the freedom to move, the old woman supported the red-clothed girl up and swiftly walked down the stairs. Her icy cold voice echoed out from afar. "Kid, no matter who you are, and what your background is, you prepare to face the wrath of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate." Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. A country governor's estate again. He seemed to be extremely fated with members of county governor estates. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate. Now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed girl from before is the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter? I once heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter was an unruly girl, but I never thought that she would be unruly to this degree. The expressions of many of the patrons in the restaurant went pale, and they hurriedly paid their bills and left, deeply afraid that they would court disaster by remaining here. Little brother. Before long, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duanling Tian with a grim expression. The Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is not to be trifled with. You all should hurry and leave the imperial city. This is the imperial city. Could it be that their county governor's estate possesses the ability to rebel against the imperial family? Duanling Tian was slightly curious, because no matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it would only have its prestige spread within the county it controlled. In the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate still dared to be presumptuous? The middle-aged man might have seen through Duanling Tian's indifference, and he laughed bitterly and explained, "Little brother, you are not aware. If it was any of the other 17 counties, it wouldn't really matter. But the Fair Sun County's counter-governor's estate is different. If memory serves, the red-clothed girl from before should be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and the little sister of His Majesty the Emperor's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty the Emperor is also the mother of the fifth prince. The middle-aged man left the restaurant after he finished explaining, and he didn't forget to warn Duanling Tian once more to leave the imperial city as soon as possible. In other words, the red-clothed girl from before is the cousin of the fifth prince? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She looked at Duanling Tian with a slightly worried gaze. Scoundrel, what should we do? They had only just arrived in the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the fifth prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was no good sign. What, little Fei, weren't you so confident earlier? Now you're scared. Duanling Tian made fun of her. Humph. I'm just worried about you. Li Fei grunted. Duanling Tian returned to his seat between Li Fei and Ku-Er as he said, with a light smile, "All right, let's eat." Before long, Duanling Tian looked towards the female attendant that stood afar and called her over. "Ji guest, do you need anything?" The female attendant didn't dare to look at Duanling Tian, as Duanling Tian's domineering bearings from before had scared her as well. "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public?" Duanling Tian forced out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. The female attendant's expression calmed slightly as she said, "Guest, the inner city is open to public for an hour in the morning, noon, and dusk." "What's the difference between the inner city and outer city?" Duanling Tian continued asking. "The inner city is much more luxurious than the outer city. The Imperial Palace, the estates of the large clans, and Paladin Academy are all located in the inner city. However, ordinarily, even if visitors enter the inner city, they wouldn't stay the night within, as the inns within the inner city are more than 10 times more expensive than the outer city. And anyone who is able to buy an estate within the inner city is considered to be either rich or noble," the female attendant slowly explained. Duanling Tian found out about the differences of the inner city and outer city from the female attendant. Compared to the outer city, the cost of land in the inner city was extremely expensive. "Young master, are we going to the inner city?" Ku-Er looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled as he said, "There's no rush, as there's still some time before dusk. Let's finish eating and return to the inn first." Ku-Er obediently nodded. While they left the restaurant, Duanling Tian made up his mind that later, at dusk, they would enter the inner city and look for an inn to stay in, and after that he would buy a courtyard house as the home for his family in the imperial city. He would be spending the next few years in Paladin Academy after all. On the way back to the inn, Duanling Tian thought in his heart, "Looks like I have to work hard and earn money." Although he had 10 million silver on him currently, he knew that this little amount of money would probably be spent just on buying a courtyard house in the inner city that had such an expensive cost of land. Swallow Mountain County, County City, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a Yu Clan disciple that was travel-worn reported to the Yu Clan's patriarch, Yu Jian, patriarch, grand elder, second elder, and young master Yu Xiang probably have met with disaster. Probably. Yu Dian's face sank. He said with a piercing and cold voice, "This is the result of your investigation?" The Yu Clan disciple took a deep breath before slowly saying, "Patriarch, during my entire investigation, I didn't find any traces to the great elder's whereabouts. However, I continued my investigation all the way to nearby the imperial city. I heard that someone used 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon, and on that wagon was the Li Clan's crest." Li Clan's crest? Humph, it's probably that little bastard's wagon. Looks like I've underestimated him. Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered with a shout, "You, go request the presence of the 3 supreme elders." Yes. The Yu Clan disciple accepted his orders and left, and only after he exited the audience hall did he heave a sigh of relief, as the patriarch's rage from before pressured him to the extent that he nearly couldn't catch his breath. "Second brother, Xiang. Don't worry, even if that Duanling Tian has gone to the imperial city, I'll still dye his blood on a 3-foot-long blade to console your spirits in heaven." At this very moment, the Yu Clan's patriarch's flames of fury ravaged, as he was clear that the 3 of them who hadn't made contact for nearly half a year would most probably be dead. Imperial City, Outer City. in an inn that was exceptionally peaceful in such a bustling city. Bang! 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 Sounds of things being tossed about echoed out from the best room in the inn. Obviously, the guests inside were venting the rage in their hearts. Inside the room, the red-clothed girl seemed to have gone mad, and nearly everything within the room had been tossed about by her. The red-clothed youth dropped herself onto the bed after feeling exhausted from throwing, and said, with crimson-red eyes that made her seem like she was an Azura who had just walked out of hell, "When have I, Tong Li, suffered such humiliation in my entire life? I won't rest until he dies." The old woman stood at the side without making a single sound, as she knew that when the young miss got furious, not to mention her, even the county governor was helpless. "Grandma Wang, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go. I want to go look for my cousin." Tong Li stood up and stomped out angrily. "Yes." The old woman respectfully followed behind. Clang clang. At dusk, accompanied by the opening of the inner city's city gates, the stream of people who had been waiting on the stone bridge and the people who were waiting to leave from inside the inner city crossed each other as they left and entered. As a wagon passed the stone bridge, although there was still an unceasing stream of people moving in and out, the stream of people still moved aside to make way. Everyone looked on at the wagon with gazes of reverence as it passed by, as a wagon being pulled by 3 Fergana horses would surely be owned by someone who was either rich or noble, and that wasn't someone they could offend. This is the inner city? So many people. Inside the wagon carriage, Ku'er couldn't help herself from exclaiming when she took a glance outside. Inside the inner city, streams of wagons and people moved about unceasingly, and a black mass of people entered her eyes. "When I saw so many people on the stone bridge, I thought we'd probably need to queue up for a long time before finally being able to enter. I never imagined it would go so smoothly." Li Fei's angelic face was full of smiles, and her devilish body lazily leaned beside the carriage window. "Of course. Don't look down on the deterrent power of these 3 Fergana horses," Duanling Tian said with a smile. Even the 18 county governors' estates within Crimson Sky Kingdom might not use 3 Fergana horses to pull a wagon. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the Fergana horses, but rather that they wouldn't misuse them in such a way. A Fergana horse was worth 10,000 gold, so very few people were willing to use them as a means to pull a wagon. While Duanling Tian's wagon had smoothly entered the inner city and started looking for an inn to stay at, outside of the inner city gate, a wagon similarly pulled by 3 horses stepped onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly move forward on the stone bridge like the speed of an ant. "It's too slow." Inside the carriage, the red-clothed girl had an extremely unsightly appearance. The red-clothed girl raised the carriage's curtain and growled at the wagon driver. "Hey, hurry up! Young miss, I'm helpless. The wagon can't move at all when there's so many people in line." The wagon driver had a wronged expression. "Humph!" The red-clothed girl snorted coldly before walking out of the carriage and looking out at the surrounding stream of people all around her, causing her face to sink. These lowly commoners actually dare to obstruct this young Mrs. Wei. Bang! The red-clothed girl raised her hand and swung the black whip through the air, causing a loud sound to echo out. However, this little sound was quickly covered by the noisy sounds coming from the surroundings, and virtually no one heard it. "You lowly commoners, scram!" The red-clothed girl swung her whip about as she shouted angrily. Her voice entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd, and these people had expressions of contempt as they coldly looked at the ordinary horses that pulled the wagon. Then they mocked her in a completely unrestrained manner. "Does she think her wagon is pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah. Riding on such a lousy wagon and she thinks she's some great figure? If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull your wagon just like the wagon in front. Then you won't even have to say a word and we would automatically open a path for you." "Brother, how can you speak like that? Do you think that a random person has the resolution to use 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon?" "Yeah, that's true too." The wave of mocking voices entered the red-clothed girl's ears, causing her expression to become even more unsightly. Bang! The black whip in her hand swung out, and she was about to whip the people who mocked her. "Young miss, The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed hold of the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wang, what are you doing? I'm going to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Young miss, if you were to injure people in front of so many people, you would surely become a target for criticism. Presently, His Majesty the Emperor is getting old, and it is about the time for a change of emperors. Could it be that you want the matter of you hitting commoners for no reason to become a means for the other princes to move against fifth prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she warned the girl in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath before returning to the carriage. She said with a gloomy expression, "This young miss is just angry that these lowly commoners actually dare to talk like this to this young miss. If this young miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull their wagon and swagger about, causing this young miss to be mocked, this young miss will surely not let him off." The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Yi, the fair Sun County's county governor's daughter. However, it was a mystery how Tong Li's expression would be if she knew that the owner of the wagon that was pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the same youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago. Inner city, in a quiet and peaceful inn. Both of you stay and accompany my mother. I'll be going out with Xiong to run some errands. Duanling Tian said to Ku Er and Li Fei before going out with Xiong. In the imperial city's inner city, there were businesses that specialized in the sale of courtyard houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Presently, Duanling Tian walked into a spacious store with Xiong. "Customer, may I know what type of courtyard house you're looking for?" Among the female attendants that stood at the door, the most beautiful among them respectfully greeted Duanling Tian in the lobby. As she noticed that among the 2 people before her, the violet-clothed youth was the leader. The lobby was extremely simple. Besides a counter, there were only the models placed within the lobby. These models were all courtyard house models, and each were placed separately. I didn't think that this world would have similar architectural models like to ones from Earth in my previous life. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be dazed for a moment and felt a sense of familiarity. "Customer, these are the courtyard houses that haven't been sold. Please take a look and see which one you like." The female attendant pointed towards a row of courtyard house models and introduced them with a light smile. "Okay." Duanling Tian nodded. Just when Duanling Tian was about to carefully size up these courtyard houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store accompanied by an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression and was obviously a disciple from a rich family. "Customer, do you wish to purchase a courtyard house?" Another female attendant greeted him. "Nonsense. Do you think I came here to look at you? Of course this young master came here to buy a courtyard house. Let this young master see what courtyard houses you have here." The young man's voice was filled with a slightly condescending tone, causing the expression of the female attendant to change between green and pale, but she didn't dare say anything. As someone who were able to buy a courtyard house here, he wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Duanling Tian frowned and swept the young man with his gaze, but he didn't say anything. He continued to be absorbed with sizing up the courtyard house models in front of him. This girl is not bad. Hey, this young master doesn't want to be attended by her. You come and attend to this young master." The young man walked over in large strides before stopping in front of Duanling Tian and looking at the female attendant that was attending to Duanling Tian with a lustful gaze that seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on her body. The female attendant took a deep breath to suppress the fury in her heart. Then she said, in a low voice, "Sorry, customer. I'm currently attending to this customer and am temporarily unable to attend to you." "What did you say?" The young man glared before scolding. "Girl, do you know who the fuck this young master is?" This young master is a member of Jade Magnolia County's county city's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is our Duan clan's main clan. Besides that, do you know of the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duanling Xing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin brother. Hearing what he said caused the female attendant's face to go ghastly pale from fear. Imperial City's Duan clan? one of the few powers only inferior to the imperial family within the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Xing? Duan Ling Tian's state of mind was completely disturbed by the young man, and he looked at the young man with a gaze that flashed with a cold light. Duan Ling Xing's cousin? Kid, what are you looking at? Unwilling to submit? Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend. The young man noticed Duan Ling Tian looking at him, and he had a face full of disdain as he spoke with a condescending tone. Duan Ling Tian was still surprised, as he didn't think that he would encounter Duan Ling Xing's cousin here. But now he hadn't even speak and was already taunted and mocked by the young man, causing a malicious flame to burn within his heart. Idiot! The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly spit out a word. Duan Rong was stupefied. This violet-clothed youth had actually called him an idiot? He even thought that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly, "What did you say?" Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the young man. Although he was Duan Ling Xing's cousin, there wasn't any real relationship between the two. He had enmity with Duan Ling Xing, but he wouldn't involve Duan Ling Xing's family members for no reason. This was a principle that he had always persisted upon in his previous life while living in the world of mercenaries on the edge of a blade. One's family shouldn't have to bear their sins. This point was something that even made the enemies in his previous life have heartfelt admiration towards him. Of course, if Duan Rong wasn't sensible and provoked him, then he wasn't someone that was afraid of trouble. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to the attendant beside him as he asked, "What are the prices of these courtyard houses?" The attendant returned to her senses. Duan Ling Tian's smile was like a spring breeze to her, and she momentarily forgot about the displeased feeling from what happened just now as she earnestly explained to Duan Ling Tian. "Customer, this courtyard house is divided into the main and a secondary building. It has a total of 20 rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 halls, 1 front yard, and 1 backyard. The courtyard houses we sell here all come with brand new furniture and daily necessities, and in total cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded as he looked at the courtyard house the attendant pointed at. Duan Rong stood at the side with a flushed face. When was he ever ignored by someone in such a way? Flames of fury couldn't help but ignite within his heart as he watched the violet-clothed youth chat happily with the beautiful attendant. "Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said earlier? I want this attendant," Duan Rong said in a cold voice that contained an undisputable manner and was extremely overbearing. "Customer." The attendant's face turned slightly pale, as she was scared of Duan Rong's growl, and looked over at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression. "In this world, dogs bark everywhere. You just have to get used to it. You can continue." Duan Ling Tian had a carefree and unbothered expression. Just like he said, there were so many mad dogs in this world that he couldn't actually kill all of them, right? As long as they didn't bite him, they could go on and be as mad as they wanted. He would just ignore them. The attendant heaved a sigh of relief when she saw how Duan Ling Tian was so unperturbed. She realized that although this youth had heard of the young man's background, he was still unperturbed, and thus obviously was unafraid. "Dog bark?" Duan Rong's face darkened as he shouted in rage, "Kid, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Rong pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, and above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 5th level of the core formation stage. "Customer, be careful." The attendant's face went pale, as she didn't expect that this young man would have such a deep cultivation. At the same time, she unconsciously moved to block in front of Duan Ling Tian. Her delicate body trembled as she closed her eyes in terror. "You're courting death." Seeing the attendant actually being willing to shield Duan Ling Tian caused his eyes to emit jealousy and insanity. His palm strike, which suffused palm images throughout the air, blasted down towards the attendant. "It looks to me like you're courting death." Duan Ling Tian's voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from hell itself. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out, seeming to transform into a spirit serpent as he moved around the attendant's delicate figure to circle around in front of her. At the critical moment, Duanling Tian's hands shook. Then palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duanrong's palm strike. Dragon's finishing touch. Between the flurry of fist and palm images, Duanling Tian's finger pointed out and, accompanied by an ear-shattering sound, touched Duanrong's approaching palm. Swish! In the blink of the eye, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian exerted the strength of nearly 8 ancient mammoths when executing this finger attack. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man behind Duanrong had maintained a calm expression while all of this was going on. Even when Duanrong attacked, he didn't have any reaction. But now, when he noticed that Duanling Tian revealed a strength that was completely sufficient to suppress Duanrong, his face sank, and he instantaneously flashed out. His figure left a string of afterimages behind as he flew towards Duanling Tian and shouted explosively, "Stay your hand!" The silhouettes of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form above the old man. 4th level of the origin core stage. Humph! A cold grunt that seemed like thunder instantly exploded out throughout the lobby. A robust figure that seemed like a mountain blocked in front of the old man. The figure casually swung out a punch, seeming to disdain to even use a martial skill. The punch blasted onto the old man's chest and sent him flying. The old man had approached swiftly and flew away even more swiftly. 7th level of the origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he could vaguely see 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the figure that attacked him. Hiss! And almost at the exact same moment, Duanling Tian's finger strike touched Duanrong's approaching palm strike. Instantly, the force of his finger attack exploded out. Ah! Duanrong's shrill cry sounded, accompanied by a strange sound of bones shattering, and his body jerked before following in the old man's footsteps. He was blasted away by Duanling Tian's finger attack. Bang! Bang! The old man's body had only just crashed onto the ground when Duanrong's body descended straight after him, crashing just right beside the old man. The sharp pain that came from the heart of his palm caused Duanrong to let out another shrill cry full of grief. Eighth elder, my carpal bone. Shattered. It's shattered. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the robust middle-aged man in terror before he slowly stood up, supported Duanrong to exit the store, and made his way towards the Duan clan estate. The attendant had already opened her eyes. However, the expected palm strike didn't descend upon her, and she only saw the disappearing figures of the young man and the old man beside him. Who is he? Subsequently, her gaze, which was filled with curiosity and disbelief, descended upon the violet-clothed youth. Everything that happened before only took place in the blink of the eye, and she had only come back to her senses when she noticed that everything had already ended. But even then she could still recall that, although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, in the end, the violet-clothed youth still managed to circle around in front of her. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered her ears, causing her to awaken from her daze. She had a perturbed expression as she spoke. Customer, why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he asked the attendant. I don't know as either. At that moment, I felt that I couldn't let a mishap befall my customer. After that, I unconsciously, as the attendant recalled what happened earlier, she had an inexpressible feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she did what she did earlier, and she felt a lingering fear when she recalled what happened. The smile on Duanling Tian's face never faded as he asked, "What's your name?" "Customer, I'm Jing Ru," the attendant respectfully replied. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and nodded. Then his gaze descended upon the courtyard house model Jing Ru was introducing earlier. I think this type courtyard house is pretty good. Are there any near Paladin Academy? Paladin Academy. Jing Ru's delicate body trembled and her eyes emitted a glow of disbelief. Customer, you're a student at Paladin Academy? Sort of. I've obtained the qualifications but haven't reported in yet. Duanling Tian shook his head. Jing Ru was startled, as she never would have imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student at Paladin Academy. In order to enter Paladin Academy, besides members of the imperial family and the few great clans in the imperial city who possessed a small amount of qualifications to recommend one of their own, only genius martial artists who had experienced and surpassed countless tests and tribulations were able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. No matter how she looked at him, the violet-clothed youth in front of her was around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications, it was still sufficient to shock her, and even make her look up to him. Jingru took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Customer, you're in luck. There just happens to be one of these courtyard houses close to Paladin Academy." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Then I'll take that courtyard house. What procedures do we have to go through?" With the help of Jingru, Duan Ling Tian spent 8 million silver and bought the courtyard house Jingru introduced. Duan Ling Tian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand before separating 8 million silver and tossing it onto the counter. His entire movement flowed naturally and smoothly. The manager behind the counter, who was in charge of registrations, was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's wealth. He passed over the deed for the land and keys to Duan Ling Tian with utmost respect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Jingru and asked, with a smile, "Jingru, how about you take me over to have a look?" Jingru glanced at the manager in hesitation when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. "Go." The manager nodded. Although this customer was young, he obviously had an extraordinary background based on how liberal with money he was, so the manager wasn't willing to offend him. Under Jingru's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the courtyard house he had bought. The conditions of the courtyard house were roughly similar to the model, and it came complete with furniture and daily necessities, saving him much trouble. "Customer, do you have any other question?" Jingru asked respectfully after taking Duan Ling Tian around the entire courtyard house. "Jingru." Duan Ling Tian looked at Jingru and smiled lightly. "Are you interested in being my manager here?" Jingru was stunned and couldn't quite wrap her head around things. Duan Ling Tian continued, "I'm worried Duan Rong will come look for trouble with you because of what happened today, even though you're a member of the imperial family's business. And he wouldn't dare make trouble for you openly. A despicable person like him isn't above operating in secret. If you be my manager, your main job will consist of being in charge of my daily income and the everyday management of the courtyard house. You don't have to do anything else, so it's absolutely more relaxed than your previous job. Besides that, I can give you double your salary." Duan Ling Tian had already decided in his heart that when he bought this courtyard house, he would find a manager, some servant girls, and a chef. In the future, the household affairs would be handled by the manager, allowing his mother and his 2 fiancés to cultivate in peace. "You think it over properly. Within the next 3 days, you may come find me here anytime." Duan Ling Tian didn't force Jingru when he noticed her hesitation. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any other intentions for looking after Jingru like this. It was all pure concern. Although Jingru had a pretty appearance, she was still inferior compared to Li Fei and Ku Er, and at most at the same level as Li Shishir. As a former king of mercenaries, Duan Ling Tian was a person that knew how to be grateful. Even though Jingru moving to block in front of him was very unnecessary, at that time Jingru didn't know his ability and was obviously throwing her life out there. Such a kind girl being the manager of his courtyard house was extremely suitable because he could completely trust her. "Xiong Quan, let's return to the inn and bring them over." After Jingru left, Duan Ling Tian locked up the main gate before leaving the house with Xiong Quan. Duan Clan Estate. As a large clan within Crimson Sky Kingdom that was only inferior to the imperial family, the Duan Clan Estate occupied an extremely vast area of land. At this moment, in a large courtyard within the Duan Clan Estate, a fat, married woman with a body weight of around 300 pounds was currently helping Duan Rong dress his injuries. The pair of small eyes on the fat woman flickered with a vicious light. "Rong, do you know who the person who injured you is?" Duan Rong furiously shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't worry. Auntie will surely find out and take revenge for you." The fat woman's voice emitted a trace of sinister coldness. "Thank you, Auntie." Duan Rong had a face full of delight, as he knew the ability of this aunt of his. Although his uncle, the Duan clan's second son in line, Had his Dantian crippled 20 years ago, he was still able to manage the various businesses of the Duan clan, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarchs and the few supreme elders. And his uncle always listened to this aunt of his. The fat woman looked at Duan Rong and slowly said, "You go get some rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send some people over to buy a courtyard house for you. At that time, you can directly move in. Besides that, you must be sure to live up to expectations once you enter Paladin Academy. The entire Duan clan only has a quota of 5 recommendations, and your uncle gave you the only one he had, so you mustn't lose face for him. Auntie, I won't disappoint you and uncle for sure." Duan Rong fiercely nodded before turning and leaving. After Duan Rong left, the fat woman stood up with great difficulty, and her 300-pound body walked out in large strides, causing a wave tremors on the ground. North of the Duan clan estate, there was a luxurious estate just a few streets after. A wagon had only just stopped at the estate's gates when a red figure flashed out of the carriage and flew directly towards the estate gate. "Who?" For house guards stopped the figure at the gate. "You all actually dare to stop this young miss? Open up your damn eyes and look at who I am." The red-clothed youth burst out in rage as she stared at them furiously, and her hand that grasped the black whip seemed to tighten. One of the house guards' face turned ghastly white when he recognized her. Then he hurriedly bowed. "Young Miss Lee, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment. Please pardon my offense." "Young Miss Lee?" The other 3 house guards' expression turned ghastly white as well, and they hurriedly bowed. They had all recalled this she-devil. She was precisely the 5th prince's cousin and the only daughter of Fair Sun County's county governor, Tong Li. "Pardon your offense? Dream on. I'll discipline you all properly in my cousin's stead today." Tong Li, however, wasn't so forgiving. When she lifted her hand, the black whip seemed to transform into a black, venomous snake that flashed towards the 4 house guards, fiercely swinging itself upon their bodies. Bang! 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 Even though the 4 house guards were beaten to the point that their skin split apart, they didn't make a single sound, as they knew that if they made a sound, their punishment would be even worse. "Humph, at least you're sensible. Grandma Wang, let's go find my cousin." After venting her anger, Tong Li put away her whip before walking swiftly into the estate. The 4 house guards' faces were ghastly white with a sense of lingering fear, and they only caught their breaths after Tong Li had disappeared from their sights. I didn't think that this Tong Li's temper wouldn't change a bit after so many years. Not only did it not change, I feel it became worse. I still remember the first time she came here 3 years ago. Half of my hair was burnt off by her. That's nothing. 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a poisonous snake into my bath barrel. If it wasn't for 5th Prince bestowing medicine to me, I would have died from poisoning back then. This she-devil is back again. Looks like the estate is going to be eventful again. The 4 house guards had faces filled with lingering fear, seeming to be unable to bear to remember the past. In the luxurious estate, within the backyard pergola, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there, as he peacefully tasted some fragrant tea. Behind him, a white-browed old man stood there, not moving an inch. "Cousin brother." Suddenly, a voice that caused the refined young man's eyebrows to twitch sounded from afar, and then a sense of tender love appeared on his face. The corners of the white-browed old man's mouth twitched, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Before long, Tong Li arrived before the refined young man. With red eyes, her tears flowed like the rain. "Cousin brother, you have to take revenge for me." The refined young man, in other words, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 5th prince, couldn't help but be stunned. It was hard for him to imagine how there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. "Li, what wrong? Who offended you?" "Woo-woo." Tong Li flew into 5th Prince's embrace. It was like a place for her to vent as she started crying loudly. "Grandma Wang, what happened?" When the 5th Prince looked at the old woman that followed Tong Li in, the tender love on his face vanished, and in its place was a trace of a dignified expression. This was the dignified expression of someone in a high position, and thus suppressed the old woman to the extent that she lowered her head. The old woman hurriedly recounted what happened in the restaurant. "Fifth Prince, this is what happened. A few hours ago I and the young miss..." Bang! The fifth prince's palm that exploded forth with origin energy descended upon the stone table in front of him, shattering it into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. "What did you say?" "That person slapped Li many times." "Yes." The old woman lowered her head. Tong Li raised her head and cried as she spoke. "Cousin brother, look. It's been a few hours, and although I consumed an icy skin pill, the marks on my face couldn't be fully removed." When the fifth prince noticed the light marks on Tong Li's face, the fierce light in his eyes grew even brighter. Icy skin pill, a grade 7 medicinal pill that healed the external injuries on the skin and yielded miraculous results. She had consumed the icy skin pill a few hours earlier and the marks on her face still couldn't be fully removed. He could imagine how heavily injured she was before. Who is he? Fifth Prince's refined temperament vanished, and in its place was fierceness and ruthlessness. His gaze descended upon the old woman, causing her expression to turn slightly pale. "Fifth Prince, I don't know. All I know is that there were 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 more women who wore veils and weren't older than 20. Fifth Prince took a deep breath. "Old man, buy May's present." The white-browed old man took a step forward before looking at the fifth prince and respectfully bowing. "Go investigate. I want to see who actually dared to injure my cousin's sister." Fifth prince instructed with eyes that emitted dense killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters from the same father but different mothers, none of them could be entrusted with his heartfelt feelings. Only this cousin sister of his wouldn't scheme against him nor fight for power and status with him, and thus he had always doted on this cousin sister. "Cousin brother, I want him captured alive. I want to kill him with my own 2 hands." Tong Li's voice was mixed with infinite icy coldness. Duanling Tian naturally wasn't aware that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd already created 2 huge problems. He was currently sitting within the wagon and chatting with the 3 women as they traveled towards the house he had just purchased. "Scoundrel, why'd you sell the Fergana horses?" Li Fei asked in curiosity. "I lack money, so I sold them. We won't be using them while we stay in the imperial city anyway, and we can buy them again when we need them in the future," Duanling Tian casually said. Purchasing the house cost 8 million silver. And now, with the balance 2 million silver combined with the 3 million from the sale of the 3 Fergana horses, he had another 5 million silver on him. There were no advantages to traveling in the imperial city using Fergana horses, so changing to ordinary steeds were more than enough. "Young master, what's the pleasant surprise you spoke about?" Ku Er's watery eyes blinked as she asked Duanling Tian curiously. Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile. "If I tell you now, then it won't be a pleasant surprise. So mysterious. Nobody wants to know," Li Fei rebuked, but in truth, a trace of curiosity flashed deep within her eyes. Eventually, the wagon came to a stop. "My liege, we've arrived," Xiong Quan's voice sounded. When the 3 women saw Duanling Tian unlock the main gate of the courtyard house in front of them, they were dumbstruck. "Tian, this is a house you bought?" Li Ro asked in surprise. Years ago, she had stayed in the imperial city's Duan clan for a few years, and naturally knew how expensive land was in the imperial city's inner city. Compared to the Duan clan estate, the courtyard house in front of her eyes might be nothing, but even then, this house was worth at least be 7 million or 8 million silver. "Pleasantly surprised, right?" Duanling Tian laughed. The 3 women nodded as they followed Duanling Tian into the house. This pleasant surprise was really too huge. Xiong Quan led the wagon into the courtyard before closing the main gate. "Scoundrel, this courtyard house cost a lot, right?" Li Fei suppressed the shock in the heart and blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian. "Never mind how much it was, see if you like it. The building on the right is the main building. It has 7 rooms and leads directly to the backyard. The building on the left is the sub-building. It has 30 rooms and I plan to leave it for the servant girls and chef. Duan Ling Tian slowly introduced. Before long, Li Ro was pulled away by Ku Er and Li Fei, who had excited expressions on their faces, to take a look around the entire courtyard house. After today, they would be the owners of this house. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of a door being knocked sounded. Under Duan Ling Tian's instruction, Xiong Quan walked over and said, in a low voice, "Who?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice sounded from outside. "Open the door." Duan Ling Tian recognized this voice. It was the voice of the manager he had decided upon, Jing Ru. However, why was she so anxious? When Duan Ling Tian saw Jing Ru once more, he noticed that she had brought a bundle of things with her, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Jing Ru, what happened?" "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent people to ask the manager about the whereabouts of your house. Although that person couldn't do anything because the manager wouldn't speak due to business rules, the Duan clan's second master is too skilled, so before long, he will probably find out about your whereabouts." Jing Ru's mouth didn't stop speaking since she entered, and only after finishing did she have a worried expression on her face. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he slowly nodded before asking, "You came to notify me?" Jing Ru's face blushed. "I came to seek refuge from young master. I never imagined that the Duan clan's second master would interfere in the matter, and if he interferes, then he will come for me sooner or later. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. Never had he expected that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him achieve his aim. Jing Ru's face went pale when she saw Duan Ling Tian's expression. "Young master, you can't be regretting it now, right?" How could Duan Ling Tian not realize that Jing Ru had misunderstood? "What are you thinking?" Duan Ling Tian, never take back what I've said," he explained with a light smile. "Duan Ling Tian?" Jing Ru's beautiful eyebrows knit. "Young master, you? Could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan?" "According to my knowledge, the younger generation direct line descendants of the Duan clan were named with Ling. I was once, but now I'm not," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, as he never had any sense of belonging to that Duan clan. Even if his deadbeat father were to return, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice. That clan that would force a single mother to leave. He would never in his entire life forget the generous gifts the Duan clan gave to him. Jing Ru was a smart person, so upon noticing that Duan Ling Tian didn't want to explain any further, she didn't continue asking. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's expression eased up and he withdrew some silver before passing it to Jing Ru. "Jing Ru, from today onwards, you're my house's manager. Take this money and hire a few well-behaved, diligent, and reliable servant girls within the next few days. And look for 2 chefs. As for their salary, make it double of whatever their counterparts get in those large clans." "Yes, young master." Jing Ru received the silver and hurriedly nodded. "I will surely take care of this properly and won't disappoint you. If I didn't trust you, then I wouldn't let you be my manager." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It was precisely because he liked Jing Ru's behavior that he made this decision. "Besides that, in the future, you'll stay in the main building with us since there are 7 rooms. My family plus Xiong Quan would only take 5 rooms, so there are 2 extra rooms," Duan Ling Tian continued. "Thank you, young master." Jing Ru had an excited expression, and her heart was filled with gratitude. The young master allowed her to stay in the main building, and it would also mean that he didn't take her to be an outsider. "Scoundrel, who is she?" A fragrance invaded his senses as Li Fei grabbed Duan Ling Tian's arm. It was as if she was announcing that Duan Ling Tian belonged to her. Her gaze, which was filled with vigilance, descended upon Jing Ru. "This is the manager I found, Jing Ru. Jing Ru, this is my fiancée, Li Fei." Duan Ling Tian introduced the 2 girls. "Manager." The vigilance on Li Fei's face eased up, and she lightly smiled to Jing Ri, "Big sister Jing Ru. Nice to meet you." Jing Ru was overwhelmed with the unexpected favor as he hurriedly said, "Young mistress, you can call me Jing Ru." Li Fei beamed when Jingru called her young mistress. Then she grabbed Jingru's hand and walked off towards the house. Big sister Jingru, let's go. I'll introduce Aunt Ro and Ku Er to you. A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he saw the three women quickly getting along with Jingru. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, two flashes of light that seemed like bolts of lightning flashed out straight towards Duanling Tian like lightning striking. Be careful, my liege. Xiong Quan's expression turned grim, and his body jerked before disappearing on the spot. When he appeared once again, he was already in front of Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Instantly, his 3-foot-long blade flashed out and over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Facing the two flashes of light that were flying over, Xiong Quan used his full strength, clearly showing how fearful he was of these two sudden flashes of light. However, even Xiong Quan's sword strike still hit nothing. The two flashes of light flashed past his sword and flew towards Duanling Tian. My liege! Xiong Quan's expression turned extremely grim and cold sweat started to pour from his body. If his liege were to die, he wouldn't be able to survive either. It's fine. Xiong Quan, put away your sword, Duanling Tian said, which caused Xiong Quan's heart to settle down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were two strange little pythons on Duanling Tian's hands. Little black, little white. You two have finally awakened. Duanling Tian started playing with the two little pythons. He noticed that after half a year of sleep, they actually had undergone a huge metamorphosis. Not only were the horns on their heads fully revealed, now they even flickered with a faint brilliance. I really never imagined that the current speed of you two would be so swift. What sort of variant are you two? Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh. His origin energy merged into the bodies of the two little pythons and he noticed a shocking matter. The snow python's beast core had actually been completely dissolved and absorbed by the two little pythons. No wonder their current speed was obviously far superior to the snow python at its prime. Even Xiong Quan couldn't touch them when he exerted his full strength while relying on his grade 7 spirit weapon. However, luckily, nothing happened to them. Duanling Tian felt a wave of fear wash over him. He hadn't mentioned the two little pythons to Xiong Quan, and thus Xiong Quan didn't know of their existence. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons playfully flicked their tongues at Duanling Tian. Seeing this scene caused Xiong Quan's scalp to go slightly numb, and he asked, in disbelief, My liege, are these your fierce beasts? Sort of. Duanling Tian nodded. His thoughts were still fixated on the moment the two little pythons flashed towards him. He vaguely saw more than 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above them before disappearing in the next second. It was so fast that even he wasn't able to clearly see the exact amount of ancient mammoth silhouettes. He only vaguely caught sight of some afterimages. Little Black, come demonstrate for me to see how strong you two are currently. Duanling Tian looked at the little black python and lightly rubbed its small head. The little black python seemed to understand what Duanling Tian said, as it flicked its tongue before instantly flashing out and coiling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It then playfully hung on a tree branch and started blinking its intelligent eyes at Duanling Tian. This time Duanling Tian saw it clearly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Little White moved as well and hung onto a tree branch like Little Black. 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duanling Tian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, as he noticed that Little Black and Little White each possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xiong Quan's strike at full force. Xiong Quan had currently only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and without a spirit weapon, his entire strength was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert close to 520 ancient mammoths, which was quite a difference from either one of the two little pythons. I never expected such a terrifying change to occur after they finished absorbing the snow python's beast core. Unbelievable! It took a long time for Duanling Tian's state of mind to calm down, and a question arose within his heart. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the snow python's beast core shouldn't be able to cause the two little pythons to undergo such changes. Maybe there were some hidden facts which he didn't know of, or maybe there was something else within the snow python's beast core. Unfortunately, however, now that the snow python's beast core had been completely dissolved and absorbed by the two little pythons, there was no way to investigate. No matter what, the two little pythons undergoing a metamorphosis once again caused Duanling Tian to feel delighted, as this would mean that he would have two more powerhouses beside him that were even stronger than Xiongquan. The two little pythons and Duanling Tian could understand each other on a heart-to-heart basis. Duanling Tian only needed to slightly lead them, and the two little pythons would be able to transform into two invincible sharp blades. Two sharp blades that could pierce through his enemies' chests. Duanling Tian waved his hand, and the two little pythons returned to his hand. Xiongquan's eyes emitted a sense of fear, as he understood that even if one little python were to attack him, the current him wouldn't be able to avoid death. Even if he used the grade 7 spirit weapon, the end result would be the same. Duanling Tian naturally noticed Xiongquan's gaze, and he felt that this wasn't a bad thing. From today onwards, besides needing to worry about the poison Duanling Tian gave him, he would need to worry about these two little pythons that completely obeyed Duanling Tian's orders. He knew that Xiongquan was an intelligent person and would know how to choose. Deep in the night, since they didn't have a chef yet, Jingru personally made dinner for them, and the taste caused Duanling Tian and his family to unceasingly praise her. "Big sister Jingru, I never expected your cooking skills to be so good," Ku-er said, with a light smile. "Young mistress, you're too kind, but how could I compare to those professional chefs?" Jingru lightly shook her head. "Big sister Jingru, just call me Ku-er." Being addressed as young mistress caused Ku-er to blush from embarrassment. After dinner, Li Ro, Ku-er, and Li Fei returned to their rooms. Xiongquan, on the other hand, stood behind Duanling Tian, fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. "Jingru." Duanling Tian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. "Young master, do you need something?" Jingru looked at Duanling Tian inquiringly and full of curiosity. "Jingru, you seemed extremely afraid when you mentioned the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, this second master is just an ordinary person that had his Dantian crippled, right?" This was something Duanling Tian couldn't wrap his head around. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei's Dantian, was accidentally crippled by his deadbeat father all those years ago. This was something even he knew. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist whose Dantian had been crippled was actually able to cause Jingru's face to turn pale just from mentioning him. "Young master, there are things which you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's Dantian was crippled, he's skilled in business. The businesses under the Duan clan were mostly built up by him. Although he lost his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economy. So his status within the Duan clan is only below the patriarchs and the few supreme elders." As soon as Jingru heard what Duanling Tian said, she knew that he didn't know of the Duan clan's current circumstances. She was curious in her heart. Could it be that the young master was a direct descendant of the Duan clan that was left behind outside of the clan? In a spacious room, Duanling Tian lied on the soft bed as he looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. What Jingru said earlier made him feel like he was awakening from a dream. He suddenly felt that many of his previous ways of thinking were too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after he arrived at the Imperial City, he would directly go to the Duan clan and challenge Duanling Xing before killing him. In this way, the Duan clan would suffer a loss but be unable to voice their grievances. But now it would seem that the matter was not as simple as he thought. If he were to kill Duanling Xing in a fair and public match, he would surely need to face Duan Rulei's frenzied secret attempts at revenge. Duan Rulei's status was extremely high in the Duan clan, so that would be very troublesome. He himself wasn't afraid, but he had to consider the safety of his family. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duanling Xing needs to be planned carefully. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he closed his eyes and started thinking of a way to deal with the situation. Besides Xiongquan, there was only the two little pythons by his side that were strong. If the two little pythons were to work together and attack unexpectedly, killing a 5th-level nascent soul martial artist shouldn't be a problem. But if it was a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist, then even if Xiongquan and the two little pythons were to work together, they still might not be able to kill him. Duan Roulé has such a high status in the Duan clan. Not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist, he probably can even order about a martial artist above the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength that I control is still too weak. Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 pillfire and become a grade 8 alchemist, and thus would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiongquan. At that time, Xiongquan's strength would recover by another 1/3, and based on Duan Ling Tian's estimations, his strength would be at the 1st level of the void prying stage. I wouldn't be so constrained if Xiongquan was a 1st-level void prying martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a piercing cold glow before he closed them. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body madly rushed at his fleshly body and unceasingly tempered it. If his fleshly body hadn't completed its tempering, then he wouldn't be able to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the Raging Python Form's mental cultivation method slowed down Duan Ling Tian's cultivation speed by a certain degree. This was precisely the reason it was difficult for him to catch up to Ku Er and Li Fei's cultivation levels. His cultivation had an extra step, the tempering of the fleshly body. Duan Ling Tian cultivated the entire night until dawn the next day, but he noticed that he actually didn't feel one bit exhausted. Although the 4th-level core formation stage tempering of the fleshly body hasn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual force seems to have advanced, only a little bit more for it to be comparable to the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. After noticing this, Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed a spiritual force comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, then it would also mean that he would be able to inscribe an inscription that was at an even higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. If activated unexpectedly, the Blood Crescent inscription was capable of killing martial artists below the nascent soul stage, but posed no threat against any martial artist at the nascent soul stage. If he wanted to deal with a nascent soul martial artists, then he would have to use a higher grade offensive inscription. Scoundrel, you broke through? Duan Ling Tian walked out of the main building and arrived at the front courtyard. His appearance, which was full of spirits, caused Li Fei to be surprised. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Only he knew what he was happy about. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ku Er, who was absorbed in her sword cultivation, and lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei, "Who's stronger between you and Ku Er?" Li Fei said, with a smile, "After little sister Ku Er's freezing sword stepped into the perfection stage, I wasn't a match for her. Moreover, her cultivation should soon step into the 6th level of the core formation stage." Li Fei was not one bit envious of Ku Er's cultivation surpassing hers, as she had gotten along well with Ku Er in these past 2 years, and they were like true sisters. Of course, this was only limited to Ku Er. Maybe it was because Ku Er was with Duan Ling Tian at first and she came later on. However, Li Fei was extremely vigilant towards any other woman that appeared near Duan Ling Tian, as she was unwilling to share Duan Ling Tian with a third woman. Ku Er. Duan Ling Tian looked at the faraway beautiful figure with slight surprise, as he didn't expect Ku Er to have such huge progress in her cultivation. Ku Er currently was similar to him already at the age of 18. Women changed quickly as they aged, and the current Ku Er was completely different from the immature little girl from 3 years ago. Whoosh! Ku Er's sword that was suffused with origin energy flashed out, and with it, an icy cold aura swept out. The entire sword seemed to be covered in a layer of cold chi. This was precisely the freezing sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill, and it was also the sword skill within the top cultivation method, Frost God's sword technique. In the following month, the courtyard house was peaceful. Besides occasionally flirting with his 2 fiancées, Duan Ling Tian spent his time painstakingly cultivating. The facts proved that concentrating solely on cultivation made the process much faster than the cultivating while traveling in the wagon. After all, during the journey, he couldn't help but be affected by some disturbances. Duan Ling Tian completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage within half a month, and started to charge towards the 5th level of the core formation stage. Something worth mentioning was that his spirit serpent movement technique that hadn't broken through for a long time had finally stepped into the perfection stage during this 1 month's time. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills that he possessed had all stepped into the perfection stage in succession. Whoosh! In the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian's body was like a spirit serpent as it flashed out, seeming to transform into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. If he used the Grade 8 spirit weapon, Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword, he was confident that there weren't many people under the origin core stage that could withstand a single sword strike from him. During this month, Ku-Er smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month before, the peaceful house felt much more alive, as Jingru had found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the house was on the right track, allowing Duan Ling Tian and his family to cultivate in peace. "How's the situation outside?" Duan Ling Tian asked Xiongquan, who had just returned. Xiongquan respectfully said, "My liege, although that Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th princess people are still searching for your whereabouts, it isn't so frequent anymore. They don't know of your background and thus have no way of searching for you. However, according to my knowledge, the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter and the Duan clan's 2nd master's nephew, Duan Rong, seem to be students in the same year as you in Paladin Academy. There's still 2 months before the end of the registration period of Paladin Academy and when the term begins. My liege, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment, and at that time the Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th prince will both target you." Xiongquan spoke of his worries. Both the Duan clan's 2nd master and the 5th prince had a myriad of powerhouses under their command. Xiongquan was self-aware and thus knew that with his current level of cultivation, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. "They're Paladin Academy students as well?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "I understand. I'll think of a way to handle this. Hereafter, continue to keep an eye on the surrounding circumstances. I don't wish for the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th princess people to locate this place in the short term." "Yes, my liege," Xiongquan replied respectfully. He obeyed any of Duan Ling Tian's orders unconditionally. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiongquan and slowly said, "Besides that, don't call me your liege in the future. Call me young master like Jingru and the others." "Yes, young master," Xiongquan replied before leaving. Duan clan's 2nd master, 5th prince. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his temples. If the current him were to face them head-on, he would undoubtedly be overestimating himself. "My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for some time." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as his eyes emitted a dense, cold light. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, there was no way to cultivate spiritual force, and one could only rely on the progression of one's cultivation to continuously grow one's spiritual force. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete the final metamorphosis. At that time, his spiritual force, which was comparable to that of a martial artist at the nascent soul stage, would be sufficient to inscribe a formidable inscription that could annihilate nascent soul martial artists. However, the higher the inscription, the more expensive the materials needed. Merely one inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials worth a few million silver. Duan Ling Tian realized that he needed to find a way to make money. Duan Ling Tian looked at the servant girl beside him and asked, "Xiao Lu, do you have some makeup?" This servant girl was a clever girl named Xiao Lu. She was brought in by Jingru. "Yes." Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. "Get it for me," Duan Ling Tian said. Even though Xiao Lu was curious as to why Duan Ling Tian would want makeup, she still brought it over for Duan Ling Tian. When she saw Duan Ling Tian putting makeup onto his own face, she was stunned. Does young master's face, which is so delicate and pretty that even a girl would be envious of, need makeup? In next to no time, she was completely dumbstruck. "How is it? Can you still recognize me? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. The current him looked as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effects of the disguise from the makeup he used. Young master, you're too formidable. This is really too godly. Xiao Lu had a face full of adoration as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. If she hadn't seen it with her own two eyes, it would be extremely difficult for her to believe that this was real, because it was utterly impossible to notice that Duan Ling Tian had makeup on just by looking. Xiao Lu, what are you so surprised about? You, who are you? Why are you wearing my scoundrel's clothes? At an unknown time, Li Fei had come out of her room, and when she saw the disguised Duan Ling Tian, her expression went grim. Duan Ling Tian glared at Li Fei and fiercely said, "Little girl, I've killed your scoundrel. This courtyard house is mine from now on." You're mine as well. Scoundrel. Li Fei was confused earlier due to being too concerned, but after a moment, she recognized Duan Ling Tian. You? This? How did you do it? Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Li Fei was able to recognize him. After all, they had been together for such a long time. Ask Xiao Lu. I have to go out and do something. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Although he had a different face now, his smile was extremely natural. Duan Ling Tian brought little black in his sleeve before walking out of the house. After leaving the house, Duan Ling Tian asked a passerby about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over with large strides. The inner city wasn't big, but neither was it small. Duan Ling Tian weaved through the stream of people before arriving at the Alchemist Guild half an hour later. Compared to Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was an ancient and majestic building. This should probably be the main building for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's lobby, the stream of people entering and leaving was unceasing. Most of these people were here to post assignments. There was also a small amount of people who had an Alchemist Guild crest on their chests. Obviously they were alchemists, and most of them were Grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that were a rare sight in Fresh Breeze Town and even Aurora City are now everywhere to be seen. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, and at the same time he withdrew his Grade 9 alchemist crest and placed it on his chest before walking in. Instantly, the people outside the Alchemist Guild's door stopped their steps and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. A Grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist? They were all shocked. Although Duan Ling Tian had disguised his face, this face was still a face of a youth and looked to be at most around the age of 18. Duan Ling Tian ignored these gazes. He directly walked into the Alchemist Guild lobby and made his way towards the counter. Meanwhile, the people at the door finally started moving. 18-year-old youth, Grade 9 alchemist? Is it real or fake? Why do you believe this? Do you think that if our Crimson Sky Kingdom really had an 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist that passed the Alchemist Guild's verification, we wouldn't know about it? You're right. The crest he's wearing is probably from his family's senior. I think so too. Most of the people didn't consider Duan Ling Tian to be a real Grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Ling Tian knew of what they thought, he would surely laugh in disdain and feel that they had gotten excited over something so common. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, 18-year-old alchemists appeared in the foreign lands without end and were countless in number. Duan Ling Tian walked over to an empty counter. However, just when he was about to reach the counter, a blue-clothed young man dashed over to his front and stood at the counter before him. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. The young man didn't get the attendant to help him post or receive an assignment, but instead looked over at Duan Ling Tian with a ridiculing smile on the corners of his mouth. The young man was over 20 years old and emitted arrogance between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild's rules state that only alchemists are qualified to wear the Alchemist Guild's crest. If someone were to give another their crest as they pleased, it would be considered a form of disrespect towards the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile. Your family seniors are really bold, actually daring to let a little kid like you wear their Alchemist Guild crest. Looks like have no respect for the Alchemist Guild. Duanling Tian was initially thought that it was strange. This person didn't actually want to get to the counter, he wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, Duanling Tian finally came to an understanding and knew why the young man had stopped him. Little kid? Duanling Tian's eyes flickered and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then he lightly smiled and said, "How do you know it isn't my own Alchemist Guild crest? Or maybe it's you who's getting excited over something common, and think that it's impossible to be a grade 9 alchemist at an age like mine." Just at this moment, many people within the Alchemist Guild lobby surrounded them. Watching a scene was human nature. Isn't this the Xiao clan's genius alchemist? Xiao He? Yeah, it's Xiao He. Allegedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20 and was publicly acknowledged as our Crimson Sky Kingdom's most talented genius alchemist in the younger generation. The Xiao clan really got lucky producing such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, becoming a grade 7 alchemist in the future won't be difficult. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well? Oh my god. He looks like he's only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably got the Alchemist Guild crest from his family's senior and purposely came here to show off. This youth's seniors are really outrageous. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duanling Tian could really be a grade 9 alchemist, as he too young after all. Moreover, in the entire history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never once been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. Xiao He? 20 years old? Grade 9 alchemist? In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's domain, such a natural talent was indeed considered to be a genius alchemist. However, wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm getting excited over something common? Xiao He perked up his head and mocked. Little kid! Last year, when I was 20, Xiao He, registered as a grade 9 alchemist in this alchemist guild. I was acknowledged as the most gifted alchemist in the entire younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and this was something that the guild master of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild personally acknowledged. If you're really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I have not heard of it? So, you are surely a fake. Sometimes being self-confident is a good thing, but you shouldn't make self-confidence your means to be arrogant. In this world, there are some people that might not have the same level of fame as you, but that doesn't mean their natural talent is inferior to yours. So this little kid, will give you a piece of advice. You should conduct yourself in a more humble manner. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled before slowly saying, "If there's nothing else, please move aside. My time is extremely precious." What Duanling Tian said caused the surrounding bystanders to have weird expressions on their faces. This kid was actually teaching Xiao He a lesson? Little kid, you seem to be too self-righteous. Xiao He's face sank and his voice turned slightly cold. Xiao He, what's going on? Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance walked out from within the Alchemist Guild and walked over upon seeing the crowd gathered together. Vice Guild Master. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Even Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master, Yi Luan. Vice Guild Master, this person put on another's Alchemist Guild crest and blatantly sought public attention. It's detrimental to the Alchemist Guild's reputation. So I say the Alchemist Guild should find the true owner of this Alchemist Guild crest and give out punishment to him. Xiao He pointed at the Alchemist Guild crest on Duanling Tian's chest and spoke with a sense of justice. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man, as through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master. Oh! After hearing what Xiao He said, Yi Luan curiously sized up Duanling Tian before asking, in an indifferent voice, "Kid, who gave you this Alchemist Guild crest?" Duanling Tian started laughing. What? The dignified Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild speaks irresponsibly when he doesn't know the truth of the matter yet? Yi Luan's brows creased. Presumptuous. Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duanling Tian. Kid, You still dare deny it in front of the Vice Guild Master? Yi Luan raised his hand to stop Xiao He before glancing at Duanling Tian in interest. Kid, could it be that it's really your own Alchemist Guild crest? Is it that strange? Duanling Tian shrugged and had a disapproving expression. It isn't strange, but you seem to be only around 18 years old. Are you sure this grade 9 Alchemist crest is something you obtained through the verification of our Alchemist Guild? Yi Luan's eyes shined brilliantly as his gaze descended upon Duanling Tian's face, seeming to be wanting to discern something. Unfortunately, however, he was bound to be disappointed, as Duanling Tian's face remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of the grade 9 Alchemist crest, then our Alchemist Guild has the right to reclaim this crest, Yi Luan added. Actually, Yi Luan didn't believe that this Alchemist Guild crest belonged to the youth in front of him either. He was sure that the youth's Alchemist Guild crest was indeed one that was issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, because on the crest was a special marking of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom had an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist, no matter how secluded the small city it was verified in, the small city's Alchemist Guild would report it to the main guild at the first possible moment. So as far as he was concerned, the possibility that this Alchemist Guild crest was the youth's was nearly non-existent. How could Yi Luan have known that when Duanling Tian was 16 years old, after he tested and verified his status as a grade 9 alchemist in Aurora City, the Alchemist Guild's guild master at the time, Suemo, did indeed think of reporting this matter to the main guild. However, later on, after hearing the nonsense Duanling Tian spoke of, Suemo believed it to be true. He really thought that Duanling Tian's mysterious teacher was unwilling to let anyone disturb Duanling Tian's growth. So he concealed the matter and didn't report it. This leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild had absolutely no knowledge of the existence of Duanling Tian, or else the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most gifted genius alchemist in the younger generation of Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiao He, but Duanling Tian. Although a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't that rare. But a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, not to mention it hadn't appeared in the entire history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's even never appeared in the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove your identity as a grade 9 alchemist, then the Alchemist Guild will reclaim your Alchemist Guild crest. Xiao He looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze filled with a sense of looking at a joke. What a joke! He wouldn't believe no matter what that this little kid was a grade 9 alchemist. One by one, the gazes of the people present descended upon Duanling Tian, and even more people were waiting for Duanling Tian to make a fool of himself. Duanling Tian glanced at the surrounding people as he asked, "None of you believe that I'm grade 9 alchemist?" Even though no one replied, their questioning gazes explained everything. You're called Xiao He? Duanling Tian turned his gaze over to Xiao He, and his eyes flashed with a trace of a cunning brilliance that he didn't allow Xiao He to notice. Exactly, I'm Xiao He. Xiao He perked up his head in an incredibly arrogant manner as he looked down upon Duanling Tian. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duanling Tian asked. Humph. I'm not interested in betting with you, Xiao He sneered. Even though he didn't know what exactly Duanling Tian had up his sleeve, being someone who could become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wasn't a fool. Haha, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most gifted genius alchemist. An alchemist at the age of 20? What an undeserved reputation. Duanling Tian started laughing with a carefree expression, but anyone could perceive that Duanling Tian was actually mocking Xiao He as a cowardly person. Kid, don't change the subject. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove you're an alchemist, then you have to hand over that Alchemist Guild crest. Xiao He looked at Duanling Tian with an expression that said, Stop acting. I saw through your act long ago. When did I change the subject? The bet I want to carry out with you is precisely in response to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet on is, if I can prove that I'm a grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. Conversely, if I'm unable to prove it, then I'd lose 5 million silver to you. Do you dare? Duanling Tian gazed at Xiao He with a tranquil expression. 5 million silver? Hua! The gamble which Duanling Tian spoke of was like a pebble tossed onto the water, raising 1,000 ripples. The surrounding crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Even the Alchemist Guild's main guild's vice guild master, Yi Luan, looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze full of interest. Could it be that he really is a grade 9 alchemist? However, if he really is a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the verification process to obtain the Alchemist Guild crest, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild that registered him not report this to the main guild? There were too many questions within Yi Luan's heart. 5 million silver? Xiaohe was stunned. 5 million silver was nothing to him. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would surely satisfy his wish. After all, he was the genius alchemist who the Xiao clan was focused fostering, and he was in existence would sooner or later become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only been a grade 9 alchemist for a year, and most of the medicinal pills he refined were to complete the Alchemist Guild's assignments in order to earn Alchemist Guild points. Currently, he only had with him the 3 million silver the clan gave him. What, you don't dare? Duanling Tian looked at Xiaohe and started laughing. If that's the case, then I guess you think I'm a grade 9 alchemist. Now, shouldn't you take back your questioning towards me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you must admit that I'm an even more gifted genius alchemist than you, and your reputation as the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most gifted genius alchemist of the younger generation is undeserved. Since Xiaohe appeared, Duanling Tian had seen through the sort of person he was. Xiaohe was an arrogant and conceited person, and it was exactly this point that he picked out to use as a means to force Xiaohe to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He was confident that with Xiaohe's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Haha, what a bullshit genius alchemist. He's nothing more than a coward. Duanling Tian continued to add fuel to the flame, breaking down the last line of defense within Xiaohe's heart. Yi Lu glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. This violet-clothed youth. Can it be that he's really confident? Okay, I agree. However, can you even produce 5 million silver? In the end, Xiaohe still agreed to the bet, and he looked at Duanling Tian with a mocking smile. As far as he was concerned, everything this youth said earlier was surely said on purpose to embarrass him, and now he would unravel the violet-clothed youth's lies. Can you even produce 5 million silver? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended upon Duanling Tian. They were all stunned by the massive gamble that Duanling Tian spoke of. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone would be able to casually put forth. Even a grade 9 alchemist would at least need tens of years to earn that amount of silver. Are you sure? After hearing what Xiaohe said, Duanling Tian didn't rush to withdraw his silver, as he wanted to make Xiaohe enter his trap completely. And in this way Xiaohe wouldn't be able to go back on his word. What, you're scared? Seeing Duanling Tian like this caused Xiaohe to think that Duanling Tian was afraid of being found out, and he laughed loudly before looking at the surrounding people and Yi Luan. Vice Guild Master, you and everyone present here shall be the witnesses of today's gamble. I, Xiaohe, and this ignorant kid establish a gamble. If he can prove that he's a grade 9 alchemist, I'll lose 5 million silver to him. And if he is unable to prove he's a grade 9 alchemist, then he will lose 5 million silver to me. As he finished speaking, Xiaohe added, but of course, the precondition to this gamble would be him being able to produce 5 million silver. The meaning of what he said was nothing more than saying if Duanling Tian couldn't produce such an amount of silver, then the gamble would have no meaning. As far as he was concerned, doing this was more than enough to reveal Duanling Tian's scheme. Of course I'll produce the silver, but I'm afraid you might not be able to. Duanling Tian looked at Xiaohe and smiled lightly. I can't produce it? Kid, I'm the genius alchemist that's being fostered by the Xiao clan. I only need to say the word to get 5 million silver. I understand now this is just your way of evading the bet because you're incapable of producing 5 million silver. You said this on purpose, right? The smile on Xiaohe's face grew even wider, and the last trace of worry within his heart vanished, as he firmly believed that Duanling Tian wasn't able to produce such an amount of silver. And everything that happened was just something Duan Tian did on purpose with the objective of making him afraid of agreeing on the bet, thus causing him be embarrassed and lose face in public. What? I've unraveled your lies. Don't have anything to say. Seeing Duan Tian slightly hesitating caused Xiao He to sneer. If you don't have that much silver, then don't act beyond your means. If you're sensible, then cut the crap and hand over your alchemist guild crest. Duan Tian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. As long as you can produce 5 million silver and pass it to the vice guild master for safekeeping, I naturally will produce my 5 million silver and pass it to the vice guild master as well. Unfortunately, however, you're probably unable to produce such an amount. The smile on the corners of Xiao He's mouth completely froze as he said, in a low voice, "Kid, are you not done? Fine, I'll pass 5 million silver to the Vice Guild Master right now." Vice Guild Master, I only have 3 million silver with me right now. Can I borrow the other 2 million silver from you? Xiao He withdrew a stack of silver with a wave of his hand and passed it over to Yi Luan. As the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He was the only one among the Xiao clan younger generation that possessed a spatial ring. Yi Luan's brows lightly twitched, but in the end he didn't say anything as he received Xiao He's silver and nodded. "Kid, did you see that? That's my wager. Where's yours?" Xiao He held his head high as he looked at Duan Tian and sneered unceasingly as he waited for Duan Tian to make a fool of himself. "What a joke! You say you're the Xiao clan's disciple, but you have to borrow from another person just to gather a mere 5 million silver TSK. Duan Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Cut the crap. Where's your wager?" Xiao He's face sank, and a desire to kill the violet-clothed youth abruptly arose within his heart. This kid was too hard to deal with. Watch closely. This is my wager. Although I'm just a nobody, I don't need to borrow money from someone else to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Tian put his hand into his pockets on purpose before withdrawing all the silver within his spatial ring. Then he passed it over to Yi Luan. "Vice Guild Master, this is my wager. Please count it." Yi Luan was stunned for a moment before he received the silver from Duan Tian. After counting for a moment, he nodded. "Yes, it's precisely 5 million silver." As he finished speaking, Yi Luan had an extremely complicated gaze. He vaguely realized that everything was a trap laid by this violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiao He to jump in. He used Xiao He's conceited personality against him. This violet-clothed youth was really too terrifying. He completely made use of Xiao He's weakness. At this point, he was almost completely sure that the violet-clothed youth was a genius that slipped through the Alchemist Guild main guild's net. He should indeed be a grade 9 alchemist. But he was still slightly anticipating the scene when the youth proved himself. "What the fuck? It's really 5 million silver. Who is this youth?" Even Xiao He wasn't able to produce 5 million silver and needed to borrow some silver from the Vice Guild Master. However, he easily produced 5 million silver. Truly unbelievable. Since he can produce so much silver and he initiated this gamble, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Since the matter has already come to this, do you think it's possible that he's so kind as to gift so much money to Xiao He? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's really too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a new record within our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're lucky enough to witness this special moment. The surrounding crowd grew in number as everyone who entered the Alchemist Guild crowded over. After some of the people who were unaware of what happened heard of the sequence of events from the person beside them, they looked at Xiao He and Duan Tian with interest as they waited for the crucial moment to arrive. Of these two people, one of them was the famous genius alchemist in Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other was only a nobody. No, it can't be. How could he possibly be able to produce 5 million silver? Xiao He's expression became extremely unsightly when he gazed at the stack of silver in Yi Luan's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Now even he realized that he had fallen for the violet-clothed youth's trap. However, deep within his heart, he still wasn't willing to believe that this youth was really a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, this mostly came from him not accepting the fact that he was surpassed. Only he knew how much hard work he expended in order to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He wasn't willing to believe that there was someone within the younger generation in Crimson Sky Kingdom with natural talent that surpassed his. Duanling Tian's brows slightly raised. He naturally noticed the change in Xiaohe's expression, but there wasn't a trace of pity within his heart. Today, if it wasn't for this Xiaohe picking a fight with him, he would have already accepted some assignments and started making money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one is able to choose between points-based compensation and monetary-based compensation. Duanling Tian came here precisely to accept assignments and make money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was in Aurora City he 5,000 points from Suemo, and that was sufficient for now. Since Xiaohe incited the matter of his own accord, then he would have to pay the price for his actions. 5 million silver was precisely the price Xiaohe had to pay. Actually, even Duanling Tian didn't expect that he would actually encounter such an unexpected joyful event when he came to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. It completely exceeded his expectations. He was going to obtain 5 million silver without needing the slightest effort. He wished he could encounter such a good opportunity a few more times. Seeing that all of the gazes of the people present had descended on his body, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing upwards. Hiss! A strand of milky white pill fire instantly sprouted out of Duanling Tian's hand and slowly flickered. Silence. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild lobby was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were upon the pill fire on Duanling Tian's hand, and they couldn't return to their senses even after a long while. Grade 9 pill fire. If it was only a grade 9 pill fire, it wouldn't be sufficient to cause surprise in them. However, when the grade 9 pill fire appeared on the hand of an 18-year-old youth, it was sufficient to cause them to be so surprised that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. An 18-year-old Grand 9 alchemist. What kind of monster was this? Yiluan was the first to react. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Duanling Tian, and a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Never had he thought that there was actually such an outstanding alchemist within their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This is the real genius alchemist. Xiaohe was utterly incapable of comparing with him. Subsequently, the people present reacted, and for a moment the entire lobby was filled with the sounds of exhaling breaths of cold air that rose and fell unceasingly. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. I wonder which clan he's from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is virtually a new record in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our Alchemist Guild's main guild's guild master, an existence that's from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, allegedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was nearly 20. In other words, this youth's natural talent is even more monstrous than the guild masters during his youth, and his future accomplishments might even possibly surpass the guild masters. The guild master is the one and only grade 6 alchemist within our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Since this kid surpassed him, doesn't that mean that he has a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? Monster! Monstrous talent! The surrounding crowd was not one bit stingy on their praises of Duanling Tian. Some of the people's gazes descended onto Xiaohe, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that at the instant that violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pill fire, the genius halo atop Xiaohe became a thing of the past. It was now history. This violet-clothed youth was the one that truly deserved being acknowledged as the most gifted genius alchemist within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiaohe didn't even amount to scraps in front of him. Xiaohe's body was trembling. He had recovered from the shock and quickly noticed the gazes full of pity that were upon him. At this moment he felt his heart tremble. 1 year ago, how awe-inspiring he was when he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. But now he was surpassed by an even younger youth, and had even lost 5 million silver to the youth. All of this made him feel too ashamed to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes from the surrounding people were more like gazes that were ridiculing and mocking him. Vice Guild Master. I'll get someone to send the 2 million silver over to you later. Xiaohe's voice was hoarse and deep. He swept Duanling Tian with a cold gaze and memorized Duanling Tian's appearance before leaving the Alchemist Guild. only leaving behind these words. If Xiao He were to find out that Duan Ling Tian's current appearance was only the product of his disguise, it was a mystery as to what his expression would look like. The people present all knew that it probably wouldn't take long for today's matter to spread through the entire imperial city. At that time, Xiao He would really lose face. Kid, here's your 10 million silver. Yi Luan took out another 2 million silver from his own pocket, combined it with the 8 million silver already in his hand, and passed it over to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Duan Ling Tian put away the silver and lightly smiled to Yi Luan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were a few gazes filled with greed on him that were coming from the surrounding crowd. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. Targeting his money? Kid, let's go have a chat inside. How about it? Yi Luan looked at Duan Ling Tian and invited with a light smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded before leaving the Alchemist Guild lobby with Yi Luan to enter to the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yi Luan asked Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't reveal his full name, and this name was precisely his name during his previous life. Ling Tian? Surnamed Ling, named Tian. What a good name! Yi Luan praised as his eyes emanated a brilliant light. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join, the Alchemist Guild will go all out in fostering you. In the future, you'll even have the chance to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Luan was concerned, this was an extremely huge temptation, and the youth before him probably wouldn't refuse. However, forgive me, Vice Guild Master, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Ling Tian faintly shook his head. Then that's really unfortunate. Yi Luan was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses. He didn't try to force Duan Ling Tian. He was able to notice that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted a sense of wisdom, and he was absolutely not someone who would change his decision on a whim. Vice Guild Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be taking my leave, Duan Ling Tian said to Yi Luan before leaving the rear hall. Upon noticing Duan Ling Tian arriving at his counter, the young man behind the counter in the lobby took a deep breath and didn't dare neglect him in the slightest. May I know if you're posting or accepting an assignment? Accepting an assignment. Let me take a look at your assignment folders, Duan Ling Tian said with a light smile. The young man didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so friendly and felt slightly overwhelmed from the unexpected attitude as he hurriedly passed over the folder to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian smiled to the young man before starting to flip through the assignment folder. Most of the assignments within the folders related to the refinement of grade 8 medicinal pills, and although there were quite a few assignments requiring grade 9 medicinal pills, the compensation was extremely low. Duan Ling Tian had no interest whatsoever in such low compensation. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at one of the first few folders among the assignment folders. An assignment that was posted 3 years ago. Assignment poster, Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan. Assignment details. Cure the poison of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Senior Marquis. The Senior Marquis was infected with the Void Stage Demon Beast Dark Nether Minx poison. A demon beast is a type of formidable beast that surpasses fierce beasts, similar to how a fierce beast surpasses a wild animal. Only a fierce beast at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and who breaks through to the void stage after surviving the 6-9 lightning tribulation, will undergo a metamorphosis and transform into a demon beast. Dark Nether Mink wouldn't attack humans under ordinary circumstances. Looks like it's probably the Senior Marquis who provoked it, and as a result was bitten by it. Through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian obtained quite the understanding of the Dark Nether Mink. This assignment's reward. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon the back of the folder. Assignment reward. The Divine Might Marquis Estate will satisfy any condition that is within their power by the person who completes this assignment. This generation's Divine Might Marquis seems to be that Cavalry Grand General or whatever again. I wonder what his status is like within the Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He then asked the young man behind the counter, May I know what sort of figure this cavalry Grand General, Senior Grand Marquis Neon is? Unexpectedly, however, admiration and veneration was aroused in the young man upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. Divine Might Marquis Yuan Grand General is a figure similar to a god of war in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and along with His Majesty the Emperor, he holds control over half of the military might of the kingdom. As for the Divine Might Marquis estate, its status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom is not one bit inferior to the large clans like the Shao clan. Besides that, the Divine Might Marquis himself is allegedly a void-stage powerhouse with a strength not one bit inferior to the 18 county governors of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the young man slowly said. Duan Ling Tian was shocked, as he originally thought that the Divine Might Marquis estate was just any other ordinary Grand General estate, but never had he imagined that it would have such a background. Right? How do the Duan clan and the Shao clan compare with each other? Duan Ling Tian asked. The young man lightly smiled as he said, the Duan clan and the Shao clan are both equally famous large clans of the imperial city. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded before closing the folder and passing it back to the young man. Didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. No. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and left after saying goodbye to the young man. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear into the distance. What demeanor! Not arrogant nor conceited. Unlike that Shao he, whose alchemist natural talent is only ordinary compared to his but is fond of putting on airs. Duan Ling Tian had only just left the Alchemist Guild when three figures slowly walked out of a nearby street and followed him. Where's that kid? The three middle-aged men had followed the violet-clothed youth into a secluded alleyway, and just when they thought that they were going to hit their target, they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had vanished at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search, a green-clothed middle-aged man said in a low voice as his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy brilliance. Just when the three of them were about to split up and search. You don't have to search anymore. A lazy voice echoed out before them, causing them to shudder as if being jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, what they saw was the violet-clothed youth walk out from the alley. Wasn't this youth exactly the target they were looking for? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the three of them. He had already taken notice of these three people when he was still at the Alchemist Guild's lobby. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, these three people's eyes emitted a brilliance of greed and bloodthirst. They obviously coveted his silver. As expected, he noticed these three tails the moment he left the Alchemist's Guild. Whoosh! 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 The three middle-aged men's bodies jerked as they flashed out to surround Duan Ling Tian, as if they were afraid that he would run away. They didn't even stop to ask themselves, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to run, would he have appeared at this time? However, their minds were currently shrouded with covetous intentions, and all that was left in their hearts was that 10 million silver. One of the middle-aged men had a gaze filled with greed as he licked his dry lips and said, in a low tone, Kid, hand over the 10 million silver, and maybe the three of us might leave your corpse intact. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. TSK. Being able to kill such a genius alchemist in my lifetime is really the virtue of my ancestors. Another of the middle-aged men's eyes glowed as if Duan Ling Tian was already dead. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he unexpectedly asked, if I hand over the 10 million silver to you, will you let me off? Kid, seeing as you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18, you probably have an extraordinary background, and you've seen the faces of us three brothers, so we won't take the risk. So you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us. You'll undoubtedly die today. The green-clothed middle-aged man in the lead grunted in a low voice as his eyes emitted a dense killing intent. Then there's nothing to talk about, right? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth contained a smile as he spread out his hands and shrugged. The greed-clothed middle-aged man frowned, as Duan Ling Tian being so composed even until now made him feel apprehensive, and his face sank unconsciously as he shouted, in a low voice, Kill him! Anything can happen at any time. Instantly, the three middle-aged men moved out in unison, and above each of them appeared tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes. They were obviously three origin core martial artists, Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he raised his arm and said, in a low voice, "Little Black." Whoosh! Instantly, a black bolt of lightning flashed out of Duan Ling Tian's sleeve and circled around him before bringing about 3 dazzling and resplendent strands of fresh blood as it dropped onto Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was a black, single-horned little python that was flicking its tongue, seeming to be seeking credit from Duan Ling Tian. Bang! 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 The 3 middle-aged men that were about to attack Duan Ling Tian instantly dropped to the ground dead. On each of their chests was a tiny, bloody hole which was unceasingly spouting out fresh blood. You! The green-clothed middle-aged man was still slightly conscious. He glared at the violet-clothed youth, who was teasing the little black python, before struggling for a moment. But it was to no avail, and he ended up dying in despair. There was only one thought in his mind before he died. If the heavens were to give him a chance to do it all over again, he would absolutely not throw away the lives of himself and his 2 brothers for 10 million silver. But unfortunately, it was all too late. Little fellow, all you did was kill 3 Origin Core martial artists. Is that something to be so complacent about? Duan Ling Tian rubbed the small head of the little black python with a gaze filled with warmth before putting it back into his sleeve. I gave you all a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked on to the 3 corpses for a bit, and the corners of his mouth curled into a vicious smile. When he left, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon the end of the alley ahead. He seemed to have noticed something. He glanced deeply at that direction before turning around and leaving. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure slowly walked out of the end of the alley. The figure's eyes were filled with a sense of astonishment. Did he notice me? How could that be possible? Even that 4th-level nascent soul-fierce beast beside him didn't notice me. Maybe it's just my misconception. However, I really worried for nothing, and I never imagined that he would have such a formidable fierce beast to protect him. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Looking at his appearance, wasn't it precisely the Alchemist Guild's main guild's vice guild master, Yiluan? Infected with the dark nether minx poison. That assignment was posted 3 years ago as well. If that senior marquis is a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, then he might still be barely hanging on now. If he isn't, then I fear he's gone to heaven long ago. I may as well go ask. Duan Ling Tian didn't return home after leaving the alley but instead inquired about the whereabouts of the Divine Might Marquis estate before heading over. As expected of an existence that was equally as famous as the Imperial City's large clans, such as the Duan clan and the Shao clan. The entire Divine Might Marquis estate encompassed a vast area of land and was extraordinarily grandiose, giving people an unconscious feeling that it was boundless. At the Divine Might Marquis estate's main gate, Duan Ling Tian was stopped by 4 soldiers in light armor. The Divine Might Marquis is worthy to be called a Grand General, so his estate guards are veteran soldiers that have bathed in blood on the battlefield. Duan Ling Tian felt a familiar aura on the 4 middle-aged soldiers, the aura of bloody slaughter from the battlefield. Who are you? A soldier in light armor glanced at Duan Ling Tian before shouting a question in a stern voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he slowly spoke. Who I am isn't important. I came here because I wanted to ask you all one thing. Is the senior marquis of your Divine Might Marquis estate still alive? As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, as long as the senior marquis was still alive, then he had a chance. He didn't, however, think that anyone would have cured the senior marquis of his poison during these 3 years, as the demon beast dark nether mink wasn't a poison that just anyone could cure. Ignorant kid! You actually dare curse our senior marquis? The expressions of the 4 soldiers turned grim and the auras of slaughter on their bodies increased explosively. They were about to attack Duan Ling Tian. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next made them stop in their tracks. I'm here to help your senior marquis cure his poison. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression as he slowly spoke. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the 4 armored soldiers to glance at each other, and after a moment, one of them turned around to enter the Divine Might Marquis estate. Wait a moment. My brother has gone to report to the Marquis. One of the armored soldiers said to Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt that what this youth said wasn't really believable, he still didn't dare neglect him. If the youth had a remarkable figure behind him and they were to offend the youth, then it would also mean that they'd offended the remarkable figure. If that remarkable figure were to really have the ability to cure the poison of the senior marquis but refused due to their disrespect, then their losses would outweigh their gains. Moreover, he noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements were filled with the bearings of a remarkable figure, so he obviously wasn't an ordinary youth. Duanling Tian's current appearance after disguising himself was indeed an extremely ordinary face, one that would be easily lost within a crowd. In next to no time, the soldier that went to report Duanling Tian's arrival exited the estate and respectfully said to Duanling Tian, "Young master, the Marquis requests your presence." Duanling Tian nodded before following behind the soldier and entering the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall, a robust, middle-aged man with a dignified appearance wore casual clothes as he paced back and forth. "Father, didn't the soldier say that the person who came was just a youth? Can he really help cure grandfather's poison?" A young man around the age of 25 that had an imposing appearance spoke with a tone filled with doubt. "Fun, 3 years ago when your grandfather was poisoned, even the Alchemist Guild's main guild's guildmaster, that grade 6 alchemist, wasn't able to help. After that, even though our Divine Might Marquis estate pledged a heavy promise, not one person came. If your grandfather continues to delay the poison within him, he probably won't be able to live another year. Therefore, no matter what, I still want to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't a remarkable figure behind that youth?" The robust middle-aged man was precisely the current Divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Cavalry Grand General Nie Yuan. Ordinarily, even when he met the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had not once lost his composure like this. "That's true. There's no harm in trying. If he really can cure grandfather's poison, I, Niefon, will be deeply grateful." The young man nodded with a flickering gaze. The person he respected the most in his entire life was his grandfather, the figure that once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and was conferred the rank of nobility by the Emperor. That was how he became the Divine Might Marquis. In a manner of speaking, the glory of the Divine Might Marquis estate was built up solely by his grandfather. "Marquis, I've brought him." The voice of the soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan's footsteps stopped when he heard the soldier's voice, and his gaze moved like lightning to look off far into the distance outside the audience hall. "Ask him in." The moment Duanling Tian walked into the audience hall, he saw a robust middle-aged man with an extraordinary imposing manner. He should be the current Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General Nie Yuan. Wasn't he supposed to be a void stage powerhouse comparable to the 18 county governors? He probably hasn't experienced the 6-9 lightning tribulation and at most is in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, or half a step into the void stage, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. Relying on the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, he saw through the middle-aged man's cultivation but with a glance. Divine Might Marquis. Duanling Tian slowly walked in and stood not far from the Divine Might Marquis as he lightly smiled. This could be considered his way of showing respect. Audacious! Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded from behind the Divine Might Marquis. Duanling Tian glanced over to see a young man who had a 50 to 60% resemblance to the Divine Might Marquis. His eyes were wide open as he glared at Duanling Tian. "Junior Marquis, I wonder where I have been audacious." Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he guessed the identity of the young man. "You meet the Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General, but you actually dare to not bow? Is this not audacious of you?" the young man asked in a low voice. "Junior Marquis, what you say is incorrect. The most important in bowing is sincerity. If there is no respect in my heart and I bow insincerely, what use is that? Could it be that Junior Marquis likes an insincere bow?" Duanling Tian shook his head with a laugh. You're arguing irrationally." Niefon was flustered and exasperated when he heard Duanling Tian's difficult-to-refute words. "Enough, Fun. What this little brother said isn't without its logic. The divine might Marquis Nye Yuan spoke before looking over to Duanling Tian with a focused gaze. Little brother, do you really have a way to cure the dark nether minx poison? Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Marquis, the current me doesn't have the ability to completely cure the dark nether minx poison within the senior Marquis yet. Humph. Father, I told you, even the Alchemist Guild's main guild's guildmaster was helpless against grandfather's poison. How could a kid like him have a way? Niefan's face sank when he heard what Duanling Tian said. Fun. Shut up. Nye Yuan glared at Niefan before gazing once more at Duanling Tian and asking, Little brother? What do you mean by what you said? Duanling Tian shrugged as he slowly said, The meaning is, I can temporarily cure a portion of the dark nether minx toxic poison for the senior Marquis, whereas the other portion would need to wait until I've become a grade 8 alchemist. Grade 8 alchemist? The father and son pair were both dumbstruck. Then they sized up the violet-clothed youth in front of them. This kid only looks to be around the age of 18, but he actually talked nonsense about becoming a grade 8 alchemist? Even if he can become a grade 8 alchemist, when will that be? Who could afford to wait? Kid, our divine might Marquis estate doesn't have the time to fool around with you. Grade 8 alchemist. To think you would dare to utter such nonsense. Even if it's just to become a grade 9 alchemist, I wonder how many more years it would. Niefan had a displeased expression, but he wasn't able to finish what he wanted to say before being utterly dumbstruck and standing there like a log. Only because in the movement of lifting his hand, a grade 9 pill fire ignited on Duanling Tian's palm. Nye Yuan's eyes shone. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? This youth is virtually a bigger monster than that Shao clan's genius alchemist. Shao He. It was unknown, however, how Nye Yuan's expression would be if he knew that not too long ago, Duanling Tian had made fun of Shao He in the Alchemist Guild and even duped Shao He of 5 million silver. I will surely become a grade 8 alchemist within 2 years. Before that, I can cure the toxic poison within the senior Marquis's internal organs and allow the senior Marquis to be rid of any pains from the toxic poison's flare. Once I've become a grade 8 alchemist, I can completely cure the senior Marquis's poison, and furthermore cure his void-prying stage strength. Duanling Tian tone was clear and firm, containing an extremely strong confidence. Nye Yuan took a deep breath before he asking, in a low voice, how did you know that my father was a void-prying stage martial artist? The senior Marquis couldn't have survived until now if it wasn't for him being a void-prying martial artist. If I'm not wrong, the senior Marquis's health is already on its last leg, and if he doesn't find a way to cure the poison within his internal organs, he probably won't last a year, Duanling Tian slowly said. Niefan was slightly moved. He never would have thought that this youth that seemed 7 or 8 years younger than him would actually have such skill. The matter of his grandfather, the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, being unable to last another year was something that only a few people knew of even within the entire Divine Might Marquis estate. But this youth was actually able to deduce it so accurately. Little brother, I still don't know what your name is. Nye Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, as he now nearly completely believed what Duanling Tian said. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist might really be able to make a miracle happen. Or maybe an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist was the miracle itself. Ling Tian, Duanling Tian slowly said. He similarly didn't proclaim his true name in front of the Divine Might Marquis. Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, however, Nye Yuan seemed to be dazed upon hearing his name, seeming to have thought of something as he sighed. Then he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Brother Ling Tian, how about I take you to see my father right now? Duanling Tian nodded. Niefan's gaze flickered as he stared at Duanling Tian for a moment with a weird expression before lightly shaking his head. Before long, Duanling Tian met the senior Marquis in the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The old man wore a gray robe, and due to being poisoned for many years, he seemed sickly to the point that it gave the illusion that a gust of wind would be able to blow him down. But even then, a domineering and dignified presence was emitted from the old man's brows, seeming to recount his glorious past. Father, Nie Yuan respectfully bowed the moment he arrived in front of the old man. Grandfather. Nie Fun was reverent and respectful as well. Senior Marquis. Duan Tian followed up and smiled lightly to the old man. This is. The old man's murky eyes abruptly shone when they saw Duan Tian. His gaze seeming to be able to see through everything. Father, this is Brother Ling Tian. He's here to cure your poison, Nie Yuan said respectfully. He had always held his father in reverence. Even though his father wasn't as renowned compared to all those years ago, his father was still the towering colossal mountain within his heart. Oh! The old man's eyes emitted a trace of amazement. He understood his son and thus knew that his son wasn't the type of person to shoot off at random. Since the youth was able to arrive here, then it showed that his son believed in this youth. Duan Tian casually acted like he put his hand into his pockets before withdrawing a paper and brush from his spatial ring. He wrote down some medicinal materials on it before passing it over to Nie Yuan. Marquis, prepare these medicinal materials, and after it's done, I'll refine a poison-curing pill for the senior Marquis. Refine a medicinal pill? The old man's gaze focused, and then he asked, in a slightly surprised tone, Kid, you're an alchemist? Grandfather, despite Brother Ling Tian's young age, he's a grade 9 alchemist. Niefan said with a light smile. Grade 9 alchemist? Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded continuously as he looked at Duan Tian. His tone filled with a heartfelt praise. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Even his tranquil innermost being was startled. Niefan followed Nie Yuan and left the rear courtyard as they went to prepare the medicinal materials. Hey! Fun. Tell me, how nice would it be if Brother Ling Tian was the son of your uncle Ru Feng? On the way, Nie Yuan abruptly sighed. Father, they only just have the same name. Moreover, Brother Ling Tian is surnamed Ling, and Uncle Ru Feng's son should be called Duan Tian. Niefan shook his head. He couldn't help but think back to that unparalleled genius martial artist of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of outstanding talent, so they gave them a rocky road to travel through. I don't know why, but when I see him, I have this kind of intimate feeling. If it wasn't for me going out to battle that year, how would I have let sister-in-law and little Tian leave the Duan clan? But unfortunately, I never once asked Ru Feng about sister-in-law's background, and although that Duan clan fourth brother knows of her background, he's unwilling to say. I virtually have no way of tracking her and the child down. So many years have passed. I wonder how the two of them are doing. Nie Yuan had a face full of guilt and regret. Don't worry, father. Aunt Ro and little Tian are be fine, as the heavens protect good people. Nie Fun consoled. Little Tian, that child should have grown up by now and should probably be around the same age as Brother Ling Tian. Fun. Do you think it's possible that they might be the same person? Father, don't overthink things. Think about it. Uncle Ru Feng had an elegant and handsome appearance. Even Aunt Ro had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. How could their child have such an ordinary appearance? It's only just a coincidence. Moreover, Brother Ling Tian isn't surnamed Duan. That's true as well. The child of Ru Feng and sister-in-law would surely have an exceptional appearance. In the rear courtyard, Duan Tian and the old man sat facing each other. Senior Marquis, according to my knowledge, the dark nether mink wouldn't attack humans on its own accord. So how did you come into conflict with it? Duan Tian asked the old man in doubt. Brother Ling Tian, you even know the habits of the dark nether mink? The old man was slightly surprised, and the feeling that the youth before him wasn't simple became even stronger. You're right. The dark nether mink wouldn't attack me of its own accord, but at the time I urgently needed a spirit fruit that the dark nether mink was guarding. So I could only take a risk and force it to leave. In the end, although it left, it also bit me. Luckily, I was able to smoothly obtain that spirit fruit. That spirit fruit is very important to you? Duan Tian asked. Yes, extremely important. Without it, great misfortune would have befallen my wife. The old man slowly nodded. The old man didn't give any details, and Duan Tian didn't inquire any further, as everyone had their own secrets. although he was very curious about what spirit fruit the dark nether mink guarded that would actually make the old man risk his life. Looks like Senior Marquis is not one bit regretful towards this matter, Duanling Tian said with a light smile. In life, there are things you must do and there are things you mustn't. As far as I'm concerned, as long my family is safe and sound, it doesn't matter even if I die. The old man lightly shook his head with a carefree expression. At this moment, even Duanling Tian couldn't help but be aroused with admiration. This old man is worthy of respect. Don't worry, Senior Marquis. The toxic poison within your inner organs can be cured as soon as the medicinal pill is refined. And at that time, although you still won't be able to use your origin energy, you can still live like an ordinary person and not be affected by the pain from the toxic poison flares. Duanling Tian slowly said. Then I'll thank Brother Ling Tian in advance. The old man nodded with a smile, and deep with his eyes, a trace of respect flashed by. Maybe in terms of the martial Dao, he once stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and looked down upon everyone in his surroundings. But in terms of the Dao of alchemy, he couldn't help but admire the youth before him. A grade 9 alchemist at the age of merely 18. Such natural talent was utterly astounding. Before long, Nie Yuan and his son finished preparing the medicinal materials Duanling Tian requested. Duanling Tian was free from concern as he directly withdrew his cauldron in front of the 3 Nie family members and started refining the medicinal pill. Although the 3 of them were outsiders of the Tao of alchemy, Duanling Tian's practiced movements made it seem as if the gods were helping him. This became an eye-opener to them and caused respect to be aroused within their hearts. After 2 hours, Duanling Tian focused and calmed himself before his hand struck down onto the cauldron. 3 medicinal pills that had streams of light revolving around them instantly flew out of the cauldron before falling into his hand. The medicinal pill he refined this time was the spirit cleansing pill. It was the rebirth martial emperor's masterpiece of his lifetime and was able to cure a myriad of poisons. Although the old man's poison was formidable, it was still inferior to the origin-sealing parasite Xianxia was infected with, and would thus only require a grade 8 spirit-cleansing pill to fully cure the poison, whereas Xianxia's poison, on the other hand, would require a grade 7 spirit-cleansing pill to be cured. Senior Marquis, consume these 3 medicinal pills over the course of 3 months. Duanling Tian passed over the medicinal pills to the old man. All right. The old man received the medicinal pills with a smile and directly consumed one of them. After a short moment, the old man's gaze shone. What a miraculous medicinal pill! The medicinal strength has only just dissolved and I already feel much more comfortable. Brother Ling Tian, what medicinal pill is this? The spirit cleansing pill. Duanling Tian lightly smiled before bidding his farewell to the old man and returning to the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall with Nie Yuan and his son. Brother Ling Tian, no words can express my gratitude. In the future, if you ever have any requests, as long as it's within the power of my Divine Might Marquis Estate, I will take responsibility without question. The Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan glanced at Duanling Tian with a serious expression as he pledged. Marquis, you're too kind. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. He came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to help the Senior Marquis cure his poison exactly for this promise, as he deeply knew how important this promise was. At a critical juncture, it would even be able to save his life. Although he had only been at the Imperial City for a month, he had already made 2 formidable enemies: the Duan clan's 2nd master and the Imperial family's 5th prince. Although he had never thought of using the power of the Divine Might Marquis Estate to deal with them, he still had to leave a path for himself to retreat. The relationship with the Divine Might Marquis Estate was something that he wouldn't make use of lightly and would keep as a last resort. Nie Yuan ordered Nie Fun to personally send Duanling Tian out. Brother Ling Tian, in my entire life, I seldom admire others besides my grandfather and father. Needless to say, you're the 3rd person that I truly admire from my heart, as you've not only become a grade 9 alchemist at the young age of 18, you're even able to refine the medicinal pill to cure the poison of a dark nether mink. Nie Fun couldn't help but sigh. He himself was an extraordinary young man within the Imperial City, and at a young age his cultivation had stepped into the origin core stage. Combined with his impressive family background, he was an existence that did as he pleased within the entire imperial city, but even then he still couldn't help but admire Duanling Tian. He was deeply aware that a genius alchemist like Duanling Tian would absolutely not be limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and would sooner or later become a formidable existence he had to look up to. Junior Marquis, you're too kind. Your natural talent in the martial Dao isn't any worse. Duanling Tian modestly smiled. Before long, Niefun sent Duanling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. When the 4 soldiers noticed that the junior Marquis personally sent the youth out, they were so shocked that cold sweat flowed from their bodies. Luckily, we didn't offend this youth earlier, or else we would have really made a grave mistake. Brother Ling Tian, in the future, if you're faced with any troubles within the imperial city, you can come see me at any time. I dare not spear about other places, but in the imperial city, there aren't many things that I can't settle. Before going their separate ways, Niefun smiled to Duanling Tian and made this promise. If it really comes to that, I will surely not hold back. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile and bid his farewells before turning and leaving. Only after Duanling Tian's figure disappeared into the distance did Niefun turn around and return to the Divine Might Marquis estate. The 4 soldiers at the gate glanced at each other with gazes that emitted astonishment. I didn't hear wrong, right? The junior Marquis actually gave that youth such an exaggerated promise earlier. With the junior Marquis's promise, he can nearly do as he pleases within the imperial city. Does the junior Marquis taking a stand in such a way show that the youth was really able to cure the senior Marquis's poison? After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duanling Tian took a few detours before returning to his house. When he arrived, he removed the makeup on his face and recovered his handsome, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry-eyed appearance. I never thought that I'd gain such results in only just half a day. It was currently noon, and the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile as he smelled the scent of food coming from the kitchen. The 5 million silver was great, but the promise from the Divine Might Marquis estate was absolutely priceless. After leaving the front courtyard, Duanling Tian passed the main building and walked into the rear courtyard. Compared to the front courtyard, the rear courtyard was much more spacious. Duanling Tian had only just walked in when he saw 2 figures that seemed like butterflies dancing in the wind, giving off a beautiful feast for the eyes. Duanling Tian walked into the pergola and greeted the woman that sat within. Mom! Tian, you're back? Li Ro's eyes flashed with a trace of doting as she lightly smiled. Her days went by in a very relaxed manner, no different from how it used to be when her husband was still present, and all of this was something that her son strived for. Unknowingly, her son who once made her worry her heart out had now grown to this extent. Now she had no other requests. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. He sat with his mother and started to gaze at the 2 beautiful girls that were currently cultivating their martial skills in the distance. Tian, no matter what, you can't let them down, or else Mom won't forgive you, Li Ro abruptly said, with a tone filled with warning. Don't worry, Mom. Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He felt that his mother was really too oversensitive. The 2 girls had practically become a part of his life that was difficult to give up. How could he ever let them down? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye nearly 2 months passed. Still slightly lacking, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed as he slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Ever since he returned from the Divine Might Marquis estate that day, he hadn't once stepped foot outside his home, and besides accompanying his mother and his 2 fiancées, he spent practically all his time cultivating. Although he progressed swiftly, up until now he was still a small step away from the 5th level of the core formation stage. Never mind. I'll let nature take its course. It's about time to report in at Paladin Academy. Duanling Tian's brows knitted as he got up from his bed. Duanling Tian didn't bring the 2 girls along when he went to Paladin Academy. Only Xiongquan and Little Black followed him as he swiftly left the house. The house Duanling Tian bought was situated very close to Paladin Academy, and thus he arrived at Paladin Academy's main gate before long. Presently, Paladin Academy's main gate was extremely bustling. Some of the youths and the people beside them seemed worn out from their travels, as they obviously had only just made it to the imperial city. If they were late by just a few more days, they would miss the allocated time frame to report in, and then even if they had the qualifications to become a student, it would still be extremely difficult for them to step past Paladin Academy's main gate. I wonder if Xiaoyu has reported in yet. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he thought about Xiaoyu. He started following the stream of people to arrive before Paladin Academy's main gate and started to register himself. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian before saying, in a flat tone, "Proof of qualification." Duan Ling Tian withdrew his proof of qualification and passed it to the middle-aged man. From the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? The middle-aged man glanced at the proof of qualification and was slightly surprised. Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the pupils of the few youths standing behind Duan Ling Tian constricted. I heard only 7 people passed the training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy in the end during this year's Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I once heard that the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is famous within the 18 counties for being abnormal. Since this youth has displayed his talent and emerged from there, it would seem like he isn't any ordinary person. Even though I'm from Swallow Mountain County, I didn't dare enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp because I might not have been able to survive. The discussions of the youths that entered his ears caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to unconsciously twitch. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was so famous even in the other counties? Duan Ling Tian? This name seems like someone of direct descent within the Duan clan. After comparing the proof of qualification with the information he had on hand, the middle-aged man thought this in his heart but didn't take further notice. In his opinion, if the youth was really a Duan clan disciple, since he had the ability to pass the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, the Duan clan would have long ago directly given him one of the positions of their recommendation quota and wouldn't make him risk his life. Entering the devilish training of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was no different than risking one's life. Slap! The middle-aged man stamped a seal onto the proof of qualification before saying to Duan Ling Tian, "If you need to put up within the academy, then go in now and look for the teacher that is in charge of this to make arrangements. If you don't, then go home and take a look at this student's handbook. The term starts 5 days from now. Remember to bring your proof of qualification along." Duan Ling Tian nodded and put away the proof of qualification before leaving with Xiongquan. Put up in the academy? He didn't require it. Duan Ling Tian's courtyard house was situated south of Paladin Academy. Presently, in a private courtyard house north of Paladin Academy, 2 young men sat together. One of them had a face full of unwillingness. "Cousin brother, it's been 3 months. The people uncle sent out actually still haven't found that little bastard." Duan Rong had a face full of anger. As he recalled what happened 3 months ago, flames of fury couldn't help but be ignited within him. That violet-clothed youth shattered his carpal bone with a single finger attack that day, and even though his injuries had been healed, it still left behind some lingering effects. Currently, when he executed a martial skill, it was at least 20% weaker than before. "It can't be helped. You provided too little detail." Violet-clothed youth, middle-aged man that wore a mask. In the imperial city, where streams of people move about, similar people are everywhere. The other young man shook his head. "Cousin brother, aren't you acquainted with the 5th Prince? That store that sold the courtyard house is a business under the imperial family that our Duan clan is unable to intervene in. But if the 5th Prince wanted to investigate, it shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Duan Rong seemed to have thought of something as his eyes shone. The young man frowned before relaxing and saying, in a perfunctory manner, "Tell me again next time when I meet the 5th Prince." He and the 5th Prince had only met a few times, so they couldn't be considered as familiar. Even though he was the only son of the Duan clan's second master, he was nothing before the 5th Prince. There were more than 10 princes within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and besides a pavilion within the imperial palace, they each had a vast estate within the imperial city's inner city. Ordinarily, these princes usually stayed in their inner city estates. 5th Prince's estate. "Cousin brother, it's been 3 months. Is there still not even a bit of news?" Tong Li, who was wearing a full body of red clothing, pouted. She was extremely unhappy. Li, the people I sent have investigated for the past 3 months and have still come up empty-handed. You don't know his background, nor his name, so it's indeed difficult to investigate, even to the extent that he might be someone who only came to the Imperial City to sightsee and might have already left the Imperial City. The fifth prince shook his head. His face always held a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze brushed by. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Then what are we to do? Surely it doesn't mean that we'll just leave it as it is, right? Tong Li had a face full of unwillingness. Of course not. However, we don't have a way to find him, right? How about this? In the future, as soon as we have a clue about their whereabouts, cousin brother will surely take revenge for you. Okay. The fifth prince then changed the subject. Li, Paladin Academy's term starts 5 days from now. General or Mastermind? Have you decided which you're going to choose? General or Mastermind? Duan Ling Tian was attracted by a set of words within the student handbook. It turned out that the students who entered Paladin Academy were required to choose between 2 departments. These 2 departments were respectively the Star General Department and the Star Mastermind Department. Someone who can gallop into the battlefield, is able to command 10,000 soldiers, possesses fearless courage, can easily take the head of the enemy general in the midst of a powerful army, and is full of spirit as he treads through corpses to taint the azure sky. That is the Star General. Someone who is hidden behind the scenes and possesses extraordinary wisdom. During peaceful times, he is able to govern the lands under him, whereas during times of war, he is able to map out a strategy and take control of everything, annihilating the enemy army with only the slightest effort. This is the Star Mastermind. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Paladin Academy deserved the title of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's cradle for geniuses, because if one was able to graduate from Paladin Academy, then no matter where he goes, he will be an exceptional and formidable person. Choose 1 out of 2? Interesting. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile, and he'd already come to a decision within his heart. 5 days later, Duan Ling Tian brought along Little Black as he left the house alone and walked towards Paladin Academy. According to the rules within the student handbook, students of Paladin Academy were disallowed from bringing an entourage into Academy grounds. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Paladin Academy. At the main gate, an extremely grand sight of a long line of wagons could still be vaguely seen from one end of the street to the other. Many students were either sent over by their elders or by their entourage. However, in the end, only the student may enter Paladin Academy. There's actually so many female students. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed quite a few female students producing their proofs of qualification and entering the academy. Looks like among the other counties, the tests for the qualification to either Paladin Academy are open to females, unlike the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp that Duan Ling Tian attended didn't accept females, and if a female from the Swallow Mountain County were to desire to enter Paladin Academy, then they would have to travel to another county to take part in a similar test. Where should I go now? Duan Ling Tian noticed that after he entered Paladin Academy, he had been aimlessly walking and couldn't find his way. Eventually, his sharp eyes caught a group of people going east, and he hurriedly followed them. On a vast field on the east side, some weapon racks were scattered about, as this place was obviously the Paladin Academy martial arts practice grounds. Duan Ling Tian took a glance and noticed that there were many young men and young women that had already been waiting here for some time, and the ages of these people were all around 20 years old. Compared to them, Duan Ling Tian was obviously much younger. Xiao Yu. Finally, Duan Ling Tian noticed Xiao Yu within the crowd. Presently, Xiao Yu was chatting with another young man that stood beside him. Duan Ling Tian walked over, and before long, Xiao Yu noticed him as well. He notified the young man beside him before walking over. Duan Ling Tian, I've finally found you. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. I arrived at the Imperial City half a month ago, but I didn't where you were. How about you? What you been doing for this past half month? Duan Ling Tian asked with a light smile. I was at the Shao clan estate, Xiao Yu said. Shao family? Shao clan. Xiao He. Duan Ling Tian's expression stiffened. He recalled the genius alchemist Xiao He, or in other words, a members of the Xiao clan. Could it be that Xiao Yu was related to the Xiao clan? Or maybe Aurora City's Xiao clan was related to the Imperial City's Xiao clan? The facts of the matter proved that Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. Yes, the Xiao clan. Our Aurora City Xiao family is precisely a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. I've already been specially admitted as a member of the Imperial City Xiao clan by the Patriarch after obtaining the qualification to study at Paladin Academy. Even though there was no change on Xiao Yu's face, his eyes obviously had a trace of excitement within them. Becoming a member of the Imperial City Xiao clan meant that he'd taken one more step forward, and in the future he would be able to use it as a stepping stone to leap up higher and further. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu realized that the young man beside him had been left out in the cold, so he hurriedly introduced him. Duan Ling Tian, he's Xiao Sun, a genius martial artist of the Imperial City Xiao clan, and my friend. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xiao Sun as he introduced himself. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun replied with a smile, without a trace of that type of arrogance from a disciple of a large clan. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Sun's elder brother, Xiao He, is the most gifted alchemist within our Xiao clan. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. Xiao Yu added. Xiao He. Duan Ling Tian's face stiffened. Enemies were really bound to meet. He had only casually gotten to know a Xiao clan disciple, and it was already Xiao He's younger brother. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted as he slowly said, I used to think that my brother was a rare genius alchemist, but that changed 2 months ago when an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild's lobby. Only then did I realize that no matter how great a person is, there will always be someone greater. It's better this way. It can help lessen my brother's arrogance. I've heard of this as well. I heard that an 18-year-old alchemist even cheated your brother off 5 million silver. Do you hate him? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously. What is there to hate? I've heard of the sequence of events too. At the bottom of it all, the entire matter was my brother's wrong. If it wasn't for my brother being overbearing, the later events wouldn't have occurred. If I meet that genius alchemist, I might even thank him, as he caused my brother to undergo a change and become much more reserved than before. Xiao Sun shook his head, seeming to not mind. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. Birds of a feather flocked together, and Xiao Yu's friend was indeed not like those usual profligate disciples of large clans. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Duan Ling Tian looked over to a red-clothed young man walking over shoulder to shoulder with a robust young man. The person who spoke was precisely the robust young man. The two people who were walking over, weren't they the two youths that passed the Genius Camp test with them and obtained the qualification to study at Paladin Academy? Su Li and Tian Hu? After a year's time, the two of them had obviously matured. Su Li was much more reserved. The original him had a pressing drive, but now it was completely restrained, and his cultivation had obviously progressed. Su Li, Tian Hu, Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu greeted them with light smiles. Duan Ling Tian. Let's have a battle when we have the chance. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, and within his sharp gaze, battle intent flared. I'll be happy to accompany you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, you need to be careful. This fellow Su Li's already stepped into the 7th level of the core formation stage. What a fellow. When I met him a few days ago, he pulled me aside to battle and nearly finished me. Tian, who seemed to have a slight lingering fear when he mentioned what happened a few days ago. 7th level of the core formation stage? Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted and he was extremely shocked. It had only been a year and Su Li has already broken through from the 5th level to the 7th level of the core formation stage in one go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked as well. 7th level of the core formation stage? Such a cultivation can be considered one of the top among this year's intake of new Paladin Academy students. Xiao Sun praised, with a sigh. Yeah. There probably aren't many 7th level core formation martial artists within this year's new students. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Su Li's gaze descended upon Duanling Tian as he lightly said, I don't know about the others, but Duanling Tian is surely at the 7th level of the core formation stage. So certain? Tian, who was slightly surprised. 1 year ago, he was already at the 6th level of the core formation stage. Su Li added. He still remembered the scene from 1 year ago when he challenged Duanling Tian to a battle after the Genius Camp final test was concluded. At that time, he thought that since he had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would be more than sufficient to battle Duanling Tian. But unexpectedly, Duanling Tian directly drew upon the energy of heaven and earth and condensed 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes, causing him to instantly feel frustrated. Only Xiao Yu nodded without thinking it was unexpected when he heard what Su Li said. Tian Hu and Xiao Sun, on the other hand, looked at Duanling Tian in surprise, especially Xiao Sun. He was secretly startled in his heart. This youth that has the same name as the Duan clan direct descendants, and looks to be around 18, was already a 6th-level core formation martial artist last year? Even the imperial family and the few great clans of the imperial city didn't have such a monster appear within their midst in the past few years. Such natural talent could already be compared to the student who entered Paladin Academy last year, Su Qing. Su Qing was an existence that was publicly acknowledged as Paladin Academy's genius student with the highest natural talent within the last 20 years. It's you. Suddenly, a figure walked over swiftly from afar. This voice emitted the conflicting combination of rage and joy. Duanling Tian looked over when he heard the voice. The person that appeared before him was none other than Duanling Xing's cousin, Duanrong. Duanrong walked over swiftly before staring at Duanling Tian and saying, I've finally found you. I didn't think that you'd be a student at Paladin Academy as well. Now let's see where you can hide. Hide! Duanling Tian smiled indifferently, and the corners of his mouth held a disdainful smile. You said I was hiding from you? As a person who lost to me, are you even worthy? Duanrong's expression went grim as he shouted, in a low voice, Long story short, you're a dead man. Trust me. I can grant you death right now. Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold when he was threatened by Duanrong. A terrifying killing intent swept out of his body to envelop Duanrong when he took a step forward, causing Duanrong's face to turn ghastly pale before fleeing in panic. Duanling Tian, who's he? Why does it seem like he has great enmity and deep hatred for you? Xiao Yu asked. Just a profligate disciple. Duanling Tian shrugged before speaking of the conflict between Duanrong and himself. The nephew of the Duan clan's second master? Xiao Yu's pupils constricted. He had gained quite an understanding of the various clans within the imperial city during this past half-month's time, and thus was extremely clear as to the ability of the Duan clan's second master. Duanling Tian, need any help? Su Li's gaze went cold as he looked at the far-away Duanrong. The sword in his hand seemed to be ready to leave its sheath at any moment. It isn't necessary. It's only just a clown. Duanling Tian shook his head and paid no attention to Duanrong, even though the one standing behind Duanrong was the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. If he was afraid, then he wouldn't have entered Paladin Academy with his real appearance when he already knew that Duanrong was a student in Paladin Academy this year. If he were to come in disguise, it would be utterly impossible for Duanrong to recognize him. Xiao Sun's brows knitted, but similar to Duanling Tian and Su Li, he paid no attention to Duanrong, as Duanrong was at most a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and thus was far from being comparable to him in terms of status. I didn't think that there would be so many female students. Tian, whose gaze descended upon the bustling group of female students that were gathered on the other side of the vast martial arts practice grounds. As for the male students, they were gathered near Duanling Tian's group. Do you guys know what we're gathered here for? Duanling Tian asked. No, we followed the crowd over as well. Tian, who shook his head. He and Su Li were obviously similar to Duanling Tian and had followed the others to arrive here. Xiao Sun lightly smiled as he said, We're gathered here right now precisely for the reason of making it convenient for us to choose our departments. In a short moment, when nearly everyone has gathered, a teacher will come over. At that time, we'll be faced with an important choice in our life. The two departments within Paladin Academy treaded on two different paths. Moreover, the curriculums that Paladin Academy offered to the two departments were completely different as well. Talking about choosing departments, have you all decided your departments? Tian Hu's eyes shone as he asked Duanling Tian and the others. Xiao Yu lightly smiled as he said, Xiao Sun, and I chose the Star Mastermind department. Xiao Sun nodded, and his eyes flashed with a luster of wisdom. Then you two are different from me. I decided to choose the Star General department. Tian Hu grinned. We can tell. Duanling Tian sized up Tian Hu with a glance before laughing. Really? You're not just making a smartass remark, right? Then tell me, what department did Su Li choose? Tian Hu asked. Isn't it obvious? He'll naturally be choosing the Star General department like you, Duanling Tian said, in a matter-of-fact tone. Su Li was like a sharp sword with a pressing spirit. If such a person were on the battlefield, he would absolutely be a slaughtering machine and cause the enemy army to be terrified. Su Li, you're not really choosing the Star General department as well, right? Tian Hu asked. What? Got a problem? Su Li's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Tian Hu. What problem would I have? I'm just slightly surprised. Tian Hu laughed embarrassedly. If it was said that the him who had just arrived at the Iron Blood Army's genius camp that day was still able to compete with Su Li at that time, then the current him had already been left far behind by Su Li. Duanling Tian, how about you? You should probably be the same as Su Li and I and be choosing the Star General department, right? Tian Hu asked, and followed by his question. The gazes of Su Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun all descended upon Duanling Tian. Under the gazes of the four people, Duanling Tian's mouth only slowly spat out three words. Star Mastermind Department. Star Mastermind Department? They were all slightly surprised and felt that with Duanling Tian's strength, it would really be a waste if he entered the Star Mastermind Department. Duanling Tian only shook his head with a smile towards their surprised reaction. In his previous lifetime, Duanling Tian was a formidable weapons specialist, so what he specialized in was no different from what the Star General Department taught. Thus, in this lifetime, if he were to once again choose the Star General Department, it would be pointless. Therefore, he chose the Star Mastermind Department. The Paladin Academy teachers have arrived. Duanling Tian's sharp gaze noticed the two middle-aged men that were walking over swiftly from afar. At the same time, there were two young women that walked over to the group of female students. They were obviously teachers of Paladin Academy as well. Good day, everyone. I'm the teacher for the Paladin Academy's Star General Department, Niumang. Among the two middle-aged men, the robustly built bearded fellow's voice was like explosive thunder, causing the earbuds of the students near him to hurt. This Niumang's probably cultivated a martial skill similar to a lion's roar. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Among the offensive martial skills, there was an outlier subsection called sound martial skill. Generally, only a martial artist at or above the nascent soul stage would be capable of displaying the true might of a sound martial skill, and during actual combat, an unexpected attack using a sound martial skill would be able to induce a split-second daze on the opponent. Sometimes, during combat, a split-second daze was more than enough to decide the outcome. Good day, everyone. I'm the Star Mastermind Department's teacher, Sima Changfeng. Compared to Niumang, the other middle-aged man was obviously more refined and extraordinary. He was dressed like a scholar, with a silk headdress and a feather fan in his hand, and had an extremely graceful bearing. Now, those students who chose the Star General Department, gather behind me. And those that chose the Star Mastermind Department, gather behind Teacher Sima. Niumang spoke once more and went straight to the point. Immediately, the group of male students started moving. See the three of you later. Tian Hu greeted Duanling Tian's group of three, and Su Li nodded to the three as well before the two of them left to gather behind Niumang. As for Duanling Tian's group of three, they glanced at each other before heading to gather behind Sima Changfeng. So few people for the Star Mastermind Department? Duanling Tian glanced at the Star General Department gathering. Then he looked around himself and was slightly surprised. The number of students entering Paladin Academy this year was 116. Among them, there were around 100 male students, and currently there were more than 80 males gathered for the Star General Department, whereas over at the Star Mastermind Department, there weren't even 20 people. Sima Changfeng and Yo Mang were obviously not surprised by this result. Students that chose the Star Mastermind Department, follow me. Under the call of Sima Changfeng, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and the other Star Mastermind Department students followed behind. As for the Star General Department students, they instead stayed on the spot. Even if you chose the Star Mastermind Department, you can't escape death. Duan Rong was amongst the group of Star General Department students, and his eyes stared off onto Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure with a strong killing intent. Duan Ling Tian and the group of new students were taken into a spacious classroom by Sima Changfeng. Sit. Sima Changfeng walked up the podium and faintly nodded to the 18 people that entered the classroom. Duan Ling Tian sat down as well. Sima Changfeng's gaze swept past the group of youths before slowly saying, "From today onwards, I'm the teacher for the Star Mastermind Department for your year. I will teach you how to become a mastermind that's up to standards. Now, who among you can tell me what a mastermind is?" Sima Changfeng's calm gaze abruptly turned to become filled with wisdom as he spoke. The instant Sima Changfeng finished speaking, a student stood up and said, "A mastermind is someone who is hidden behind the scenes and possesses extraordinary wisdom. During peaceful times, he is able to govern the lands under him, whereas during times of war, he is able to map out a strategy and take control of everything, annihilating the enemy army with the smallest amount of effort." The gazes of all the students present, including Duan Ling Tian's, fell onto the youth. Too shameless. Isn't this the introduction on the student handbook? That works. Many students were speechless. Sima Changfeng pressed down his hands to signal for the students to sit back down before saying indifferently, "Exactly. Just like the student handbook says. Possessing extraordinary wisdom and mapping out strategies is the core of the mastermind. In your coming days within the Star Mastermind Department, what I will teach you all is precisely how to become a mastermind that's up to standards. You all must remember that a mastermind can allow the general to be undefeated, but similarly is also able to make a general be annihilated. Sometimes, a single decision of the mastermind can decide the fate of the general." As he spoke up to this point, Sima Changfeng's expression became serious. Duan Ling Tian deeply agreed with what Sima Changfeng said. If you think of the general as the limbs of a martial artist which are used for executing martial skills and dodging attacks, then the mastermind would be the eyes of the martial artist which are able to gain insight into everything. This is extremely important. Today, the first class I'll give you all is precisely on how to deal with one of the types of circumstances on the battlefield. Sima Changfeng's gaze was filled with wisdom as he slowly asked, "If the enemy forces are stronger than mine, and the enemy knows of my situation, besides the most straightforward method of sneak attack, what strategy can be used to crumble the enemy forces? If the enemy forces are stronger than mine, and the enemy knows of my situation?" Besides Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes flashed and seemed to be confident, the remaining students muttered to themselves and unceasingly pondered. Sima Changfeng's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian before long. He had long since taken notice of this student, as a youth around the age of 18 stood out within a group of 20-year-old young men. Now that he noticed the youth's demeanor, his heart jerked. Could it be that he's thought of a strategy so quickly? After a short moment, Sima Changfeng's gaze fell onto Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've reached a conclusion. Have you thought of a strategy?" For a moment, all of the students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, looked at Duan Ling Tian. He can think of a way? It's a joke, right? He looks like a little kid. What way could he possibly have? Some of the students glanced at Duan Ling Tian disapprovingly. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he stood up and went straight to the point. "If I were to meet this type of situation, I would use the strategy of crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens by intentionally and repeatedly using disguised methods to confuse and deceive the enemy, causing them to let their guard down before I abruptly attack to achieve victory. If someone from the nation of Hua from his previous lifetime were to be present, they would instantly react and realize that what Duanling Tian spoke of now was precisely the first stratagem of the 36 stratagems, crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. Sima Chongfeng's pupils constricted. He actually never thought that this violet-clothed youth would be able to produce any good strategy, but the strategy that the violet-clothed youth spoke of now was in perfect harmony with his thoughts in some areas. This caused him to be unable to stop himself from being shocked. Is this really only a 18-year-old youth? Crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. Excellent. Excellent. After hearing what Duanling Tian said, Xiao Sun carefully savored it for a moment. He was the first among the group of youths to react and couldn't help himself from praising Duanling Tian. Some of the students who looked down on Duanling Tian earlier were stunned. They had no choice but to admit that it was indeed an absolutely excellent strategy. After all, if anyone were to repeatedly be deceived, they would surely let down their guard. This was human nature. Good. What a good strategy. Crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens. Sima Chongfeng laughed heartily before he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "What's your name?" Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded to Sima Chongfeng as he replied. Duanling Tian? Sima Chongfeng's brows knitted. He was slightly surprised. You're a Duan clan direct descendant? Besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, the other students that were somewhat acquainted with the imperial city's Duan clan looked at Duanling Tian as well, as the direct descendants of the Duan clan in this generation all had the name Ling. However, all of the students, including Sima Chongfeng, felt it to be slightly strange. If Duanling Tian was really a member of the Duan clan, he probably wasn't a nobody. Moreover, not mentioning how the strategy he spoke of earlier was more than enough to prove that he was intelligent and resourceful, just being able to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18 was extremely rare as well. No! Duanling Tian shook his head. So what if the blood that flowed through his veins was the blood of a Duan clan direct descendant? That clan that was cold and detached was something he disdained. Sit down. Sima Chongfeng nodded. If Duanling Tian wasn't a Duan clan disciple, then he could understand why he'd never heard of him. The Crimson Sky Kingdom encompassed a vast area of land, and there were plenty of people surnamed Duan, so this was nothing strange. The other students heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a Duan clan disciple, his name would probably have spread through the imperial city long ago. However, even if he isn't a Duan clan disciple, being able to pass one of the tests within the 18 counties at such an age is indeed monstrous. Many students glanced at Duanling Tian with gazes that contained slight fear. This Duanling Tian, not only does he have great natural talent in the martial Dao, he has such an intelligent mind as well. The strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens, to think he can think of such a strategy. As Xiao Sun glanced at Duanling Tian, a feeling of admiration was aroused within him. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered. Although he was surprised of the strategy that Duanling Tian spoke of, when he thought of all the repeated miracles that Duanling Tian created, he felt at ease. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was a little freak. Meanwhile, Sima Chongfeng's voice sounded. Duanling Tian's strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens can be considered to be flawless. Even the plan I thought of contains some of the essence of the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens. Overall, my plan can't compare to his strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens. Hua! Sima Chongfeng's voice had only just faded when the entire classroom burst into an uproar. Never had they imagined that the dignified star mastermind department teacher of Paladin Academy would actually show a bearing of being ashamed of his inferiority to a new student. However, with a few thoughts, they came to an understanding. The strategy that Duanling Tian spoke of was indeed worthy of admiration. It left no room for criticism. This teacher seems slightly interesting. Duanling Tian focused his gaze onto Sima Chongfeng and was slightly surprised. Ordinarily speaking, a teacher would place great importance on maintaining their pride and would absolutely not admit themselves to be inferior in any aspect to a student. But Sima Chongfeng, however, behaved in a frank and open manner and didn't feel even slightly ashamed. Such admirable demeanor. In next to no time, an entire morning's worth of time passed within Sima Chongfeng's lengthy lecture. Amazingly, Sima Chongfeng's lectures were considerably interesting and contained much interaction. So for the entire morning, there actually wasn't a single new student among the 18 of them that dozed off. The vastness of Sima Chongfeng's knowledge was something that even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but admire. When it was nearly noon, Sima Chongfeng collected Duan Ling Tian and the other students' proof of qualification before handing out delicate, small badges that were the same on both sides. Besides having some patterns on the edges, the middle was engraved with 2 words, Paladin Academy. This is the Paladin Academy student badge. You can use this badge to travel in and out of Paladin Academy. As Sima Chongfeng spoke up to this point, his eyes, which were just filled with wisdom, abruptly became slightly fierce. However, if someone uses this badge and uses the name of a Paladin Academy student to bully the innocent and commit crimes in violation of the law, then Paladin Academy has the right to reclaim the badge and expel him from Paladin Academy. Sima Chongfeng's warning caused some of the students that planned on using this badge to show off later quickly dispelled the thoughts that had just arisen. They had all spent tremendous effort to enter Paladin Academy, and only they were clear of the hardships they faced. Now that they had become Paladin Academy students, they were the focus of attention and even brought honor to their families. If they were to be expelled from Paladin Academy, then it would really be an extreme loss of face. Paladin Academy is divided into 6 grades, and you're all Grade 1 new students. Grade 1 new students have classes for 5 days and rest for 2. According to the school's rules, the students of the Star Mastermind Department will have classes in the morning, have lunch in the Academy's cafeteria at noon, and have free personal activity time within the martial arts practice grounding in the afternoon, where they may discuss the martial Tao or spar with another, but it's disallowed to harm another's life. Sima Chongfeng left after finishing. Xiao Sun stood up and said to Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, "Let's go have food." The 3 of them headed to the Academy's cafeteria, where they found an empty table and sat around it. The cafeteria in Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants in the city. Before long, an attendant walked over and asked respectfully, "Young masters, what would you like to have?" The 3 of them ordered some dishes and a jug of wine. Teacher Sima's knowledge is really vast, and he is admirable, Xiao Yu said. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian agreed with him. Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a strange gaze. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu saying he admires Teacher Sima isn't strange to me. But you, who could think of a strategy that caused Teacher Sima to be ashamed of his inferiority, also admire Teacher Sima? The more he savored the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens that Duan Ling Tian presented earlier in class, the more he felt it to be profound and difficult to be fully understood. This strategy was not something that could only be applied on the battlefield. It could also be used in a myriad of different places, and it was a very practical strategy. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he heard what Xiao Sun said. As the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens wasn't something that he thought about, but rather was based on the 36 stratagems of his previous life. Now that Xiao Sun said that it was he who thought of it, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Before long, the students that arrived at the cafeteria grew in number. Among these students, some were 20-year-old new students, and there were also some that were over 20 years old and were higher grade students. In next to no time, the spacious cafeteria hall was filled with people, and some students could only stand aside and wait. Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice sounded from afar. It was Tian Hu and Su Li who had arrived. Even though the table wasn't too large, with a little squeeze, it could still fit the 5 of them. "Why are you all so late?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. "Don't mention it. There are a lot of people in our Star General Department, so it was further divided into 2 classes, and we were unlucky to be divided into Niu Mang's class. That Niu Mang is a freak. He only spoke briefly about the Tao of being a general in the classroom before dragging us off to the martial arts practice grounds to run, and we ran the entire morning. I'm dead tired." Tian Hu cursed as he spoke. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the clothes on Tian Hu's body were drenched in sweat. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li, who seemed to be sitting there leisurely, and teased, "Tian Hu, it's you who can't handle it, right?" Su Li doesn't seem to be out of breath nor flushed. It doesn't seem to be as bad as you say. Can I compare to him? He's a FRE. Tian, who was just about to call Su Li a freak when he noticed Su Li's gaze, which was like sword, look over at him, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. In other words, our star mastermind department is much more relaxed than yours. We enjoyed sitting in the classroom the entire morning. Xiao Sun laughed. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the star mastermind department, Tian, who said in slight regret. Su Li grunted coldly and disdainfully said, Are you even suited for that? Duan Ling, Tian, and the others started laughing. If Tian, who were to really become a mastermind that mapped out strategies, it would indeed be quite difficult on him. Before long, the steaming hot dishes arrived, and Duan Ling Tian asked the attendant for 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The 5 of them had only just picked up their chopsticks and were about to eat. Hey, you 5, put down the silver for this meal, and then you can leave. Just at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the peace at Duan Ling Tian's table. Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he looked over at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man over the age of 20, and there were 3 more young men with similar ages behind him. Based on Duan Ling Tian's guess, these 4 people should be grade 2 students. There's nothing wrong with you, right? Tian, whose eyes glared with his enormous eyes. He was not one bit fearful as he crossed eyes with the young man in the lead. Kid, I asked you to leave your money and fuck off. Didn't you hear me? The young man in the lead's expression sank. Last year, when he was faced with the threats of a higher grade student, even though he, who was a new student at the time, felt like refusing to obey, he still obediently put down his money and left in the end. Now a new group of students had arrived at the academy, and he originally thought that he would be able to throw his weight as a higher grade student about. But who would have known that he actually encountered someone that would refuse to give in? Thus, he was slightly embarrassed. We asked you to fuck off. Didn't you hear? Remember to put down the silver for this meal. Just take it as showing respect to us, and in the future we'll protect you in the academy. What are you looking at? Fuck off. The other young men spoke out as they glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian's group. Duan Ling Tian, while looking at the surroundings, noticed that there were many new students that were faced with similar conditions. Most of the new students chose to swallow the insult and humiliation silently by leaving after putting down their silver and giving away the dishes and wine they'd chosen for themselves to the higher grade students. There are disgusting flies around everywhere these days. So annoying. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed before clamping some food and eating, completely ignoring the higher grade students. Upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Tian, whose rage was rising rapidly, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't think that flies were so poor these days. They don't even have the money to eat. TSK, if you ask me, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. Just kneel down and sing a few tunes. Maybe this young master will be pleased and will reward you with some spare change. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian and Tian who said, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun laughed loudly. They stopped paying attention to the 4 higher grade students that were staring furiously at them. They minded their own business and started to eat. As for Su Li, he was sweeping through the food on the table with a cold expression without any fluctuation in his emotions. You all. The young man in the lead's expressions was filled with anger and embarrassment, and the fury in his eyes soared. Good, very good. Just you wait. Even though the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to put down the 5 new students before him, he still didn't dare make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the Vice Dean's eyes and ears. Therefore, if he were to attack someone within this cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still face dire punishment. Even to the extent that he might be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the grade 6 students, there weren't many who had seen the dean in the flesh, and most of the time it was the 2 vice deans that were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 higher grade students quickly left Duan Ling Tian's table and walked over to a nearby table. After they made those students leave their money and scram, They directly sat down and started gulping down the food, while not forgetting to coldly gaze at Duanling Tian's table every now and then, as if they were deeply afraid that Duanling Tian's group would vanish before their eyes. Duanling Tian's group of 5 paid no attention to them. They continued to eat and drink in extreme satisfaction. So full. After a while, Duanling Tian ate his fill and burped with a satisfied smile. Xiao Yu and the others had eaten their fill as well. Let's go take a stroll to digest our food. Duanling Tian stood up and took the lead as the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 higher-grade students that had long since gobbled down their food followed Duanling Tian's group and left the cafeteria. Then they surrounded Duanling Tian's group. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised about being surrounded by them. The corners of his mouth held a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we will properly teach you the rules today. The young man in the lead had a face that seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, emanating a pressing, cold aura. The other 3 young men looked fiercely at Duanling Tian's group of 5 as well. Su Li grabbed his sheathed sword in his arms as his eyes stared at them. "Fuck off," he said, in a cold and indifferent voice that seemed to come out of a pit of ice. His tone shocked their senses. The 4 young men were stunned for a moment before bursting out with faces filled with rage. They were grade 2 students, but now they were actually being trampled on by a grade 1 student. If news of this were to spread, how would they stand their ground at Paladin Academy in the future? "Kid, you're courting death." The face of the young man near Su Li sank. Then he burst out with rage and his body flashed towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage? Duanling Tian shook his head, as he knew that misfortune was about to befall this higher-grade student. Bang! The young man slapped out his palm as his origin energy condensed. He seemed to form a layer of origin energy flames on his palm that emitted a burning aura, and it moved to envelop Su Li. How Ji's profound flame palm is worthy of being a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy has almost really condensed into flames. Humph! This grade 1 student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us. He's courting death. The other 2 young men that surrounded Duanling Tian's group sneered. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! They weren't even able to see how Su Li moved. A strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang. At this exact instant, the young man that executed his profound flame palm towards Su Li abruptly emitted a miserable, shrill cry. Chi! A strand of fresh blood violently shot out of his wrist, and the origin energy on his feeble palm dissipated. Then the young man's body moved forward due to momentum before crashing on the ground in a sorry state. The other 3 young men unconsciously retreated a step back. They had extremely unsightly expressions. 10. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the core formation stage. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were slowly dissipating above the young man with a cold expression. At this moment, they felt like they had really stepped on shit luck. The amount of grade 1 new students that were at the 7th level of the origin core stage could be counted on hand. However, one was precisely encountered by them. Although they were grade 2 students, during their year, they were at the bottom of their batch of students. Even after being at Paladin Academy for a year, they had been stuck at the 6th level of the core formation stage due to the bottleneck, and they were still unable to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the students that followed them out of the cafeteria to watch show, no matter whether they were new students or old students, they were all dumbstruck. 7th level of the core formation stage. And he's even a new student. Their gazes descended one by one onto the cold figure that held a sheathed sword within his arms. Su Li's sword skill is even faster than before. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. The speed at which Su Li's sword attacked earlier was completely on par with his sword-drawing arts, and when executed with a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, it moved like thunder and was swift like lightning. Besides Tian who didn't feel it was one bit unexpected, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's pupils constricted and their faces were full of surprise. as they obviously didn't expect Su Li to be so formidable. Based on Su Li's sword strike before, Su Li's strength could be considered outstanding even among most 7th-level core formation martial artists. Hee. Didn't the three of you want to teach us about rules? What are you retreating so far away for? What, afraid? Tian Hu laughed complacently as he looked at the three young men that were retreating. The three young men had expressions as unsightly as they could possibly be. They lowered their heads in shame and supported the injured young man up before leaving gloomily. Tian Hu looked at Su Li after withdrawing his complacent gaze and said, while shaking his head, Su Li, you let them off too easily. I originally thought that you would cut off his hand. I didn't think that you would only give him a flesh injury. This isn't like you. Humph. Su Li grunted coldly before coolly walking forward. He paid no attention to Tian Hu. Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. Tian Hu, is the wrist tendon being severed only a flesh injury to you? He clearly saw the sword strike that Su Li executed earlier. That young man's hand could be considered to be utterly crippled. Wrist tendon severed? Tian Hu was stunned on the spot. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were so shocked that their pupils constricted. To a martial artist, the wrist tendons being severed was no different than their arm being severed. Su Li stopped dead in his tracks and looked back to glance at Duanling Tian with a gaze filled with soaring battle intent. He didn't think that Duanling Tian would actually be able to clearly see his sword strike. As expected, it was just as he had thought. Duanling Tian's strength had improved once again. Duanling Tian's group walked off swiftly, leaving behind a group of new and old students alike who gazed at each other with eyes that were filled with traces of fear. I never thought that there would be such a formidable person among this year's new students. Remember that person properly. We mustn't offend him. They all had a slight lingering fear. Just at this moment, a red-clothed girl with eyes that had a trace of peerless arrogance walked out of the cafeteria. What are you all doing here? She asked the students outside the cafeteria, in a condescending manner and on her high horse. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a person who was proud and arrogant, so virtually no one paid attention to the red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's expression instantly sank. Hey! Big Sister Li asked you all something. Are you all mute? Do you all know what Big Sister Li's identity is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared at the surrounding students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Li is Imperial Concubine Ling's niece, the cousin sister of 5th Prince. 5th Prince's cousin sister? The male students present shuddered and their eyes shone. When they gazed once more at the red-clothed girl, their faces were full of flattery. All of them seemed to have become a completely different people. So it's Miss Li. I once heard off Miss Li's drop-dead gorgeous appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is truly well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance flattered. Yeah. Miss Li's a born beauty. Truly an unrivaled beauty. I finally know after seeing Miss Li today that the people of ancient times did not lie. A beauty beautiful enough to cause flowers to blush and the moon to hide and causes fish to sink and birds to alight. Such an appearance really exists. Every one of the students that paid no attention to Tongli earlier now seemed as if they were bulls on aphrodisiac and were extremely excited, as they all wanted to use Tongli as a means to get a chance to flatter the 5th Prince and join his entourage to seek riches. Tong Li's gloomy face slightly eased up as she grunted coldly. This miss asked you all what you were all doing here? And that puddle of blood, it should have been left there recently. What happened here? Instantly, the surrounding male students tried to get a word in as they explained the sequence of events. New student? 7th level of the core formation stage. Tong Li's pupils constricted as they flashed with a trace of an odd light. In truth, it was practically impossible for her to pass any of the 18 counties tests and enter Paladin Academy with her natural talent. The only reason she could enter Paladin Academy was by relying on the relationship she had with the imperial family to obtain a place in the recommendation quota. But the actual objective she had for coming to Paladin Academy was precisely to find a formidable groom, as she thought extremely highly of herself and swore that she would find an unparalleled and peerless man. Now that she had heard of that sword-wielding young man, even though she didn't see it with her own 2 eyes, it still aroused a trace of interest in her, an interest to want to get to know the young man. However, at this moment, the Su Li that Tong Li wanted to get to know had arrived with Duanling Tian and the others at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duanling Tian accepted. He didn't reveal his full strength to make Su Li aware of the difficulty and retreat. Instead, he decided to limit his strength to a strength comparable to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent as well. In the quiet and secluded bamboo forest, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who stood at a side and acted as spectators. Duanling Tian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duanling Tian focused his gaze on Su Li. At this moment, Su Li seemed like a swift sword in his eyes, a swift sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase swiftly, even his martial skill stages had improved. Duanling Tian, watch out, Su Li said in a low voice, and in the next moment his entire body moved as if it had transformed into a swift sword. It flew out and flashed towards Duanling Tian. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Bring it on! Duanling Tian's gaze focused as he moved out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian's figure jerked as he exerted the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to transform into an agile serpent as he moved to intercept Su Li. In terms of speed, both of them were executing high-grade profound rank movement techniques at the perfection stage, and were thus comparable. Xiao Sun had astonishment within his gaze because although he had heard that this Duanling Tian's strength was extraordinary, when he really saw it, it was a totally different feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by 2 extremely swift figures that crossed paths each other. 2 sword howls echoed out at practically the same time, and at almost the exact same time. Clang! 2 extremely swift swords collided together before splitting apart abruptly. Duanling Tian and Su Li exchanged positions before once again facing each other. Their first engagement was actually a tie. Seeing this scene caused Tian Hu to mutter, "Two freaks!" Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were moved. Xiao Yu didn't know that Duanling Tian's was already this strong. Xiao Sun was even more surprised. He could almost completely be certain that among their Xiao clan's younger generation, there was absolutely no 7th-level core formation martial artist that was a match for the 2 that were currently locked in combat. Their swords were just too swift. All he could see was a violet sword light and a red sword light flashing by followed by a clang sound, and nothing more after that. Duanling Tian gazed fixedly at Su Li as he asked, "Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of it? Didn't you not use it as well?" Su Li asked rhetorically. Duanling Tian's gaze focused as he slowly said, "I want to experience you at your strongest." "I understand." Su Li nodded. Then his legs jerked and his entire body was suffused with origin energy. He seemed to once again transform into a swift sword as he whistled out, kicking up dust all over the air. A strand of red sword light moved like a shadow, flashing straight towards Duanling Tian's chest. In the blink of the eye, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification from the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian focused his gaze as he flashed out. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths exploded forth as he instantly went to intercept Su Li, and his flexible and agile body seemed like a spirit serpent. At the moment he intercepted Su Li, an extra ancient mammoth silhouette appeared out of thin air above Duanling Tian. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Clang! Their swords collided. Bang! At this exact instant, Su Li's other hand slapped out with a palm that was coiled in raging origin energy, descending onto Duanling Tian's body. It was actually another high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Greater teleportation. Duanling Tian hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. He didn't expect Su Li to have cultivated another martial skill that had extraordinary might. Su Li's palm strike descended onto Duanling Tian's defensive chi barrier. Duanling Tian's defensive chi barrier shook, whereas Su Li's oncoming palm lightly trembled. The might of his attack was instantly reflected back to him by Duanling Tian's greater teleportation. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's defensive chi barrier shattered with a crash. Whoosh! And at this exact instant, Duanling Tian's other arm abruptly swung straight out like a raging python swinging its tail. Bang! Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counterforce from Duanling Tian's greater teleportation, and now that the sword in his right hand was stopped by Duanling Tian, he had no way of dodging Duanling Tian's arm that swept towards him, so he was blasted away. Luckily, Duanling Tian was able to withdraw his force in time, and thus prevented him from being heavily injured. Su Li's figure flew out, and when he finally stabilized himself with great difficulty, all he felt was the lifeblood within him roiling. He didn't dare to hesitate to hurriedly withdraw a grade 9 gold injury pill and consume it. Only after doing so did he recover slightly. Duanling Tian won? Tian, who was dumbstruck. Earlier, he originally thought that Duanling Tian would at most battle to a draw with Su Li, and when he saw Su Li's palm slapping towards Duanling Tian, he thought that Duanling Tian was about to lose. Never had he imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength, and besides his sword skill, he'd cultivated another shocking martial skill. But what occurred in the next instant caused his heart to be like a wagon passing a mountain road, continuously rising and falling. Duanling Tian executed his defensive martial skill to stop Su Li's palm strike. Then he followed it up with a swing of his arm that blasted Su Li flying. When he saw Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun glanced at each other, and both saw a sense of fear within each other's eyes. Duanling Tian's strength is actually so formidable. Xiao Sun sighed in admiration. I didn't expect it either. It's only been a year since I last saw him, but his strength has increased so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated, as it could be said that he watched as Duanling Tian grew step by step. From the first time Duanling Tian stood out during the Genius Gathering and defeated him to become the top-ranked on the Hidden Dragon list to when he was full of heroic spirit during the Genius Camp. Duanling Tian repeatedly created miracles and caused him to be practically numb to them. Unknowingly, the youth that once had a strength merely a strand above his was now far beyond his reach. Duanling Tian, I didn't think that I'd still be inferior to you after a year. Su Li lightly sighed but didn't become dejected, and the battle intent within his eyes didn't lessen one bit. However, I will make you my target. I will defeat you one day. I'll be waiting to see. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the most indomitable and firm disposition he'd seen in his lifetime. He did not discouraged by failure and would get more valiant as he battled. Of course, there were many similar figures within the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, and all of those figures carved out a place for themselves in this world. They were all great figures whose names were known across the lands. Duanling Tian was confident that as long as Su Li's indomitable and firm heart towards the martial Tao didn't perish, he would surely be able to become a powerhouse whose name is known across the lands in the future. After putting away his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duanling Tian looked at Su Li and Tian, who as he asked, "What's the plan for your Star General Department in the afternoon?" Tian, who slowly said, "Niumang said to be at the classroom on time. As for anything besides that, I don't know for now. How about you all? We have free personal activity time at the martial arts practice grounds in the afternoon, and once time's up we can leave the academy." Xiao Yu laughed. "Your Star Mastermind Department is so nice." Tian, who had a face full of envy, but unfortunately he wasn't made for that. Duanling Tian's brows knitted. "It's about time now. Let's go." After walking out of the bamboo forest, Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. As for Su Li and Tian, they instead walked towards the Star General Department classroom. On arrival at the martial arts practice grounds, Duanling Tian noticed that there weren't many people present. Besides their grade 1 Star Mastermind Department students, there seemed to only be the Star Mastermind Department students of the other grades. For an entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun discussed the martial Tao and sparred with other people. Duanling Tian lied atop a large tree outside the martial arts practice grounds and slept soundly. At the moment he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice grounds had already left. Duanling Tian, you really are so carefree, sleeping the entire afternoon. Let's go have a drink. Unknowingly, Xiaoyu had arrived under the tree and raised his head to look at Duanling Tian. Another day. I've been out all day today, so my family is probably worried. Duanling Tian refused Xiaoyu's invitation. Before he came today, he wasn't aware that Paladin Academy students weren't allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay within the academy to have lunch. Thus, the young and old beauties at home would surely be extremely worried. Okay. Xiaoyu didn't insist. He left Paladin Academy with Xiaosun to return to the Xiao clan estate. Duanling Tian returned to his own courtyard house. And as expected, it was just as he had thought. The three women at home were extremely worried about him, and they started asking all sorts of questions the moment he entered the house. Only after he explained the reason did the three women heave a sigh of relief. That night, after dinner, Duanling Tian continued to cultivate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. He kept having the feeling that he would break through soon, but it seemed like he lacked a certain critical element. Never mind, I'll take it slowly. There's no rush. Maybe it's because of psychological reasons. After falling asleep, at dawn the next day, Duanling Tian, who was cultivating as usual, didn't feel the resistance of breaking through within his heart. And just at this moment, a scene that made Duanling Tian joyous appeared. Bang! His origin energy charged through the bottleneck as if being helped by the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Is it possible to do it like this? Needless to say, this was an extremely pleasant surprise to Duanling Tian. At the same time, Duanling Tian could feel that a change occurred in his spiritual force as a consequence of the breakthrough, and now when he sensed the objects in his surroundings, they seemed to be much clearer. Is this the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist? Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly shone. Young master, it's time for breakfast. Ku'er's voice sounded from outside the room. Ku'er, you all eat first. I'll come out once I get dressed. While Duanling Tian got dressed, the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor unceasingly flashed within his mind. What he wanted to do now was choose an inscription from the boundless memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. An inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. There were many inscriptions at this level, but offensive inscriptions accounted for most of them. As for the other inscriptions, Duanling Tian didn't study them, as the silver he had was at most enough to buy materials to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul martial artists. He wouldn't waste his silver on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions fundamental to preserving one's life. After getting dressed, Duanling Tian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, and the 2 girls would have their meals here. As the owner of the courtyard house, Duanling Tian personally created a rule stating that besides his family members, only Xiongquan and Jingru were allowed within the rear courtyard. Li Ro noticed Duanling Tian's glowing face and curiously asked, Tian, what are you so happy about? Mom, it's nothing. It's only a breakthrough in my cultivation. Duanling Tian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough of his cultivation, but the breakthrough of his spiritual force. The breakthrough of his cultivation would only be able to provide him an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth, and this was nothing much. But the breakthrough of his spiritual force, on the other hand, was sufficient for him to inscribe inscriptions that were able to annihilate nascent soul martial artists. Scoundrel. I heard Xiongquan say that there's a piece of news that's been spread around the entire inner city and gave rise to much discussion. The news said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It was you, right? Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that Duanling Tian once left the house in disguise 2 months ago, and that matter in the Alchemist Guild seemed to have occurred on that day. Since you've already guessed it, why ask? Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Fei. Then his gaze moved downward to descend upon Li Fei's pair of plump jade hills, and his lower region burned as it reacted. In fact, it had been quite some time since he's doted on this little girl, When Li Fei noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, her peerlessly beautiful face flushed and she glared at Duan Ling Tian. After taking in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the lust that arose within his heart and left the rear courtyard after his meal. Xiong Quan. After finding Xiong Quan in the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a brush and with a wave of the hand, started writing down a long and dense list of materials. Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. This is 10 million silver, take it. At the same time that he passed over the list full of materials to Xiong Quan, Duan Ling Tian withdrew all the silver within his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it over to Xiong Quan. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan respectfully replied. Then he left the house right after Duan Ling Tian left for Paladin Academy. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that both Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were already there. You two are really early, because class hadn't started yet. The three gathered together and whispered to one another in idle chat. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Sun. Right, Xiao Sun, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level the so-called void stage powerhouses within the Crimson Sky Kingdom are truly at? According to my knowledge, some void stage powerhouses aren't truly in the void stage but are only half a step into the void stage, and their cultivation is still at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Others might not know of the answer to your question, but I, however, do know. In truth, the void stage powerhouses that are spread thinly within the Crimson Sky Kingdom are largely different compared to the void stage powerhouses from the rumors, who are able to control the air and fly. The 18 county governors under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great trading companies in each county, and our Xiao clan's void stage powerhouse. They are all only peak 9th level nascent soul martial artists, or in other words, the half a step into the void stage that you spoke of. They at most are able to stay in the air for a short period and are unable to truly control the air and fly, Xiao Sun slowly said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As expected, it was just as he had thought. Divine Might Marquinhia Yuan was also this type of existence. There should be some true void stage powerhouses that can control the air and fly within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Duan Ling Tian thought of the old man, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate straight away. Although the old man was infected with the dark nether minx poison and all of his origin energy was suppressed, he was a true void stage powerhouse, an existence at the void prying stage. Of course there are. Xiao Sun nodded, and his eyes emitted a sense of reverence. According to rumors, there are 3 true void stage powerhouses within our Crimson Sky Kingdom, one within the Imperial family, one within the Divine Might Marquis estate, and the last one is within the Ghastly Shadow. Ghastly Shadow? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He didn't think it was strange that the Imperial family had a true void stage powerhouse. After all, that's an existence that stands at the apex of Crimson Sky Kingdom. But that Ghastly Shadow was a mere assassin's organization, and it actually had a true void stage powerhouse commanding it as well. After Xiao Sun finished explaining, he added, Right, it's fine that you two know, but try not to tell anyone. This is the secret suffering of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and if it wasn't for me annoying my grandfather, he wouldn't have told me. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. How many people would know that the void stage powerhouses that are spread about outside are practically all half-step void stage martial artists, and not true void stage powerhouses? Xiao Sun lightly sighed. During the following conversation, Duan Ling Tian gained an understanding of the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the apex was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The void stage powerhouse within the Imperial family was allegedly the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Ghastly Shadows and Divine Might Marquis estate's void stage powerhouses were slightly inferior to him. And thus, the 2 powers merely inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis estate, as they each had a true void stage powerhouse in command. The 6 great powers that followed after those 3 were the 3 great clans of the Imperial City. The Duan clan, the Xiao clan, and the Su clan, as well as the 3 great trading companies, which included the Violet Tulip Trading Company, There were many half-step void stage powerhouses within these 6 powers. After these 6 great powers were the 18 county governor estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, as they each had a half-step void stage powerhouse. The Divine Might Marquis Estate. The current Divine Might Marquis Estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis Estate stemmed from the Senior Marquis, and the only reason the Divine Might Marquis Estate was still influential now was because the Senior Marquis was still alive. Even though the Senior Marquis was infected with the poison of the Dark Nether Mink, there was still no one who dared to look down on the Divine Might Marquis Estate. It was like a tiger. Even sickly, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a cat or dog could compare to. Of course, if the Senior Marquis were to pass away one day, then the Divine Might Marquis Estate would surely go into a decline, unless another true void stage powerhouse were to appear within the Divine Might Marquis Estate. At some point, the students had all gathered within the class and teacher Sima had arrived. However, during the entire morning, although Duan Ling Tian was in the classroom, his mind had long ago flown far away. He was constantly thinking about the matter of Xiongquan gathering the materials and was wondering how Xiongquan's progress was. I'm now capable of inscribing an inscription that's sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, I'm 90% certain that it wouldn't pose a threat to a half-step void stage martial artist. There are only a few types of inscriptions that are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage powerhouse. However, each of those inscriptions require extremely valuable materials that are difficult to obtain and gather within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian's train of thought floated as he lightly pondered. Never mind. Why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the 5th Prince and the Duan clan's 2nd Master are capable of ordering a half-step void stage martial artist to deal with me? Duan Ling Tian laughed in self-ridicule as he thought of this. Although there was quite a number of half-step void stage martial artists within the Imperial family and the Duan clan, they weren't existences that anyone could order around, not to mention be sent to deal with a youth. Overall, today's gains were not bad. At least he gained an understanding of the various powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As the saying goes, know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. At noon, Duan Ling Tian and the others gathered together for lunch. Humph! Suddenly, among the young men that walked in the cafeteria, the gaze of one of them was incomparably icy cold as it descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this Duan Rong seems like he won't let the matter go. You should be careful. Xiao Yu recognized the person as he frowned with a slightly serious expression. Don't worry, it's just a clown, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. It's better to be careful. That Duan clan's 2nd master's wife is famous for being extremely cruel and merciless. There was once a servant girl who called her a fat woman in private and was overheard by her. Guess what happened? Xiao Sun kept them guessing as he spoke to this point. Killed by her. Tian Hu guessed. No. Xiao Sun shook his head. Okay. Stop creating suspense and tell us. What happened in the end? Xiao Yu derided. Xiao Sun's eyes emitted a trace of being unable to bear the thought of what he was about to say. In the end, she ordered people to fill that servant girl's stomach with water. They continuously filled it for a whole day and night, and finally, that servant girl's stomach exploded open. Supposedly, her intestines flowed all over the floor. Fuck! Don't talk about this while we eat. Tian Hu's face was filled with disgust. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold. The Duan clan's 2nd master's wife, or in other words, the mother of Duan Ling Xing. As expected, they were cut from the same cloth. The entire family was so cruel and merciless. Miss Li, he's the one that cut the wrist tendon of the grade 2 student yesterday. Suddenly, a voice full of flattery sounded from afar. Then a young man with a wretched appearance arrived before Duan Ling Tian's table and extended his finger to point at Su Li. Su Li's gaze turned cold as he said, with a chilly voice, Scram! Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that Miss Li wants to get to know you. The young man with a wretched face was so scared that his face went pale. as he saw with his own 2 eyes of Su Li's ability and didn't consider himself Su Li's match. Su Li frowned and then looked towards the area behind the young man with the wretched appearance. A red-clothed girl was walking over while being followed by another girl. It's her. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he saw the red-clothed girl. The person that appeared before him now was none other than the girl who was taught a lesson by him at the restaurant in the outer city that day, the fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, who was also the cousin sister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family's 5th prince. Enemies really are fated to meet, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. However, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that due to the angle, the girl didn't notice him. Moreover, there seemed to only be Su Li within her gaze. Nice to meet you. I'm Tong Li. Tong Li actually put away her usual arrogant expression in front of Su Li, and her face emitted a trace of a faint smile. Su Li. Su Li indifferently nodded to Tong Li. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he saw this. It can't be. This girl is actually interested in Su Li? It's too preposterous. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who all glanced at Su Li with dubious gazes, as they had all noticed the clues. Su Li only glanced at Tong Li before withdrawing his gaze and saying indifferently, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb our meal." Tong Li's pupils constricted, and a trace of fury emerged on her face. Going to flare again? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, people don't easily change. Su Li, what do you mean by this? This misgreeted you, and it's your honor. You don't not know what's good for you. Tong Li fiercely shouted. She completely flared and returned to her original self. As far as she was concerned, her humbling herself to greet Su Li was already giving Su Li enough face, but Su Li's attitude caused her to be unable to bear it. Her attitude just now, which would seem normal in front of a bystander, was, in her eyes, considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who were all stunned. The current Tong Li was like a completely different person than the earlier Tong Li. It was known that women are capricious, but this change seems a little too exaggerated, right? Su Li's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted, in a low voice, "Scram! You dare tell me to scram?" Tong Li's expression went grim. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him from before, there actually was another that dared shout at her. He was courting death. TSK. Miss Tong, do you want to use your whip to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel like she was waking up from a dream, and when she slightly turned her head to look, only then did she realize that the person at the same table with Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that slapped her tens of times at the restaurant 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. You are. She never thought that she would encounter that violet-clothed youth here. In her eyes, this youth was a devil. Maybe at ordinary times, she would wish nothing more than to kill the youth and be relieved. However, when the youth really appeared before her heart couldn't help itself from trembling. The scene that occurred in the restaurant 3 months ago had long since left a lingering shadow within her heart. What, Miss Tong? Are you really that surprised? Duan Ling Tian grinned as if he was greeting a familiar person. You know her? Su Li's brows knitted as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a weird gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who glanced at Duan Ling Tian as well, as they had all noticed that when this Tong Li saw Duan Ling Tian, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. They vaguely guessed that something they didn't know about had surely happened between Duan Ling Tian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath. Only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy and that she was very safe here. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Ling Tian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months. Never did I expect you to deliver yourself to me. Let me see where you hide this time. You're dead for sure. I'll get my cousin brother to catch you, and I'll tear you into pieces with my bare hands before burning your bones and scattering your ashes. What, could it be that Miss Tong thinks that since this is Paladin Academy, I won't dare to touch you? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line as he heard Tong Li's threats, and a sneer emerged on the corners of his mouth. So what if I think that? Tong Li grunted coldly as her eyes flickered with killing intent. Never in her lifetime would she forget what happened 3 months ago. Only when the violet-clothed youth dies before her will she be able to vent the hatred within her heart. Whoosh! A violet shadow flashed by. Slap! At the same time, the clear sound of a slap echoed out, and Duan Ling Tian, who had left his seat, was seated once more. Since she wanted to tear him into pieces and burn his bones before scattering his ashes, he didn't need to be courteous anymore. You! Tong Li, whose face had an extra hand imprint, had an icy cold gaze. This violet-clothed youth actually hit her again, and he even did it in front of so many Paladin Academy students. How would she stand her ground at Paladin Academy in the future? Her gaze was completely enveloped with rage and hatred, and the hand that held her black whip even started to tremble. But she didn't dare to make a move, because she knew that once she did, she would suffer even greater retaliation. Su Li, Xiaoyu, and the others were dumbstruck, as they realized that there seemed to be a deep grudge that was impossible to reconcile between Duan Ling Tian and the red-clothed girl. They had all heard the ruthless things the red-clothed girl said earlier. She actually hated Duan Ling Tian to such a degree. The girl behind Tong Li never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would dare hit Tong Li, and after being dumbstruck for a moment, her face went grim as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and shouted, in a grim voice, "You're dead! Do you know who she is? Yes, you're dead. You actually dared to hit Miss Li." The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he had seen something unbelievable. Who she is? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled before looking at Tong Li once more. Isn't it only the fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, the cousin sister of 5th Prince, Miss Tong? I'm right, aren't I? The fair Sun County's county governor's daughter? 5th Prince's cousin sister? Maybe the Paladin Academy students present didn't pay any attention to the first identity, but the second one was more than enough to make everyone besides Duan Ling Tian experience changes in their expressions. The 5th Prince was a descendant of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor, a status so exalted that not many people in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare. Xiaoyu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose expressions went grim, as they never expected the red-clothed girl had such an identity. She was actually the cousin sister of the 5th Prince. Su Li's brows knitted, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this misidentity and you still dared hit this miss. Tong Li stared at Duan Ling Tian like she was looking at a madman. If I hadn't hit you just now, would you have let me off? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. How could that be possible? This miss will return those gifts you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Hoping that this miss will let you off is utterly a fool's dream. Tong Li sneered. She felt that Duan Ling Tian was imagining the impossible. In her eyes, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a dead man. That's it. If you wouldn't have let me off even if I hadn't hit you, then why would I be afraid of you? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a malicious smile. Whoosh! His body flashed out once more. Slap! 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 Clear slapping sounds echoes out time after time, and before long, Tong Li's face become like a pig's head, just like it did 3 months ago. You! The burning pain that came from her face caused Tong Li to be practically numb, but she currently seemed to feel no pain, as she only felt more embarrassed than had ever been before. Her eyes were filled with malice. I what? Duan Ling Tian sneered as an awe-inspiring killing intent focused within his eyes. This Tong Li was on her high horse that day. She was acting as if everyone else was only an ant in front of her. After that, he taught Tong Li a lesson, and he originally thought that she would repent and mend her ways, but the facts proved that his education towards Tong Li that day was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't run up to him and be enraged and threaten to tear him to pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Since Tong Li had long since hated him to the core, it was no use crying over spilled milk, so why not teach her another lesson? In any case, he never once thought that Tongli would shake his hand and make peace. So now he decided to be a tad more carefree and do whatever he wanted to do. To test someone, then beat them. Beat them until they didn't dare be complacent again. Beat them until they didn't dare be arrogant again. Beat them until they didn't dare talk back again. Tongli inhaled a deep breath and didn't dare speak another word, as she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she were to voice another ruthless remark, this violet-clothed youth would hit her without the slightest hesitation. She chose to endure. Her heart trembled and warped as she noticed the surrounding gazes that looked at her in a strange manner. The hatred in her eyes were practically at its limits. In this lifetime, if she lived, then there would be no violet-clothed youth, and if the violet-clothed youth lived, then she would not. You'll regret it. Tongli couldn't help herself from leaving a last remark before turning around and leaving, not even daring to look back. Only now did the girl that was originally following behind Tongli recover from being struck with terror. She briefly glanced at Duanling Tian with eyes filled with terror before leaving to chase after Tongli. Within the spacious cafeteria, the corner at which Duanling Tian sat was deathly silent. Everyone who didn't know Duanling Tian looked at him with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed youth actually was not afraid of even the fifth prince. Who the heck was he? Being stared at by so many people caused Duanling Tian to frown. He coldly swept them with his gaze. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duanling Tian again. They couldn't calm the shock in their hearts for a long time. Only then did Duanling Tian take his seat. Duanling Tian, you? Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duanling Tian was so bold that he actually even dared to beat the cousin sister of the fifth prince, and even beat her to that extent. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Duanling Tian, you're too rash. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan, so he understood the fifth prince and knew that the fifth prince was a fierce and ambitious person. He knew that the fifth prince was no simple figure, even to the extent that he might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duanling Tian, did you formed a deep and irreconcilable grudge with that Tongli before? Su Li asked Duanling Tian. This was exactly the question that was within the hearts of Xiao Yu and the others. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. Then he slowly recounted the conflict between him and Tongli 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you hadn't hit her today, it would still be impossible for her to let you off. Tian who came to an understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both came to understand this as well. So Duanling Tian and Tongli had long since been like fire and ice. Thus Duanling Tian teaching Tongli a lesson today counted for nothing. In other words, this time it was she who came of her own accord to seek a beating. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can put it that way. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently with a completely unconcerned expression. Enough. Let's not speak of her. Talking about her is just depressing. However, he being unconcerned didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others weren't concerned either. Duanling Tian, why don't put up in the academy with me and Su Li from now on? Even though that fifth prince has an exalted status, he wouldn't dare act rashly within Paladin Academy. Tian who suggested. Yeah, Duanling Tian, I think Tian who is right. You should put up in the academy. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun said to Duanling Tian. Su Li gazed at Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes had a rare trace of concern, and he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. I know you all have good intentions, but I've got a plan, so you don't have to worry. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. As his eyes focused, a fierce light flashed within. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black bolt of lightning flashed out of Duanling Tian's sleeve before directly jumping onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duanling Tian had brought along with him. This little black python extended its head and sucked in a bowl of meat and vegetable stock, eating with great relish. This is. Xiao Yu's and the others' gazes were all attracted by the little black python. Xiao Sun's gaze descended onto the little black python as he exclaimed, in a low voice, "What an unusual snake." The gold striations on its body seemed to be like ancient text. and there's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen nor heard of it before. Duan Ling Tian, is this your pet? Tian, who gulped down a mouthful of saliva, as even he could perceive that this little python wasn't simple. Not mentioning anything else, just the speed at which the little python flashed out earlier was something he couldn't even catch a trace of. All he felt was a black bolt of lightning flash past before the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes, Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it. Even he never expected that this mischievous little fellow would come out. He swung his palm across to drag it back into his sleeve. Hiss hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting against Duan Ling Tian's actions. But unfortunately, its protests were to no avail. After the stir the little python made, the atmosphere at Duan Ling Tian's table eased up slightly. But Xiao Yu and the other sir were still worried about Duan Ling Tian, as the person Duan Ling Tian offended was the imperial family's fifth prince after all. After sleeping for another afternoon, Duan Ling Tian yawned as he walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After parting ways with the two, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. His cloudy eyes flashed with a trace of a bright light, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders and didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a secluded street before entering a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! At almost the exact instant that Duan Ling Tian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed towards him from behind before stopping him from both the front and back. Since when did Duan clan members become the dogs of branch clan disciples? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be taken by surprise by the two figures' appearance. He noticed at the moment he left Paladin Academy, there was a gloomy gaze staring at him from afar, and he only slightly shot a glance before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. There were two more people beside Duan Rong, and relying upon the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor and the counter-tracking experience he gained during his time as a weapon specialist in his previous life, as well as his spiritual force, which was currently comparable to a nascent soul martial artist's, it only took a short moment for Duan Ling Tian to roughly discern that the cultivation levels of the two people beside Duan Rong were at least at the 7th level of the origin core stage. At present, the two middle-aged men's faces sank as they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. They didn't think that this youth would actually be able to guess their identity. An ill omen suddenly surfaced within their hearts, as this youth was actually able to be so composed even at such a time. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or maybe there is a powerhouse protecting him. The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a moment. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th-level origin core martial artist to protect him. Moreover, it seemed that the 7th-level origin core martial artist wasn't present today. After they realized that there was no one else around, they both heaved sighs of relief. Are all the Duan clan members so cowardly? The sneer on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth grew even wider, and his voice was filled with a mocking tone. Kid, if you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended, the middle-aged man behind him said in a low voice as his gaze went cold, and at the moment he finished speaking, he looked towards the middle-aged man in the front and nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! At almost the same time, the figures of the two middle-aged men jerked, and they seemed to transform into two incomparably swift bolts of lightning as they flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Above their heads, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, two 9th-level origin core martial artists? That Duan Ru-Lei really thinks highly of me. Faced with the pincer attack of two 9th-level origin core martial artists, Duan Ling Tian didn't seem to mind at all, as he stood there unmoving on the spot. Even his voice was extremely tranquil, even though both of the middle-aged men felt that the youth's reaction was slightly strange. They had no way of backing down now. Die! Their eyes emitted a murderous gleam as origin energy burst forth from their palms and enveloped downwards upon Duan Ling Tian. Originally, for the sake of my deadbeat dad, I had no intention of becoming enemies with anyone from the Duan clan. However, since you two are holding a candle to the devil, then go to hell. At this critical instant, Duan Ling Tian's speech increased in speed, and in the next moment he lifted his hand. Whoosh! A black stream of light flashed out from his sleeve and moved like lightning, as if it was a death god's scythe whistling out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. And at almost the exact same time, Duanling Tian's legs jerked as he instantly moved aside. Bang! Followed by that black bolt of lightning piercing through their chests. The origin energy on the two middle-aged men dissipated. Momentum brought their bodies to move forward and collide with each other before fiercely crashing onto the ground. Lifeless. Whoosh! The black lightning bolt moved in flashes before descending onto Duanling Tian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, the little black python flicked its tongue and licked Duanling Tian's cheek, and its pair of incomparably intelligent, small eyes turned about. Duanling Tian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a moment. So poor. There's only 500,000 silver or so on the two of them. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver within his spatial ring, Duanling Tian grabbed the little black python from his shoulder, held it in his palm, and said, with a light smile, "You did a good job, little fellow. I'll get someone to make something good for you when we get home." The little black python seemed to understand what Duanling Tian said, as it lightly nodded, and its agile body wiggled in an incomparably exultant manner. As expected, a nascent soul-stage fierce beast is able to understand human speech to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only recently stepped into the nascent soul stage, and thus require some guidance before being able to completely understand human speech. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, as he continued forward and took a few turns before finally returning to his courtyard house. Within his spacious courtyard house, Duanrong sat cross-legged as he enjoyed a servant girl's massage. He had a bite of apple in his mouth as a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The moment he thought about how he wouldn't see that violet-clothed youth any more from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but arouse a sense of delight within his heart. So you offended this young master. Even just before you died, you probably don't even know who sent them to kill you, right? The more he thought about it, the more Duanrong felt happy within his heart. Unfortunately, however, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived in his courtyard house. Duanling Xing, cousin brother, what are you doing here? Duanrong was slightly surprised when he noticed Duanling Xing's arrival, but his eyes still had an unceasing smile. You seem very happy, Duanling Xing slowly said. Of course, when I think about how I don't need to see that arrogant kid anymore, I feel extremely delighted within my heart. Right, cousin brother, you've come so late. Is there something you need from me? Because of the dim lighting, Duanrong didn't notice Duanling Xing's slightly gloomy face. Duanling Xing's eyes focused as he slowly said, I'm afraid you can't do as you wish on this matter anymore. Cousin brother, what do you mean by that? When Duanrong finally realized that something was strange, his heart jerked, and the smile on his face completely froze. Could something have gone wrong? It shouldn't have. That violet-clothed youth was alone when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't alone, that masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist. Under the attack of 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists, he should have died without a doubt. The 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists my father appointed to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father even until dusk. So my father sent someone out to search for a while, and who would have thought that he would actually find their corpses near Paladin Academy? Duanling Xing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who the heck did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible. It's impossible. Duanrong hurriedly shook his head with a face full of disbelief. He was unwilling to believe that all of this was true. Duanling Xing frowned as he asked, in a low voice, Didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist by his side? I don't know. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist at his side. This is something our branch clan's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes as well. Duanrong laughed bitterly. Humph. Looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't that simple. Both of the 9th-level Origin Core martial artists my father appointed to you were killed with a single blow. pierced through the heart with a sharp weapon. The person that killed them acted quickly and decisively. It was almost certainly a nascent soul martial artist who did it. In other words, that person you want to kill had a nascent soul martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing coldly grunted before once again looking at Duan Rong. You better not let the cat out of the bag, because if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be in danger. Duan Rong was so afraid that his face went ghastly pale after he heard what Duan Lingxing said. Never had he imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul martial artist at his side. After all, even the branch family that he originated from only had 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how did uncle decide to deal with this matter? I feel that the violet-clothed youth will suspect me sooner or later. Depending on what uncle does, I'll follow you home and stay at the Duan clan estate for some time. Duan Rong's voice was slightly trembling, as he was afraid. Don't worry. No matter who he is, anyone who dares kill a member of our Duan clan will certainly die. A trace of coldness appeared in Duan Lingxing's gaze. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Duan Lingxing's reply. You better lay low for the time being, and don't make trouble for me. Do you understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing Duan Rong to hurriedly nod without daring to have the slightest hesitation. Inside his room, Duan Lingtian spread out the materials that Xiong had gathered today, and his brows slightly rose. I didn't think that Xiong would be able to find more than half of the materials I needed within only a day's time. It's sufficient to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Then he raised his hand and withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he took off the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was named the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once activated, the Bone Corrosion Inscription would pour out with the strength of bone corrosion. Unless one was at least a half-step void stage martial artist, there would be no hope of dodging nor curing it. Once hit with the inscription, the bones of the entire body will be instantly corroded into ashes, and only flesh will remain, completely and utterly dead. Even though a person hit by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the moment before death, they would have to endure extreme pain, a pain that penetrated into the heart and bones, a pain that was unimaginable to an ordinary person. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions and inscribed them respectively on his violet myrtle flexible sword and spatial ring. It was a high-ranked inscription after all, and besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it was even possible to flawlessly coexist with the blood crescent inscription that was attached to the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing the 2 inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force finally relaxed. A wave of exhaustion swept over him before he drifted off into a deep slumber. When he woke up the next day, he still felt terribly fatigued, and his complexion didn't look so good. Tian, are you okay? Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. Scoundrel, what did you do last night? Yes, young master. Why's your complexion so bad? Li Fei and Ku'er both had faces full of worry, and their hearts ached unceasingly. It's nothing. I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry. I'll be able to recover once I return from the academy today. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile and left directly for Paladin Academy after finishing his breakfast. Within the classroom, Sima Changfeng stood at the podium as he slowly recounted the Tao of being a mastermind. Below the podium, the violet-clothed youth lied on the table sound asleep, forming a sharp contrast compared to the other 17 students that were listening in earnest. Did this fellow Duan Lingtian not sleep last night? He slept the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, he wouldn't be this tired, right? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was in a deep slumber, with faces filled with astonishment. Enough! All of you, properly reflect on what I spoke about earlier, Sima Changfeng said to the other students. Then he walked up to Duan Lingtian's table before lightly knocking the table. Duan Lingtian, follow me outside for a moment. Duan Lingtian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. When he noticed Sima Changfeng, He laughed embarrassedly before following obediently. Duan Ling Tian originally expected that the reason Sima Changfeng called him out was about the matter of him sleeping during class. Unexpectedly, however, "Are you an inscription master?" Sima Changfeng's eyes were illuminated with wisdom as his gaze focused on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked and his body shuddered. He completely woke up in an instant and glanced deeply at Sima Changfeng. "Teacher Sima, why do you ask?" Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. "I've done some research on the Tao of inscription. According to my knowledge, exhaustion of vitality is divided into various types, where your exhaustion is obviously caused by the overconsumption of spiritual force. And this condition would only appear on an inscription master." Sima Changfeng spoke on the subject with great familiarity. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Although Sima Changfeng said that he had only done some research on the Tao of inscription, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was just being humble. Not mentioning anything else, just what he said now was something that no ordinary inscription master would be capable of. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an extremely experienced inscription master. "I never thought that you'd be an inscription master as well, teacher." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He didn't deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Changfeng was able to discern that he had overconsumed his spiritual force, then Sima Changfeng had obviously confirmed that he was an inscription master, and thus, even if he not admitted it, Sima Changfeng would not believe him. "I can be considered to have only dabbled in the Tao of inscription. You're only at the core formation stage and only have a limited amount of spiritual force, so there's no need to waste too much energy on the art of inscription. Once your cultivation advances, your spiritual force will naturally increase in tow, and thus spending your energy on the art of inscription in the future is the right way." Sima Changfeng had an earnest expression as he gradually guided his student. He obviously thought that Duan Ling Tian's condition of overconsumption of spiritual force was because he went overboard when studying the art of inscription. "Yes, teacher." Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded as knew that Sima Changfeng was saying all this out of good intentions. Focusing on the advancement of your cultivation is the right way for your age. If you're really interested in the art of inscription in the future, although the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can slightly guide you and save you from taking many detours on your path of learning. Sima Changfeng continued, as he obviously seemed to care very much for Duan Ling Tian, the student of his. "Guide me?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He possessed the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, and the inscription art of Rebirth Martial Emperor could absolutely be considered unparalleled under the heavens. Not to mention this small little Crimson Sky Kingdom, even across the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be another who could compete with Rebirth Martial Emperor on the art of inscription. "Thank you, teacher." However, Duan Ling Tian still expressed his thanks to Sima Changfeng, as no matter what, Sima Changfeng's suggestions were still out of his good intentions. Even though the art of inscription that he held was even more than enough to be the ancestor of Sima Changfeng. "You can return now." Duan Ling Tian followed behind Sima Changfeng and returned to the classroom as instructed. In next to no time, the morning classes came to an end. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both arrived beside Duan Ling Tian with eyes that emitted a dubious sense that any man would understand. "Duan Ling Tian, you're still young. You have to do some things in moderation so that you don't harm your health." "Fuck! What are you guys talking about?" Duan Ling Tian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were talking about? "Look at you, getting angry from being embarrassed, right? We're all grown men. Isn't romance between men and women something extremely normal?" Xiao Sun laughed. "Yeah, why else would you be so drowsy today? You were even called out by Teacher Sima to be reprimanded." Xiao Yu agreed with a nod, speaking in a reasonable and justifiable manner. "I don't have time for this." Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading straight for the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already taken a table. "Su Li, Tian Hu, you two are actually here earlier than us." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. That fellow, Niu Mang, seemed to be busy today and left early. Tuan Hu laughed. Then his face turned serious. "Duan Ling Tian, that fifth prince hasn't come looking for trouble with you, right?" Duan Tian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince were to come looking for trouble, his movements shouldn't be so quick. People like the fifth prince, who grew up in a place filled with mutual deceit like the imperial family, were undoubtedly the most cautious. Based solely upon his attitude towards Tongli, as long as the fifth prince hasn't fully investigated his background, the fifth prince would definitely not make a move against him. After all, the attitude which he portrayed yesterday seemed to show that he had something to rely upon, and that he was not one bit afraid of the fifth prince. This was something that many people saw yesterday. It's that Duan Rong again. Tian, whose gaze looked towards one of the two young men that were walking over from afar. Duan Tian, this Duan Rong seems somewhat different today. Why do I feel like his gaze towards you is completely different from yesterday? It seems more like he's afraid of you. What did you do to him? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Tian as he spoke with a wondering expression. But what he noticed was that Duan Tian's gaze was currently fierce like lightning, and there was even traces of dense and bloodthirsty killing intent being emitted from his body. The killing intent swept out, and although it wasn't targeting him, it still caused his heart to shudder. Su Li, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces went pale as well, as they were all affected by Duan Tian's killing intent. Their gaze descended upon the young man beside Duan Rong in unison. It's him. Xiao Sun recognized the young man with but a glance. The Duan clan's second master's son, Duan Xing. Never had Duan Tian imagined that he would actually see Duan Xing, this person that he hated to the bones, within Paladin Academy. Duan Tian's heart was trembling, as the scenes of Duan Xing flaunting his strength and heavily injuring himself, Ku Er, and Li Fei flashed before his eyes as if they were happening right before him. Duan Xing. Duan Tian's voice emitted an incomparable coldness, and his hand had already moved to be placed atop the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. At this moment, he would only need but a thought before he would swing out his sword to kill Duan Xing. Abruptly being enveloped by Duan Tian's bloodthirsty killing intent caused Duan Rong's expression to turn ghastly pale and his legs to start trembling. He currently like he was on a single boat floating on the ocean and was in danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was extremely difficult to bear and practically suffocating. He knows, cousin brother. Duan Rong took a deep breath and forcefully withstood the bloodthirsty killing intent. He had a ghastly pale face as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bones seemed to hate his cousin brother to the bones. What was going on? Who could tell him? In the instant that Duan Xing was enveloped by this bloodthirsty killing intent, he felt it to be slightly familiar. When he circulated his origin energy to forcefully withstand this killing intent and looked at the source, his gaze descended upon the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before obviously had matured substantially. But he still recognized the violet-clothed youth with a single glance. Duan Tian. Duan Xing's pupils constricted as his eyes emitted a killing intent so dense it was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Tian would actually appear within Paladin Academy. There was only one possibility as to why he could appear within Paladin Academy. Duan Tian had become a student here. If he wasn't wrong, this Duan Tian was only 18 now. Had he passed the test within one of the 18 counties to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18? Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Rufeng of before. There was only one thought within his heart. This Duan Tian must die. He could imagine how if Duan Tian were to stay alive, Duan Tian would undoubtedly become a great calamity for himself. Duan Tian, I'm really surprised. You've not only inherited the natural talent of your short-lived father, you've even outdone him and entered Paladin Academy at the young age of 18. Duan Xing walked over to arrive before Duan Tian's table, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. I'm extremely surprised as well. The son of a cripple is actually at Paladin Academy. TSK, if I'm not wrong, you should have gotten a place from the Duan clan's recommendation quota and were only able to enter Paladin Academy because of it, right? As expected, The son of a cripple is trash that needs to use a backdoor to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he gave tit for tat. A shapeless aura shot out from their bodies and unceasingly clashed against each other. Everyone present could feel the imposing atmosphere. Duan Ling Xing's body trembled. The dense killing intent in his eyes had reached an extreme as he said, with an extremely low voice, "You dare insult my father? Have I said something wrong?" Duan Ling Tian sneered without a trace of fear. The surrounding Paladin Academy students, including Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were all stunned. They noticed that from the moment Duan Ling Xing appeared, Duan Ling Tian seemed to become a different person. That was the gaze of someone who was looking at the greatest enemy in his life, and it looked like Duan Ling Tian wished for nothing more than to pounce on Duan Ling Xing and shred him to pieces. Duan Ling Xing, on the other hand, seemed to be similarly filled with bloodthirsty enmity from the moment he noticed Duan Ling Tian. These two people seemed like they were born enemies. Duan Rong hid behind Duan Ling Xing, narrowly avoiding the killing intent that swept in his direction from Duan Ling Tian, and asked with great difficulty, cousin brother, who is he? Duan Ling Tian? Could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a Duan clan member as well?" Duan Ling Xing's eyes narrowed into a line as he spoke in a cold voice. "His origins are no small matter. His father is that short-lived guy of our Duan clan, Duan Rufeng." Short-lived? Duan Ling Tian's gaze became even more icy cold. Even though he didn't have any feelings towards his deadbeat father, it was his father after all. He was also the husband of his mother who he respected the most. How could he allow Duan Ling Xing to disrespect his father like this? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Rufeng? This was a name he'd heard of before. Duan Rufeng, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure who suddenly appeared on the horizon like a comet and hasn't been heard of since he vanished 18 years ago. But even then, he was still deeply remembered by many. If Duan Rufeng hadn't vanished, then he would be the Duan clan's third master. No, if Duan Rufeng hadn't vanished, as long as he was willing, even the position of the Duan clan's patriarch would be his. Never had Duan Rong imagined that the violet-clothed youth he hated to the bones was actually the son of Duan Rufeng. At the same time, the gazes of everyone present descended upon Duan Ling Tian, especially Xiao Sun's, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Ling Tian actually was a true member of the Duan clan, and moreover, the son of Duan Rufeng, the one who was formerly publicly acknowledged as the greatest genius in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian, who had more or less heard of Duan Rufeng, but never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian actually had such an identity, and he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. Duan Rufeng? Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of an odd light as he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. This youth is actually the son of that Duan Rufeng. I never imagined that Duan Rufeng actually had a living descendant. This youth obviously wasn't recommended into Paladin Academy by the Duan clan, but he was able to pass the entrance test within one of the 18 counties to enter Paladin Academy at such an age. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up, his gaze flashing with a cold light as he spoke in an icy cold voice that seemed to be echoing out of an ice pit. Duan Ling Xing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was precisely to kill you and to repay the gifts you bestowed upon me 2 years ago. Now I formally challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept my challenge? He wished for nothing more than to directly attack and kill Duan Ling Xing, but he understood that he couldn't be rash due to his current circumstances. He would have to kill Duan Ling Xing in an open and just method so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, could only look on helplessly when such a loss was dealt upon him. What Duan Ling Tian said caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Has this Duan Ling Tian gone mad? Duan Ling Xing is a grade 4 student, and he has allegedly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is good, he's only around the age of 18 after all, and moreover, he is only a grade 1 student. Many Paladin Academy students were stunned by what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. Xiao Sun's face went grim as he hurriedly tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Even though he knew that Duan Ling Tian was strong, and he believed that Duan Ling Tian would one day surpass Duan Ling Xing, the current Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly slightly inferior to Duan Ling Xing. He had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength, and although it wasn't bad, he was only just slightly stronger than Su Li and could be considered to be peerless at the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter a martial artist at the 8th level of the core formation stage, it would require great effort to withstand, and Duan Ling Xing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian, who became aware of Duan Ling Xing's cultivation level from the surrounding discussion, their expressions went grim, and they followed to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Only Su Li seemed to have understood something and didn't try to dissuade Duan Ling Tian when he noticed the cold light flashing within Duan Ling Tian's eyes and the angle at which the corners of his mouth were curled. You challenge me? And it's even a life and death battle. Duan Ling Xing was in slight disbelief when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian from the moment he laid eyes upon Duan Ling Tian. But unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing another for no reason was something that even he, as the son of the Duan clan's second master, could not bear. But it would be different if a life and death battle pact were to be established. Once a life and death battle pact was established, Paladin Academy would not interfere even if he were to kill Duan Ling Tian. What, you don't dare? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Just when Duan Ling Xing was about to speak of his agreement, cousin brother, Duan Rong spoke out with eyes that emitted a sense of fear, and said, in a low voice, "This Duan Ling Tian is precisely the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly? And shouldn't we first investigate his background before asking Uncle to send out his men to deal with him? What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of?" Duan Ling Xing's pupils constricted. The only reason he came to the cafeteria with Duan Rong today was precisely to take a look at the enemy of his cousin brother. But he never imagined that the enemy of his cousin brother was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Rong nodded and said, with a face full of fear, "Cousin brother, this Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to issue a challenge, and this matter seems odd. You must not agree to his challenge." He was afraid from the moment he heard that Duan Ling Tian was the son of Duan Rufeng, as although Duan Rufeng had vanished for nearly 20 years, there has never been anyone who could be certain of his death. Some people even spread the word that Duan Rufeng might still be alive. If Duan Rufeng was really alive, then this Duan Ling Tian would have a backing that no one in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph! I'll decide myself. Duan Ling Xing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Ling Tian's challenge? The answer was no. After hearing what Duan Rong said, the killing intent within Duan Ling Xing's heart grew even stronger. This Duan Ling Tian actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side to protect him. He had a feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Ling Tian in the future would be even more difficult than climbing the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Duan Ling Xing and Duan Rong whispering to each other for so long. His voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness as he said, "Duan Ling Xing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trash second master, you don't even dare to accept a life and death battle against an 18-year-old kid like me. Pussy, pussy." Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when every student present looked at Duan Ling Xing with an odd gaze. Duan Ling Xing isn't really afraid of accepting Duan Ling Tian's life and death battle challenge, right? Is he a man or not? A grade 4 student is afraid of accepting a grade 1 student's life and death battle challenge? Moreover, the challenger is only just a kid. This Duan Ling Xing probably won't be able to lift his head up within Paladin Academy, and even the Imperial City in the future. Some students voiced out their opinions, as they craved nothing more than to stir up trouble. These voices entered Duan Ling Xing's ears and were like needles pricking him. His gaze went cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frosty expression. "Duan Ling Tian, you're even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you're courting death, I'll send you off myself. I accept your life and death battle challenge. Duan Lingxing agreed in a straightforward manner. Cousin brother. Duan Rong's face went pale, as he had a feeling that something wasn't right, and he felt perturbed in his heart. Shut up. However, after being glared at by Duan Lingxing, Duan Rong immediately didn't dare make another sound. He knew that once this cousin brother of his made a decision, it wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, more and more people arrived at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Ling Tian's table was situated. Suddenly, I never expected that I would encounter such an interesting matter while just having a meal. If you two want a life and death battle, then this old fellow will join in on the fun and bear witness for you too. An aged voice echoed downwards from the cafeteria pavilion above. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the cafeteria pavilion. Vice Dean! Vice Dean! Instantly, the students respectfully greeted the old man. Duan Ling Tian looked over, and what he saw was a thin, gray-robed old man with an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, the old man seemed to be full of vigor and a bright light flashed within his eyes. This was an expert. At least to the current Duan Ling Tian, this old man was an expert. Vice Dean! Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Ling Xing bowed respectfully upon seeing the old man. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You two want a life and death battle, right? The old man's brows knitted as a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll bear witness for you two. However, do you two want to notify your seniors to attend the battle? This matter is no small matter, as it could easily mean life or death. No! Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Notify his seniors to attend the battle? He knew that if his mother were to come, she would certainly not agree to him carrying out a life and death battle with Duan Lingxing. The old man gazed at Duan Lingxing as he asked, How about you? Duan Lingxing's icy cold gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian as he slowly said, I don't need to either, as the one who's going to die isn't me in any case. Duan Lingxing's words were filled with confidence. Go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded and his body jerked. His entire body seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already over 10 meters away. What swift speed! Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was so much faster than Xiongquan's that it was on a different level. Of course, it was also because Xiongquan hadn't fully recovered his strength. Once Duan Ling Tian steps into the Origin Core stage and refines the Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill for Xiongquan to consume, Xiongquan's strength will surely recover to the Void Prying stage. At that time, the fourth true Void Stage powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be born. Whether it was the students who were eating, or the students waiting for their food, the group of students within the cafeteria flowed out and followed them. A life and death battle. Such an event wasn't something that would happen every day. Food was something they could do without, but such a bustling event was something they couldn't miss. He's called Duan Ling Tian? A red-clothed girl with a black whip in her hand followed them while being attended to by another woman. Her eyes flickered with a dense coldness. It was precisely Tong Li. Miss Li, that new student, Duan Ling Tian, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life and death battle. He's dead for sure. This time there's someone to help you vent your grievances. The women that followed behind Tong Li said, with a light smile. Humph. Unfortunately, however, he couldn't die by my hand. But even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse off. Since I've said I'll tear him into pieces, I will do as I've said. Tong Li's voice was filled with a bone-piercing coldness that caused the woman behind her to be so scared that her face went pale. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students moved forward in a massive stream towards the martial arts practice grounds. Xiaoyu walked beside Duan Ling Tian as he asked, in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, are you confident? Xiao Sun and Tian who looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Now that things had progressed this far, they understood that they couldn't change anything and only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive this life and death battle. Have some confidence in me, okay? At a critical moment, it's still Su Li who understands me the best. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and revealed a light smile. He had a composed appearance and seemed to be someone that was about to undergo a life-and-death battle. Xiao Yu and the others looked over at Su Li, and only now did they realize that Su Li had a similar composed appearance like Duan Ling Tian. They heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of doubt appeared within Xiao Sun's eyes, however. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian concealed his strength when he battled Su Li? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Ling Xing. His gaze would occasionally flash past Duan Ling Tian, and he noticed the indifferent expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. His heart jerked as he felt even more uneasy within his heart. Cousin brother, that Duan Ling Tian looks like he's extremely confident. You! Duan Rong gazed at Duan Ling Xing, who was beside him, with a worried expression. Humph! Duan Ling Xing grunted coldly and interrupted Duan Rong. You call that having confidence? That's called arrogance. This Duan Ling Tian is exactly like his short-lived father. Their arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I'll spill his blood over Paladin Academy. In this way, not only will I be able to take revenge for you, I'll also be able to deal with this potential calamity. Actually, besides detesting Duan Ling Tian's father for crippling his own father, the most important reason Duan Ling Xing urgently wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian was because he was worried that Duan Ling Tian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Ling Tian had left the Duan clan that year, his name still remained on the Duan clan's direct descendant registry, so he was still one of the Duan clan's direct descendants. If Duan Ling Tian's natural talent were to be discovered by the other Duan clan members, they would surely welcome Duan Ling Tian back to the Duan clan. That was something he didn't want to see happen at all. As such, he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and remove all future troubles. Duan Rong went silent. In fact, he also wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, as the finger attack Duan Ling Tian dealt him in the past practically crippled his entire hand, and caused it to be nearly impossible to be healed. The vast martial arts practice grounds was fully surrounded by a massive array of people before long. The gray-robed old man stood at the center of the crowd and looked at Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Xing before raising his hand and withdrawing a piece of paper from within his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If there was an irreconcilable enmity between two parties that could not be quelled until one party died, then the students of Paladin Academy may sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy would not have to look into or pursue the matter of either party's death. Affix your thumbprint. The old man lifted his hand before casually tossing the life and death contract, which was led by a gentle force to descend before Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Xing extended his hand and directly bit open his thumb before impressing his thumbprint onto the contract, following which he grunted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian placed his thumbprint onto the contract as well. Life and death contract established. After the old man retrieved the life and death contract, his gaze focused and he said in a low voice, "Since the two of you have signed the life and death contract, then the following battle will be a battle to the death. You two may rely on spirit weapons, but are disallowed from using other external sources of strength, such as inscriptions and the like." Disallowed from using inscriptions? Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly flickered, but he never planned on using an inscription anyway. 9th level of the core formation stage? Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Duan Ling Xing was at such a cultivation level. Spirit weapons are allowed? I heard Duan Ling Xing possesses a grade 8 spirit weapon called gold thread gloves. It can't be. This Duan Ling Xing has a grade 8 spirit weapon? It's actually nothing strange, as Duan Ling Xing's father is the Duan clan's second master. It isn't difficult for him to get a grade 8 spirit weapon for Duan Ling Xing. You're right. However, wouldn't this mean that Duan Ling Tian's situation is even more dangerous? Even if Duan Ling Xing didn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think that Duan Ling Tian would have any hope of survival? None of the students that gathered around to watch the show looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces went grim. Damn it! If I knew that this life and death battle was going to happen, I would have borrowed a grade 8 spirit weapon from my elder brother. Xiao Sun's face sank. Don't worry, that flexible sword of Duanling Tian's is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Just as this moment Su Li spoke. Xiao Yu and the others couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know? The other day, my sword was chipped at a few spots by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched and seemed to be slightly pained for a brief moment. Xiao Yu and the others were finally enlightened. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duanling Tian's sword was able to chip Su Li's sword, then it would be a grade 8 spirit weapon without a doubt. Tian, who exhaled a breath of cold air as he said, in astonishment, "Looks like he didn't use the full might of his grade 8 spirit weapon the other day." Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun deeply agreed, and only Su Li's brows seemed to knit, neither indicating approval nor disapproval. That day, he suspected that Duanling Tian hadn't used the might of his spirit weapon at all. Today, when Duanling Tian took the initiative to challenge Duanling Xing and emitted such strong confidence, he instantly perceived that his suspicions weren't misplaced. Remember what I said. If either of you uses any source of external strength besides a spirit weapon, I will directly attack and kill him. The gray-robed old man's, also known as the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, voice went cold abruptly before returning to normal. He said, in a clear voice, "Begin!" The gray-robed old man moved aside as soon as he finished. Duanling Tian, I'll send you on your way to hell right now and let you follow in your short-lived father's footsteps. Duanling Xing had already put his gold-thread gloves on his hands, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouths as his eyes emitted a cold light. Are all trash fond of talking nonsense? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he sneered. You're courting death. Duanling Xing went completely berserk when he heard Duanling Tian call him trash, and his body pounced towards Duanling Tian as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger that had fiercely pounced off a hill. Whoosh! Duanling Xing's body flashed out with incredibly swift speed, as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duanling Tian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He exerted his full strength the moment he launched his attack. Bang! Duanling Xing's palm swept past the sky as the origin energy on it burst forth before crashing down to envelop Duanling Tian. This palm strike seemed as if it could suppress everything. Above Duanling Xing, another 2 ancient mammoths appeared, and this was precisely the amplification brought about by the grade 8 spirit weapon. That palm strike from Duanling Xing contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The pupils of the surrounding students constricted, and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats when they saw this. It seemed as if it wasn't Duanling Tian that was facing this palm strike but them. Duanling Tian didn't dare lightly defend when faced with Duanling Xing's palm strike. Instead, his eyes went cold and he took a large stride forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian's body seemed to transform into a flexible spirit serpent as he moved, barely avoiding Duanling Xing's palm strike. And above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the core formation stage? Duanling Xing's pupils constricted, as never had he imagined that Duanling Tian was a 9th level core formation martial artist as well. He suddenly felt as if he had been played. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18. How could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No, impossible. Duanling Xing's heart was in chaos, as he was unwilling to believe that this was all true. Meanwhile, all of the surrounding spectating students of Paladin Academy were dumbstruck at this instant. This scene was totally unbelievable. This Duanling Tian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student, he was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Wouldn't it be saying that he had a chance to step into the origin core stage before the age of 20? His natural talent even surpasses his father's. The Vice Dean's eyes flashed with a bright light. At this moment, a sense of regret arose within him. If he had known earlier that Duanling Tian was a 9th level core formation martial artist, he would surely stop this life and death battle from happening. But unfortunately, the milk had already been spilled. Now he could only hope that Duanling Tian would be able to survive, as he didn't want to see such a genius fall. Duanling Tian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage, practically at the same time Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tian who were shocked as well. As expected, Su Li's pupils constricted as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duanling Tian had obviously concealed most of his strength during their battle the other day. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for a single strike from Duanling Tian. Impossible! How could this be possible? Tong Li's face was full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bones was actually a martial artist at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Cousin! Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale, as he suddenly realized that the worry in his heart was not unwarranted. Everyone's reactions practically happened within the blink of an eye. On the martial arts practice ground. Even if you're a 9th level core formation martial artist as well, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duanling Xing's voice emitted incomparable coldness as his descending palm strike that Duanling Tian had just dodged abruptly turned to continue to envelop Duanling Tian. It was as if it wouldn't stop until it annihilated Duanling Tian. Duanling Xing, this sword strike is for Li Xian. Just at this moment, Duanling Tian, whose body flashed and was about to be caught up to by Duanling Xing, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, as within the icy coldness. His voice was filled with breathtaking killing intent. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's hand flashed before his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts. Sword drawing arts was devoted towards speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duanling Tian's hand flashed out, and 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him in an instant. The strength behind the sword strike was equal to Duanling Xing's palm strike, as both contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duanling Tian's spirit weapon is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. The surrounding crowd sounded with waves of exclamations. You think your sword strike is able to injure me? Duanling Xing sneered when he saw Duanling Tian's sword, seeming to transform into a violet bolt of lightning as it flashed towards him. And his hand flipped to slap down towards the body of Duanling Tian's violet myrtle flexible sword. Duanling Tian sneered when he saw Duanling Xing actually trying to stop his violet myrtle flexible sword. Violet myrtle flexible sword twisted in his hand, and moved to intercept Duanling Xing's palm strike with the edge of the blade. Duanling Xing's expression turned extremely grim. He dared to slap his palm down upon the body of the blade, but even if he had 10 times more courage, he would still not dare to slap his palm down upon the edge of the blade. Even though he wore a grade 8 spirit weapon on his hand, it would be impossible for it to go head-to-head with a sword that was a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Do you expect this to work? Duanling Xing sneered, as a solution flashed within his mind. He didn't withdraw his attack but instead continued to slap his palm down and circulate his defensive martial skill at the same time. A high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier suffused itself over his gold thread gloves. Then his hand descended down and his palm stretched open before closing, actually directly grasping onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duanling Tian swung out. The gold thread gloves were originally extremely tough and tensile, so ordinary blades were unable to cause any damage to it. Now that it was combined with a defensive chi barrier, Duanling Xing was able to forcefully stop Duanling Tian's sword strike, which contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. By using the same amount of strength, the strength of the two canceled each other out. Just when the corners of Duanling Xing's mouth emitted a ferocious smile, and he was about to launch an attack against Duanling Tian, an icy cold voice entered his ear. Did you think that this is all I'm capable of? In the next moment, Duanling Xing's pupils constricted. Oh my God! What did I just see? Above Duanling Tian, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, and added on to the 14 from before, there was a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. The strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No, impossible. How could he have a grade 8 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Lingxing's face went gloomy and his voice was filled with boundless fear. The first thought that appeared in his mind was that the spirit weapon within Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist could only exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths when relying upon a grade 7 spirit weapon, as a grade 7 spirit weapon was able to amplify nearly 30% of its user's strength. How could he know that the violet myrtle flexible sword within Duan Lingtian's wasn't a grade 7 spirit weapon at all? The raging python form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated allowed him to possess a strength of 12 ancient mammoths once. He completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, which was comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. And when Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage yesterday, he gained an extra ancient mammoth. Presently, even if he were to not use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian would still be capable of exerting the strength of 13 ancient mammoths, and if he were to use a spirit weapon, the strength of 1 more ancient mammoth would be readily available. At nearly the exact same moment, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students was dumbstruck. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Lingtian obtain it? Their thoughts were exactly similar to Duan Lingxing. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was relying upon a grade 7 spirit weapon in order to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon? The corners of Xiao Yu's, Xiao Sun's, and Tian, whose mouths twitched and bitter smiles appeared on their faces, as they all felt that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered, as slight shock flashed within. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's face was extremely unsightly, and her hand that clenched the black whip grew tighter. Cousin! A sense of sorrow appeared on Duan Rong's face as he witnessed this scene. On the martial arts practice ground, Duan Lingxing's body trembled as if he had abruptly thought of some dreadful matter. His pupils constricted as his gaze descended upon the violet myrtle flexible sword grasped within Duan Lingtian's right hand. His heart trembled and was instantly filled with dread as he moved to withdraw his hand. How could Duan Lingtian know what Duan Lingxing was thinking when he saw Duan Lingxing's expression? Duan Lingtian sneered, and the violet myrtle flexible sword within his hand flashed out as he said, "What? Regret grabbing hold of my sword?" Whoosh! The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed the strength of 14 ancient mammoths, and Duan Lingxing's defensive chi barrier shattered with a crash. Ah! At almost practically the same instant, a shrill cry echoed out from Duan Lingxing, as his palm was split into 2. The other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, drenching the ground with blood. Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and when he once again gazed upon Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with boundless dread. That sword strike was for Li Xian. You probably still remember Li Xian, right? It's that little fatty that used his body to help defend me against your palm strike and saved my life 2 years ago. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended upon Duan Lingxing. That day, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Xian helping him defend against that palm strike, he would have already been killed by Duan Lingxing, and it would have been impossible for him to still be standing here. He once pledged that he would surely take revenge for Li Xian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body flashed out as if it had transformed into a spirit serpent and closed in on Duan Lingxing. Then he waved out his sword to strike once more. How could Duan Lingxing, who had lost his spirit weapon and been injured, dodge this extremely swift sword strike from Duan Lingtian? Instantly, Duan Lingxing emitted another shrill cry. His leg was forcefully sliced off by Duan Lingtian, and his entire body crashed down onto the ground as it lost its support. His body violently trembled as he struggled with eyes filled with despair. At this moment, he wished so dearly for the scene before him to just be a dream. But unfortunately, the intense pain that he unceasingly felt allowed him to realize that this was no dream, but reality. That sword strike was for Ku Er. You still remember Ku Er, right? That young girl you injured after she swung her sword at you when you tried to kill me. Duanling Tian walked step by step towards Duanling Xing, and within his voice was a breathtaking coldness. The scenes from before flashed before his eyes. That time, he was nearly killed by Duanling Xing, the gray-clothed old man, the vice dean of Paladin Academy, watched this bloody scene but had no intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was upheld by a life-and-death contract would only end when one party was dead. As the witness of the battle, he had to practice what he preached. Moreover, he had clearly heard and understood that Duanling Xing had once tried to kill Duanling Tian, and he finally came to an understanding as to why Duanling Tian would detest Duanling Xing to such an extent. So it turned out that there was an enmity to the point of life and death between the two of them. So this Duanling Tian and Duanling Xing had long ago formed an irreconcilable enmity. It's no wonder they would go at each other to the death the moment they met. They're both Duan clan direct descendants, but the difference between the two is just too huge. Duanling Tian is merely 18, whereas Duanling Xing seems to be 23 this year. Duanling Tian defeated a direct descendant of his clan who's 5 years older than him, and his natural talent can be considered heaven-defying, as expected of the son of Duan Rufeng. This Duanling Xing can't even amount to trash in front of him. At this moment, not one Paladin Academy student present felt pity for Duanling Xing. A smile appeared on the faces of Xiao Yu and the others. Duanling Tian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently and his face went ghastly pale as he watched the scene before him. Duanling Tian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy cold gaze before turning around and leaving. On the martial arts practice ground, with great difficulty, Duanling Xing used his origin energy to stop the blood that was spurting out of his injuries. There was not a trace of redness on his face. It was completely pale. As he gazed at Duanling Tian, who was walking over with a bloody flexible sword in his hand, Duanling Xing's body trembled in dread, and despair appeared on his face. Duanling Tian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother. We're both direct descendants of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duanling Tian was stunned briefly. When he heard what Duanling Xing said, he burst into laughter. Clan brother. A mocking smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. 2 years ago, when you tried to kill me in the Fresh Breeze Townley family, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? How about just now, when you desired to kill me? Did you think that I was your clan brother? Now that you see that you've lost all your advantages and are at your wits' end, you call yourself my clan brother and hope I'll give you a chance at life. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The violet myrtle flexible sword within Duanling Tian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground, and wherever it passed, blood drenched the entire ground. After a moment, Duanling Tian arrived before Duanling Xing and slowly lifted the violet myrtle flexible sword. Duanling Xing seemed to realize that Duanling Tian wouldn't buy his nonsense. His face instantly went grim as he shouted, in a fierce voice, Duanling Tian, if you kill me, my father and mother will definitely not let you off. You will undoubtedly die. That cripple. Duanling Tian laughed indifferently. The power that my parents control is far from anything you can imagine, and you wouldn't kill me if you were sensible. Duanling Xing made his last attempt at a struggle before death. However, Duanling Tian was unfazed. This sword strike is for myself. Under Duanling Xing's despaired gaze, the sword within Duanling Tian's grasp whistled down and flashed past Duanling Xing's throat. Splurt. Instantly, blood shot out. Duanling Xing's eyes that were filled with despair were open wide as his body crashed onto the ground. The injuries that he had stopped from bleeding once again flowed with fresh blood. Duanling Xing, dead. Clang. Duanling Tian sheathed his violet myrtle flexible sword. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This was a smile of relief. There hadn't been a moment within this last 2 years that he didn't think about killing Duanling Xing to avenge the enmity of that day. Now, everything had finally ended. Ha 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 ha. Duanling Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing, as he felt extremely delighted in his heart. and the sound of his laughter echoed out throughout the deathly silent martial arts practice ground. Besides the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Xiaoyu, and the others of their group, every other Paladin Academy student gazed at the violet-clothed youth that stood in the distance with gazes filled with terror. This youth was too terrifying. If he was this terrifying at the mere age of 18, once he grows and matures, how heaven-defying will he become? After a moment, Duanling Tian took a deep breath and eased up his excited mood. Then he walked over to Xiaoyu and the others with a wide grin on his face. "Let's go have some food." Everyone was speechless for some time. They all glanced at Duanling Xing's corpse on the martial arts practice ground, and their hearts trembled. This Duanling Tian still has the appetite to eat now? The gray-clothed old man, or in other words, the vice dean of Paladin Academy, gazed at Duanling Tian's disappearing figure. His eyes narrowed and a smile contained appeared on the corners of his mouth. This little fellow's slightly interesting. Paladin Academy, cafeteria. Duanling Tian's group was sitting at the table, and Duanling Tian was gulping down his food as if what happened earlier didn't affect him in any way. On the other hand, Xiaoyu, Xiaosun and Tian, who seemed to have lost their appetite, as the bloody scenes from before still flashed before their eyes, and they still found it difficult to toss it out of their minds. Only Su Li was similar to Duanling Tian and was not affected in any way. Duanling Tian, you have concealed your ability too deeply. 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. If it wasn't for the life and death battle between you and Duanling Xing, we probably would still be kept in the dark by you. Tian, who sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Before Duanling Tian, the natural talent that he had so much in pride didn't even amount to trash. But he also knew that he couldn't compare himself with this freak, or else he would only batter himself. Exactly, even I've been deceived all along. Xiaoyu's gaze focused, and his gaze was extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duanling Tian was only slowly moving further away, and that he still had the chance to catch up to Duanling Tian's figure on the path towards the peak of the martial Dao. But who would have known that Duanling Tian's true strength had long since thrown him far off into the distance, causing him to be only capable of catching sight of Duanling Tian's dust. What I never would have expected was your identity. You're actually the son of Duan Rufeng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was slightly surprised. I'm the son of Duan Rufeng, but I have no relationship with the Duan clan. Duanling Tian's gaze focused as he spoke indifferently. He was extremely disdainful of the Duan clan and was unwilling to admit that he was a member of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun was stunned for a moment, then he glanced deeply at Duanling Tian and said no more. He discerned that Duanling Tian had no favorable impression towards the Duan clan. At the same time that Duanling Tian was enjoying his food, Duan Rong had brought along Duanling Xing's mangled body and returned to the Duan clan estate. In the vast courtyard, Duanling Xing lied there. The blood within his body had long since run dry. Xing! Tremors ran through the ground as a 300-plus-pound married woman pounced over. Tears flowed down from her small, red eyes, and she was unwilling to believe that this was real. A figure moved like lightning from outside the courtyard. As he swiftly walked in, his voice sounded like explosive thunder. Son! This was a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was obviously someone who has held a high position for a long period of time. He arrived before the corpse within the courtyard, and his eyes were red as well. Dense hatred was budding within his heart at this moment. No matter who it is, I'll surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes for killing my son. Duan Ru Lei's voice was filled with a sense of ruthlessness. Second brother, I heard that Duanling Xing. Another figure dashed into the courtyard and was dumbstruck as he gazed at the corpse on the ground. He was precisely the fourth master of the Duan clan, Duan Ruhong. Before long, 3 old men slowly walked into the courtyard. They were led by a middle-aged man who wore a white robe with gold lining. This middle-aged man had a firm and resolute expression and an extraordinary disposition. Every movement of his emitted overbearing dignity, and his identity was easily discerned. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Second brother, sister-in-law, you have my condolences. Duan Ruhua sighed as he gazed at Duan Rulei and his wife. Second brother, what happened? Duan Ruhong had a grim expression and his voice seemed constrained, and within it was a trace of dense fury. I just returned as well. Duan Rulei looked at the fat woman beside him. The fat woman's red eyes focused on Duan Rong, who was standing at the side. It was Duan Rong who brought Xing's body back. Rong, who the hell killed your cousin? Toward the end of that sentence, her voice started trembling, and her eyes emitted a vicious gaze. Instantly, the gazes of everyone within the courtyard descended upon Duan Rong. Duan Rong became the center of attention. His eyes turned, his body trembled, and he said, in a low voice, Auntie, it's Duan Ling Tian. It's Duan Ling Tian who did it. Duan Ling Tian? The fat woman was startled and was unable to react for a moment. What did you say? The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong's face went grim as he looked at Duan Rong with a burning gaze. Which Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian was a name that wasn't unfamiliar to him. The son of his third brother, Duan Rufeng, was called Duan Ling Tian as well, and he had met him once 2 years ago when he went out to run some errands with Duan Lingxing and passed by Fresh Breeze Town. The son of Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Rong gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Besides Duan Ruhong, the other people present were not able to react to the name Duan Ling Tian for some time. But Duan Rufeng, mention of this name instantly caused the people present to awaken from their daze. Impossible, Duan Ruhong said, in an icy-cold voice. I met Duan Ling Tian 2 years ago, and he was only a body-tempering martial artist at that time. It's only been 2 years. How could he possibly have the strength to kill Ling Xing? Moreover, it's impossible for him to be at the Imperial City right now. Duan Ruhong obviously didn't believe him. It's true. Seeing that the gazes of everyone present were becoming filled with doubt, Duan Rong hurriedly explained that Duan Ling Tian should be around the age of 18, and he's at Paladin Academy right now. And just a while ago, Duan Rong slowly explained the sequence of events with a trembling voice and a pair of red eyes. Duan Ling Tian, 18 years old, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. What Duan Rong said caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble, and even Duan Ruhong's pupils couldn't help but constrict. That youth that was only at the body tempering stage 2 years ago had already become an existence at the core formation stage now. After they confirmed that the person who killed Duan Ling Xing was precisely Duan Ling Tian, a sense of helplessness and bitterness arose within his heart, as both of them were equally important. So it's that little bastard. The fat woman's voice seemed to come from the deepest pits of hell and was bone-piercingly cold. Life and death contract? Why didn't you dissuade Duan Ling Xing at that time? Patriarch Duan Ru's gaze focused onto Duan Rong as he asked this in a low voice. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. I tried, but cousin wouldn't listen to me at all. Moreover, I didn't know that Duan Ling Tian's strength was so formidable. It's really the son of Ru Feng. Ru Feng's son stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18. His natural talent even surpasses Ru Feng's. Patriarch, since Ling Xing was killed after validating the life and death contract, we can only blame Duan Ling Xing for being overconfident in the matter. Besides that Duan Ling Tian is the son of Duan Rufeng and is a direct descendant of our Duan clan. He should rightfully acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. The 3 old men behind Duan Ruhua, who were also the elders of the Duan clan, spoke out. Within their eyes was a trace of excitement. Since Duan Ling Xing validated the life and death contract, not to mention dying at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, even if he had died by the hand of another, the Duan clan would still have no reason to interfere. Presently, all their thoughts were focused on the one who killed Duan Ling Xing, Duan Ling Tian. As the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Ling Tian exhibited caused them to feel excited. That year, Everyone within the Duan clan felt that Duan Rufeng had a chance to become a true void stage expert and to lead the Duan clan to glory, to compete with the imperial family. But unfortunately, Duan Rufeng vanished later on. Now, years later, the son of Duan Rufeng appeared, and his natural talent even surpassed Duan Rufeng's, allowing them to see hope. To them and to the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian was their hope. For the sake of the Duan clan, not to mention Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing had validated a life and death contract before their battle. Even if they didn't, the Duan clan would still not blame Duan Lingtian for killing Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's worth was something 100 Duan Lingxings couldn't compare to. In this world where the strong were revered, this was reality, cold, hard reality. This was precisely the brutality of the large clans. If you can bring benefit to the clan, then you're a treasure. If you can't, you're just a bunch of grass. Elders, what's the meaning of this? The fat woman's small eyes flashed when she heard what the three old men said, and said in melancholy, Lingxing is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Even if he was careless and validated a life and death contract, that little bastard shouldn't have killed him. Lingxing is his clan brother. Such a ruthless little bastard should die. If he were to enter the Duan clan, there is no saying what would happen. If the clan is unwilling to interfere in this matter, then I, Yunping, will take matters into my own hands. When the fat woman finished speaking, her voice was filled with bone-deep coldness. The three old men's expressions went grim. This woman dared to refute them? Even the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua's expression sank at this moment. He shouted in a low voice, Sister-in-law, you're too presumptuous. At this moment, the thoughts in the heart of Duan Ruhua was similar to the three elders' thoughts, as he was the Duan clan's patriarch, and needed to think for the Duan clan. Slap! Suddenly, the sound of a slap resounded in the air. It was Duan Rulei who given the fat woman, his wife Yunping, a slap. You hit me? Yunping was stunned. Her son had died, and all she had said were some words from her heart. But her husband had actually hit her. Yes, I hit you, you ignorant woman. Duan Rulei raised his hand and gave Yunping another slap. Only now did he respectfully look at Duan Ruhua and the three old men. Patriarch, three elders. This matter was something my son brought upon himself, and there's no one else to be blamed for it. Duan Rulei knows what should be done and what shouldn't. I hope Patriarch and the three elders can be at ease. Not bad, Rulei. For once you see the bigger picture. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. Only Patriarch Duan Ruhua's pupils constricted as he glanced deeply at Duan Rulei. Second brother, I hope you are true to your word. If you're not, I'll be disappointed, and the clan will be disappointed as well. Duan Rulei's body trembled as he hurriedly said, Yes, Patriarch. Fourth brother, you'll be in charge of bringing that kid Ling Tian back to the clan. He's suffered too much hardships outside of the clan, and the Duan clan will properly compensate him. Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Ruhong as he slowly spoke. Yes, Patriarch. Duan Ruhong hurriedly accepted his orders, and he sighed in his heart because he knew that Duan Lingxing had died for no reason. Duan Rong was completely muddle-headed as he watched the Duan clan's patriarch and the elders leave one by one. This matter had come to an end just like this? Second brother, second sister-in-law, the outcome was inevitable. You have my condolences. Duan Ruhong consoled Duan Rulei and his wife before walking off in swift strides. You're really not taking revenge for our son? After noticing the outsiders leaving, the fat woman's small eyes became filled with a bloody redness as she looked at her husband and spoke in a cold voice. Ignorant woman! Duan Rulei coldly swept the married woman with his gaze before glancing at Duan Rong. Rong, you return first. Remember, under no circumstances are you to provoke that Duan Ling Tian. Yes, uncle. Duan Rong had a bitter expression on his face as he replied and left. Duan Rulei, let me tell you that if you don't take revenge for our son, I'll go back to my clan today. The fat woman's pair of small eyes were filled with a breathtaking coldness as she coldly spoke. Although her clan was inferior to the Duan clan, as far as she was concerned, it was still more than enough to kill Duanling Tian. Humph. Do you think Xing is only your son? The hatred within my heart isn't one bit weaker than yours. You saw the attitude of the patriarch and the 3 elders. If I were to be struck dazed by the hatred within me, I can imagine how the clan will try every means possible to revoke my authority for the sake of protecting Duanling Tian. Duan Ru Lei's voice was chilly and revealed a dense coldness hidden within. I hit you earlier because I was putting up a show in front of the patriarch and the 3 elders to make them put down their guard against me. Only then would I be able to let them be at ease. In this way, I'll have the chance to secretly find a way to kill that little bastard. Hearing what he said caused the eyes of the fat woman to shine, and her face emitted an ashamed expression. Duan Ru Feng crippled my Dan Tian that day and caused my life to be no better than death. Now that his son has killed mine, old accounts and new combined, I must burn that Duanling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. Duan Ru Lei's voice was mixed with a shocking coldness of the highest degree. Since noon, Paladin Academy was bustling with activity and noise for the entire afternoon, as the news of today's life and death battle had spread across the academy. Duanling Tian, the son of the Duan clan's former peerless genius, Duan Rufeng, exhibited a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18 and annihilated Duanling Xing of the same clan. Duanling Tian, a grade 1 student, easily slaughtered a grade 4 student. All of Paladin Academy was alarmed. The news slowly spread out from the Paladin Academy, so it probably wouldn't be too long before everyone within the entire Imperial City's inner city, and even the Imperial City's outer city, heard of this shocking piece of news. Another peerless genius had appeared within the Duan clan. However, Duanling Tian, who was the main party in the news, was presently lazily lying on a large tree at the corner of the martial arts practice ground. His eyes were narrow as he enjoyed the sunlight that passed through the leaves and shined on his body. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were discussing the martial Dao and sparring with others not far away. Some of the grade 1 students who were in the Star Mastermind department with Duanling Tian would occasionally glance at him with eyes that emitted a trace of fear. Although they had felt that this youth wasn't simple, they never expected him to be so ferocious. Moreover, his identity was shocking. Teacher Sima. Suddenly, a middle-aged man who was wearing a silk headdress and held a feather fan arrived at the corner where the grade 1 Star Mastermind department students were, and the group of students respectfully bowed. Teacher. Duanling Tian only reacted when he noticed that Sima Chongfeng had arrived before him. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng's leg jerked and a gentle force sprang him up before descending on the tree beside Duanling Tian. The tree only slightly shook before coming to a stop. Duanling Tian's gaze shone when he saw this. This was something no ordinary person was capable of, and obviously this grade 1 Star Mastermind department teacher's strength was extraordinary. Moreover, Duanling Tian noticed that Sima Chongfeng's aura was reserved, so even he wasn't able to see through the approximate level at which Sima Chongfeng's cultivation was at when relying upon the experience and formidable spiritual force of the rebirth martial emperor. Why did you say you weren't a member of the Duan clan the other day? Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. He obviously had heard of the matter that took place at noon. I only found out about my origin 2 years ago. I only know that ever since I could remember, my mother and I relied on each other to survive. I knew virtually nothing of any Duan clan, nor did I receive any kindness from the Duan clan. I have never once considered myself to be a member of the Duan clan. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. So, what I said was the truth. Sima Chongfeng shook his head. The blood of the Duan clan flows within you after all. So what? Duanling Tian didn't confirm nor deny it. I can't change my birth, but my future path is controlled with my own 2 hands, and no one is able to stop me. Teacher, I wonder what relationship you have with the Duan clan to actually be an emissary for them. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian deeply glanced at Sima Chongfeng. His gaze that was filled with wisdom was definitely not something a youth should possess. Kid, you are really a sly little fox. Sima Chongfeng didn't get angry from being seen through by Duanling Tian. I don't have any relationship with the Duan clan. However, the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, is a good friend of mine, and I'm precisely here on his behalf. The Duan clan's fourth master? Duan Ling Tian's eyes constricted. He couldn't help but recall that day in Fresh Breeze Town, when he met the middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing that his mother asked him to call fourth uncle. He is Duan Ruhong. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. Then he looked at Sima Chongfeng. Teacher, then please send a message to Duan Ruhong for me. I, Duan Ling Tian, was no longer a member of the Duan clan since the moment I left the Duan clan with my mother. Sima Chongfeng was slightly moved. Duan Ling Tian, this matter can be a minor or major incident, so you have to consider things carefully. Teacher, you're worried that the Duan clan will pursue the matter of Duan Ling Xing the moment I refuse? Duan Ling Tian asked with a laugh. The life and death battle between you and Duan Ling Xing was held after the validation of a life and death contract, so the Duan clan has no reason to interfere. However, your decision will undoubtedly place you in danger. The father of Duan Ling Xing, the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, is no simple figure. If you return to the Duan clan, it will be akin to another layer of protection, and that Duan Rulei won't dare act rashly. Sima Chongfeng spoke with confidence and went straight to the heart of the matter. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've made my decision. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He could feel Sima Chongfeng's heartfelt concerns and his heart felt warm. However, a mere Duan Rulei was still incapable of forcing him back to the Duan clan. It would fine and well if that Duan Rulei didn't come provoke him. If he were to come, then Duan Ling Tian wouldn't mind making a cripple into a dead man. As he thought up to this point, a trace of a terrifying cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Since you've come to a decision, then I will say no more. Sima Chongfeng nodded. He was a smart person and knew that if he were to continue trying to persuade Duan Ling Tian, it would only lead to aversion from him. Before long, as if he had thought of something, Sima Chongfeng changed the topic. There's another matter. The current political situation in the western border is in unrest, and it's very possible that a war might break out. At that time, once the war breaks out, our Paladin Academy will send some students as reinforcements, and the first ones to be considered will be our Star Mastermind Department students. If it really comes to that, are you interested in going? Once you serve a meritorious service, you will be conferred a title of nobility by the imperial family and be able to soar into the sky in one go. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he nodded. If I really have the chance, then I do want to go experience it. As a weapons specialist that had crossed over to this world from Earth, Duan Ling Tian's bones were filled with hot blood. The places he yearned for the most were the battlefields of past and present, where armies would fight against each other and a general would become renowned over the corpses of 10,000 soldiers. That was the true battlefield that belonged to iron-blooded men. A gale rose and swept the clouds across the sky, and a hero rode out and was gone with the wind. What a lofty sentiment and aspiration that was. It's good that you're interested. Sima Chongfeng nodded with a smile before flying off the tree, waving his feather fan, and leaving in an elegant manner. After Sima Chongfeng left, Duan Ling Tian sat up, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The 5th level core formation stage origin energy within his body unceasingly poured out and gathered in every spot within his body. It started to temper his fleshly body and strengthen his lifeblood. After an afternoon of time, his progress was next to nothing. If I continue at this speed, I might still be at the core formation stage when Ku-Er and Li Fei step into the origin core stage. A trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. There were times when the slow advancements of the raging python form caused him a headache. Although his current strength was considered outstanding among his peers, the potential threats that he currently faced weren't from his peers. Even though he could rely on his inscriptions, that wasn't his own strength. It was all right to use them occasionally, but if he were to use them frequently, he wouldn't be able to afford to keep making more. Although I can refine the dragon blood pill that is within the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, and the other materials are only ordinary, where am I to get the main material, dragon blood? Duan Ling Tian was extremely frustrated. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, if he were to have dragon blood pills to assist him as he cultivated the raging python form, then it would provide him a yield of twice the result with half the effort. Once he consumes a dragon blood pill, its medicinal strength will be able to instantly assist him in completing the tempering of his fleshly body at every level. In other words, if he had dragon blood pills, Duan Ling Tian would be able to directly charge towards the next cultivation level like an ordinary core formation martial artist and wouldn't need to care about the tempering of his fleshly body. The medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would be able to instantly complete the tempering of the fleshly body. This way, his cultivation speed would obtain a huge increase, as he wouldn't have to spend so much time tempering his fleshly body. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up to the cultivation levels of Li Fei and Ku Er. Dragon blood pill? Dragon blood. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, even the weakest dragon, the flood dragon, is a demon beast at the void prying stage. Even if I were to really encounter one, how would I obtain its blood? Duan Ling Tian felt his head ache. Just at this moment. Hiss hiss, the little black python stuck its head out from inside Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. It stared at Duan Ling Tian as it flicked its tongue, and its small eyes spun about. What did you come out for? You aren't a dragon. Duan Ling Tian angrily glared at Little Black. However, when his gaze descended upon the single horn that had completely revealed itself atop the little black python's head, his gaze abruptly shone. Maybe. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, a dragon is the evolved form of a flood dragon, and a flood dragon is the evolved form of a python. Once there is a bulge atop the head of a python, it means that it has started its evolution into a flood dragon, and when the bulge opens to reveal a dragon's horn, then it will have completed its evolution into a flood dragon. Although the flood dragon is still slightly inferior to a true dragon, half-dragon blood still flows within its veins. Half-dragon blood was still dragon blood, and it satisfied the requirements to refine the dragon blood pill. This little fellow used to have a bulge atop his head, and it later opened up to reveal this sharp, golden, single horn. If it's according to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, this little fellow isn't a pure python anymore but a flood dragon. Duan Ling Tian stared at Little Black with a burning gaze. He wished for nothing more than to extract blood from him right now. Hiss hiss, Little Black seemed to have perceived danger from Duan Ling Tian's gaze, so it flicked its tongue a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and scurrying back into Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. Little Black, don't even think of running. I've decided that I'll extract blood from you tonight. If your blood can really refine the dragon blood pill, I'll surely get you tasty things to eat. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and pulled Little Black out. An evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Hiss hiss, Little Black struggled unceasingly. At dusk, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy. After they parted ways, he returned directly home. After ordering Xiong Quan to purchase the remaining medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill, Duan Ling Tian caught a hold of the little black python that tried to escape. Scoundrel, what did you do to Little Black? Why is he so afraid of you? Li Fei was stunned when she saw the scene. Ku Er looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. She noticed that the little white python that was coiled around her hand seemed to have noticed something. As its body started to tremble lightly, I'll tell you later. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously before he carried off Little Black into his room. Duan Ling Tian held Little Black in one hand and withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword with the other, exuding a bearing that seemed like he was sharpening the knife to start the slaughter. Hiss hiss, a trace of terror appeared within Little Black's eyes. Little Black, be good. I just need a little blood. Duan Ling Tian calmed him in a low voice. Under Duan Ling Tian's calming, the restless little black python slowly settled down. Meanwhile, the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand transformed into a sword light as it flashed towards the little python's body. Clang! Unexpectedly, it was unable to leave even a mark on the little black python's body. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Never had he imagined that the little black python's defense was so formidable. Duanling Tian slowly increased the strength he used. In the end, he shockingly realized that even if he were to use the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, he actually wouldn't have any way of breaking through Little Black's defense. He gave up. You really are a little freak. With such strong defense, how am I supposed to extract blood from you? Duanling Tian had a bitter smile and a face full of helplessness. Just when he was thinking about asking Xiongquan to help, the little black python turned its eyes to meet Duanling Tian's gaze before lightly nodding and biting its own tail. Instantly, drops of golden blood dripped downwards. Duanling Tian didn't hesitate. He hurriedly moved over the small bottle that he had prepared earlier and collected all the golden blood. After a short moment, the wound on Little Black's tail healed as if it was never wounded in the first place. However, Little Black's spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, so it fell asleep instantly. Was it too much? Shaking the golden blood within the small bottle, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth had a trace of a bitter smile because he felt guilty in his heart. I hope it works, or else Little Black will have suffered for nothing. Duanling Tian sighed as he withdrew his pill cauldron and started refining the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill wasn't difficult to refine. The first step was to completely refine and dissolve all the other ordinary medicinal materials. This step only required an hour. After an hour, Duanling Tian took a deep breath. As his eyes gleamed with anticipation, he withdrew a drop of golden blood from the small bottle and dripped it into the cauldron. Duanling Tian watched with utmost concentration. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed out from within the cauldron, and it started to tremble. Duanling Tian's face went grim as he extended his hand to fiercely pin the cauldron down. The cauldron trembled unceasingly for an entire 10 minutes or so before finally stopping. What's going on? Duanling Tian was slightly perturbed. Even he didn't know if the dragon blood pill was refined successfully. Whoosh! A low sound of something whistling through the wind sounded in his ears. Duanling Tian's hand flashed out to directly grab onto the medicinal pill that flew out of the cauldron. He opened his hand to look. This was a medicinal pill that flashed with a golden luster, and even its looks were extraordinary. This is the dragon blood pill? Duanling Tian took a deep breath before opening his mouth and consuming the dragon blood pill. As it entered his body, Duanling Tian noticed the dragon blood pill splitting into two types of medicinal effects. One of the effects concealed itself within his dantian, and the other drew out the origin energy within his dantian and inserted it into every part of his body. When the medicinal strength disappeared, he could clearly feel that his body tempering for the 5th level of the core formation stage had been completed. He lightly clenched his fist. Whoosh! 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duanling Tian. Compared to before, he had gained an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. It's a success. In the future, I can finally cultivate like a normal core formation martial artist. The other medicinal effect that the dragon blood pill divided itself into, why is it still within my dantian? Duanling Tian examined his dantian and noticed that the medicinal effect seemed to be akin to something that had entered his body and was difficult to remove. This medicinal effect had stopped within his dantian and refused to leave. There's no information about such circumstances within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Could it be because of Little Black's golden blood? I don't feel it acting up, so I'll leave it be. Duanling Tian frowned for a moment before easing up, and paid no attention to it anymore. Duanling Tian continued to cultivate the 9-Dragon War Sovereign technique after he closed his eyes. He was charging towards the 6th level of the core formation stage. Duanling Tian, however, wasn't aware that at this very moment, the news of his origin and him killing Duanling Xing had spread all over the imperial city. No matter whether it was the restaurants of the inner or outer city, they were all filled with discussions about him. Tian. Li Ro's voice sounded from outside his door, causing Duanling Tian to be jolted awake from his cultivation. Mom, is something the matter? Duanling Tian spoke as he moved to open the door. What he saw was his mother stand before the door, and her incomparably beautiful face had an indistinct trace of fury. Mom, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Are the news that are spreading outside true? You killed your second uncle's son. Li Ro's voice was low, as she was intentionally suppressing her fury. If it wasn't for her overhearing the discussion of the two servant girls in the house, she, who had not left the house, would have been completely unaware of the news that spread and gave rise to much discussion in the imperial city. The Duan clan's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Ling Tian, killed his clan brother, Duan Ling Xing. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he didn't plan on concealing the truth. Why? Li Ro's voice was filled with fury. That's the son of your second uncle, your clan brother. Mom, come in and have a seat. Duan Ling Tian brought his mother into the room and asked her to sit down. Only then did he slowly say, Mom, even if you were even more furious about this matter, I still wouldn't regret it. Could it be that you've forgotten how Li Xian was nearly killed by him that day? Li Xian blocked that palm strike for me, and if it wasn't for Li Xian, I would have been killed by Duan Ling Xing that day. This time, if it wasn't for his desire to kill me, he wouldn't have validated the life and death contract. He felt that he would undoubtedly win, so he agreed to my life and death battle challenge. He wanted to kill me. Could it be that I couldn't kill him? Duan Ling Tian's voice was firm and tenacious. Li Ro's expression started to ease up as she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Then she sighed. Even if he had done more wrong, for the sake of your father, why not spare his life? Your father crippled his father's dantian that year, and caused his father to be unable to condense origin energy again for his entire life. Mom, you're extremely clear on what happened that year. If it wasn't for Duan Ru Lei being overbearing, why else would father have crippled his dantian? Moreover, that Duan Ru Lei isn't a good person. For the sake of his nephew, he sent 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists to kill me yesterday. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a terrifying coldness. What? Li Ro's face went grim. That Duan Ru Lei sent people to kill you? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he slowly spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, as well as the following events. Mom, I know you've been feeling guilty in father's stead, but that Duan Ru Lei doesn't think of it that way. Their entire family wishes for nothing more than to tear me to pieces, and I just made the first move. Never mind. Never mind. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. It's mother who wrongly blamed you today. However, you must be careful no matter what you do in the future. Besides that, those 2 fiancés of yours aren't weaklings. Li Ro still remembered that after her husband vanished, the people that targeted her were practically all put up to it by Duan Ru Lei's wife, Yun Ping. After finding out about that, it was precisely because she was worried that Yun Ping would harm Duan Ling Tian that she left the Duan clan. Mom, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. When have you seen me do something I'm not confident in? Li Ro extended her hand to brush Duan Ling Tian's face. Her clear eyes contained a complicated expression. Ever since you were heavily injured by Li Xian, Mother noticed that you changed a lot. Sometimes Mother even feels that you've become unfamiliar. However, no matter how you change, you'll always be Mother's son. Your devotion to Mother has never faltered. Mother is proud. Halfway into Li Ro's speech, Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Only after Li Ro finished speaking did he heave a sigh of relief. Mom, no matter when, I'll always be your son. A son you can be proud of, Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. Mother believes in you. Li Ro lightly nodded and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face.